Chapter 10, Part 1 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Cries, Youngstown. Chapter 10, Diggers. They had another ferocious battle, Somers and Harriet. They stood opposite to one another in such fury, one against the other, that they nearly annihilated one another. He couldn't stay near her, so started walking off into the country. It was winter, but sunny and hot walking. He climbed steadily up and up the high road between the dense, damp jungle that grew at the base and up the steep rise of the tor face, which he wanted to get to the top of. Strange birds made weird, metallic noises. Tree ferns rose on their notchy little trunks, and great mosses tangled in with more ordinary bushes. Overhead rose the gum trees, sometimes with great stark, dead limbs thrown up, sometimes hands over like pine trees. He sweated up the steep road till at last he came to the top. There, on the farther side, the dip slope, the hill sank and ran in spurs, all fairly densely wooded, but not like the scarp slope up which he had toiled. The scarp slope was jungle, impenetrable with tree ferns and bunchy cabbage palms and mosses like bushes, a thick matted undergrowth beneath the boles of the trees. But the dip slope was bush, gum trees rather scattered, and a low undergrowth like heath. The same lonely, unbreakable silence and loneliness that seemed to him the real bush, curiously unapproachable to him. The mystery of the bush seems to recede from you as you advance, and then it is behind you if you look round. Lonely and weird and hoary. He went on till they could look over the tor's edge at the land below. There was the scalloped seashore for miles, and the strip of flat coastland, sometimes a mile wide, sprinkled as far as the eye could reach with the pale gray zinc roofs of the bungalows, all scattered like crystals in the loose cells of the dark tree tissue of the shore. It was suggestive of Japanese landscape, dark trees and little single scattered toy houses. Then the bays of the shore, the coal jetty, far-off rocks down the coast, and long white lines of breakers. But he was looking mostly straight below him at the massed foliage of the cliff slope, down into the center of the great dull green whorls of the tree ferns, and on to the shaggy mops of the cabbage palms. In one place a long fall of creeper was yellowish with damp flowers. Gum trees came up in tufts. The previous world, the world of the coal age, the lonely, lonely world that had waited, it seemed, since the coal age. These ancient flat-topped tree ferns, these tousled palms like mops. What was the good of trying to be an alert, conscious man here? You couldn't. Drift into a sort of obscurity, backwards into a nameless past, hoary as the country is hoary. Strange old feelings wake in the soul, old non-human feelings, and an old indifference, like a torpor, invades the spirit, an old saurian torpor. Who wins? There was the land sprinkled with dwellings as with granulated sugar. There was a black smoke of steamers on the high pale sea, and a whiteness of steam from a colliery among the dull trees. Was the land awake? Would the people wake in this ancient land, or would the land put them to sleep, drift them back into the torpid semi-consciousness of the world of the twilight? Somers felt a torpor coming over him. He hung there on the parapet looking down, and he didn't care. How profoundly, darkly he didn't care. There are no problems for the soul in its darkened, wide-eyed torpor. Neither Harriet, nor Kangaroo, nor Jazz, nor even the world. Worlds come and worlds go. Even worlds. And when the old influence of the fern world comes over a man, how can he care? He breathes the fern seed and drifts back, becomes darkly half-vegetable, devoid of preoccupations. Even the never-slumbering urge of sex sinks down into something darker, more monotonous, incapable of caring, like sex in trees. The dark world before conscious responsibility was born. A queer bird sat hunched on a bough a few yards away, just below. A bird like a bunch of old rag, with a small rag of a dark tail, and a fluffy pale top like an owl, and a sort of frill round his neck. He had a long, sharp, dangerous beak, but he too was sunk in unutterable apathy. A kookaburra. Some instinct made him know that Somers was watching, so he just shoveled round on the bough and sat with his back to the man, and became utterly oblivious. Somers watched and wondered. Then he whistled. No change. Then he clapped his hands. The bird looked over its shoulder in surprise. What? It seemed to say. Is there somebody alive? Is that alive somebody? It had quite a handsome face, with the exquisite long dagger beak. It slowly took Somers in. Then he clapped again. Making an effort, the bird spread quite big wings and whirred in a queer, flickering flight to a bough a dozen yards farther off, and then it clodted again. Ah, well, thought Somers, life is so big and has such huge anti-worlds of gray twilight. How can one care about anything in particular? He went home again and had forgotten the quarrel and forgotten marriage or revolutions or anything, drifted away into the gray pre-world where men didn't have emotions, and personal consciousness, but were shadowy like trees, and on the whole silent, with numb brains and slow limbs and a great indifference. But Harriet was waiting for him rather wistful, and loving him rather quiveringly, and yet even in the quiver of her passion with some of this indifference, this twilight indifference of the fern world. Jack and Victoria came for the weekend, and Somers and Calcutt met in a much nearer sympathy than they had ever known before. Victoria was always thrilled and fascinated by both the Somers. They had an inexhaustible fascination for her. The tones of their voices, their manner, their way with each other. She could not understand the strange sureness they had in themselves, the sureness of what they were saying or going to say, the sureness of what they were feeling. For herself, her words fluttered out of her without her direct control, and her feelings fluttered in her the same. She was one perpetually agitated dovecot of words and emotions, always trying consciously to find herself amid the whirl, and never quite succeeding. She thought someone might tell her, whereas the Somers had an unconscious sureness, something that seemed really royal to her. But she had in the last issue the twilight indifference of the fern world, only she still quivered for the light. Poor Victoria! She clung to Jack's arm, vibrating, always needing to vibrate outwards, and he seemed to become more Australian and apathetic every week. The great indifference, the darkness of the fern world, upon his mind. Then spurts of energy, spurts of sudden violent desire, spurts of gambling excitement, but the mind in a kind of twilight sleep. He made no more appeals. He was just static and quite gentle. Even at table he was half oblivious of the presence of the other people. Then Victoria would poke him with her elbow, poke him hard into consciousness, and bring back the lively Jack that the Somers had first known. Strange that the torpor had come on him so completely of late. Yet there was a queer light in his eyes, as if he might do something dangerous, and when he was once talking he was perfectly logical and showed surprising calm common sense. When he was discussing or criticizing he seemed so unusually sane as to be peculiar, like a man in his sleep. Just outside the station was the football field, and Mullumbimby was playing Wollondindy. Mullumbimby in royal blue and Wollondindy in rather faded red. Along the roadside buggies and motor cars were pulled up, the ponies were taken out of harness and left to feed on the roadside grass. 2 riders sat on horseback to survey the scene. And under the flowering coral trees with their sharp red cockatoo flowers stood men in their best clothes smoking pipes, or men in their best clothes squatting on the fence, and lasses mingling in or strolling past in white silk stockinette frocks, or pink crepe de chine or muslin. Just like prostitutes arm in arm strolled the lasses, airing themselves and their pronounced hips, and the men apathetically took no notice but watched the field. This scene was too much for Jack Calcutt. Somers or no Somers, he must be there. So there he stood in his best clothes and a cream velour hat, and a short pipe, staring with his long, naked Australian face, impassive. On the field, the Blues and the Reds darted madly about, like strange bird creatures rather than men. They were mostly blond, with hefty legs, and with prominent round buttocks that worked madly inside the little white cotton shorts. And Jack, with his dark eyes, watched as if it was doomsday. Occasionally, the tail end of a smile would cross his face. Occasionally, he would take his pipe stem from his mouth and give a bright look into vacancy and say, "See that?" Heaven knows what it was that he saw, the game, the skill. Yes, but more the motion, the wild combative motion, and most of all fate. Fate had a fascination for him. It was the only real point of curiosity left in him. How would chance work things out? Chance. Now then, how would chance settle it? Even the football field, with its widely scurrying blues and bits of red, was only a frenzied shuffling of fate, with men for the instruments. The living instruments of fate. And how would it work out? How would it work out? He could have stood there, static, with his little pipe, till doomsday, waiting for fate to settle it. The wild scurrying motion and the jumps in the air, of course, made his heart beat faster. Towards the close, one of the chaps got a kick in the jaw and was knocked out. They couldn't finish the game. Hard lines. Jack was a queer sight to Somers when he was in this brightly vacant mood, not a man at all, but a chance thing, gazing spellbound on the evolutions of chance. And in this state, this very Australian state, you could hardly get a word out of him. Or when he broke into a little volley of speech, you listened with wonder to the noise of it, as if a weird animal had suddenly given voice. The indifference, the marvelous bedrock indifference, not the static fatalism of the East, but an indifference based on real recklessness, an indifference with a deep flow of loose energy beneath it, ready to break out like a geyser, ready to break into a kind of frenzy, a berserk frenzy, running amok in wild generosity, or still more wild smashing up. The wild joy in letting loose in a smash-up. But will he ever let loose? Or will the static patience settle deeper and the fern twilight altogether envelop him? The slow transmutation. What does today matter, or this country? Time is so huge, and in Australia the next step back is to the fern age. The township looked its queerest as dusk fell. Then the odd electric lights shone at rather wide intervals. The wide, unmade roads of rutted earth seemed to belong again to the wild, in the semi-dark, and the low bungalows with the doors open and the light showing seemed like shacks in the wilderness, a settlement in the fierce gloom of the wilderness. Then youths dashed fiercely on horseback down the soft roads, standing in the stirrups and crouching over the neck of the thin, queer brown racehorses that sprinted along like ghosts, and the young baker, in emulation, dashed through the village on his cream pony. A collier who had been staying somewhere cantered stiffly away into the dark on a pony like a rocking horse. Young maidens in cotton dresses stood at the little rail gates of their bungalow homes, talking to young men in a buggy, or to a young man on foot, or to the last tradesman's cart, or to youths who were strolling past. It was evening and the intense dusk of the far-off land, and white folks peering out of the dusk almost like aborigines. The far-off land, just as far off when you are in it. Nay, then furthest off. The evening came very dark, with lightning playing pallid in the southeast over the sea. There was nothing to be done with Jack but to play draughts with him. He wasn't in a real sporting mood, so he let himself be beaten even at draughts. When he was in a sporting mood, he could cast a spell of confusion over Somers and win every time, with a sort of gloating. But when he wasn't in a sporting mood, he would shove up his men recklessly and lose them. He didn't care. He just leaned back and stretched himself in that intense physical way which Somers thought just a trifle less than human. The man was all body, a strong body full of energy like a machine that has got steam up but is inactive. He had no mind, no spirit, no soul, just a tense, inactive body and an eye rather glazed and a trifle bloodshot. The old psyche slowly disintegrating. Meanwhile, Victoria, in a thrill of nervous excitement and exaltation, was talking Europe with Harriet. Victoria was just the opposite of Jack, She was all a quiver of excited consciousness, to know, to see, to realize. She would almost have done anything to be able to look at life, look at the inside of it, see it in its intimacy. She had had wild ideas of being a stewardess on a boat, a chambermaid in a hotel, a waitress in a good restaurant, a hospital nurse, anything, so that she could see the intimacies, touch the private mysteries. To travel seemed to her the great desirable, to go to Europe and India and see it all. She loved Australia, loved it far more quiveringly and excitedly than he. But it wasn't Australia that fascinated her. It was the secret intimacies of life, and what other folks felt. That strange and aboriginal indifference that was bottommost in him seemed like a dynamo in her. She fluttered in the air like a loose live nerve, a nerve of the sympathetic system. She was all sympathetic drive, and he was nearly all check. He sat there apathetic, nothing but body and solid, steady, physical indifference. He did not oppose her at all, or go counter to her. He was just the heavy opposite pole of her energy. And of course she belonged to him as one pole belongs to the other pole in a circuit. And he would stretch his body continuously, but he would not go to bed, though Somers suggested it. No, there he sat. So Somers joined in the more exciting conversation of the women, and Jack sat solidly there. Whether he listened or whether he didn't, who knows? The aboriginal sympathetic apathy was upon him. He was like some creature that has lost its soul and simply stares. The morning was one of the loveliest Australian mornings, perfectly golden, all the air pure gold, the great gold effulgence to seaward, and the pure, cold, pale blue inland over the dark range. The wind was blowing from inland. The sea was quiet as a purring cat with white paws, becoming darkish green-blue flecked with innumerable white flecks like rain spots splashing the surface of a pool. The horizon was a clear and hard and dark sea against an almost white sky, but from far behind the horizon showed the mirage-magic tops of haze, gold-white clouds that seemed as if they indicated the far Pacific Isles. Though it was cold, Jack was about sauntering in his shirt-sleeves with his waistcoat open and his hands in his pockets, rather to the vexation of Victoria. "Pull yourself together, Jack dear, do. Put your collar and tie on," she coaxed him, fondling him. "In a minute," he said. The indifference, the fern-dark indifference of this remote golden Australia. Not to care, from the bottom of one's soul not to care. Overpowered in the twilight of fern adore, just to keep enough grip to run the machinery of the day, and beyond that to let yourself drift, not to think or strain or make any effort to consciousness whatsoever. That was Jack sauntering down there in his shirt sleeves with his waistcoat open showing his white shirt, his strong neck bare, sauntering with his hands in his pocket beside Somers at the water's edge. Somers wore a dark flannel jacket, and his necktie hung dark and broke the intimacy of the white shirt breast. The two women stood on the cliff, the low bushy cliff, looking down. Harriet was in a plain dress of dark-colored purplish and brown, hand-woven stuff of cotton and silk mixture, with old silver lace round the collar. Victoria in a pale green knitted dress. So they stood in the morning light, watching the men on the fawn-colored sand by the sea fringe, waiting to wave when they looked up. Jack looked up first. The two women cooeed and waved. He took his pipe from his mouth and held it high in his hand in answer, a strange signal. The pale green wisp of Victoria in the sky was part of his landscape, but the darker figure of Harriet had for some reason a menace to him up there. He suddenly felt as if he were down below. He suddenly realized the need to bethink himself. He turned to Somers, looking down and saying in his peculiar Australian tone, "Well, I suppose we'd better be going up." The curious note of obedience in the manly twang. Victoria made him put on coat and collar and tie for breakfast. "Yes, dear, come on. I'll tie your tie for you." "I suppose a man was born to give in," said he, with laconic good humor and obstinacy. But he was a little uneasy. He realized the need to gather himself together. "You get like the rest of them," Victoria scolded him in a coaxing tone. You used to be so smart, and you promised me you'd never go slack like they all are. Didn't you, you bad boy?" "I forget," said he. But nevertheless the constraint of breakfast pulled him up, because Harriet really disapproved, and he didn't know what was inside that rose and brown purple cloud of her, the ancient judgment of the old world. So he gathered himself somewhat together. But he was so far fern-lost from the old world. "My God," thought Somers, "these are the men Kangaroo wants to build up a new state with." End of Chapter 10, Diggers, Part 1. Recording by Cries, Youngstown. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10, Diggers, Part 2. After breakfast, Somers got Jack to talk about Kangaroo and his plans. He heard again all about the diggers' clubs, nearly all soldiers and sailors who had been in the war, but not restricted to these. They had started like any other social club: games, athletics, lectures, readings, discussions, debates. No gambling, no drink, no class or party distinction. The clubs were still chiefly athletics, but not sporting. They went in for boxing, wrestling, fencing, and knife-throwing, and revolver practice. But they had swimming and rowing squads and rifle ranges for rifle practice, and they had regular military training. The colonel who planned out the military training was a clever chap. The men were grouped in little squads of 20, each with sergeant and corporal. Each of these 20 was trained to act like a scout independently, though the squad worked in absolute unison among themselves and were pledged to absolute obedience of higher commands. These commands, however, left most of the devising and method of execution of the job in hand to the squad itself. In New South Wales, the Maggies, as these private squads were called, numbered already about 1,400, all perfectly trained and equipped. They had a distinctive badge of their own, a white, broad-brimmed felt hat, like the ordinary cocky military hat, but white, and with a tuft of white feathers. "Because," said Ennis, the colonel, "we're the only ones that can afford to show the white feather." These Maggies, probably from magpies, because Colonel Ennis used to wear white riding breeches and black gaiters, and a black jacket and a white stock, with his white hat, were the core and heart of the digger movement. But Kangaroo had slaved at the other half of the business, the mental side. He did want his men to grip onto the problem of the future of Australia. He had insisted on attendance at debates and discussions. Australia and the world, Australia and the future. White Australia, Australia and the Reds, class feeling in Australia, politics in Australia, Australians and work. What is democracy? What is an Australian? What do our politicians do for Australia? What our state parliament does for us? What our federal parliament does for us? What side of the Australian does parliament represent? Is parliament necessary to democracy? What is wrong with Soviet rule? Do we want a statesman or do we want a leader? What kind of leader do we want? What aim have we in view? Are we Australians? Are we democratic? Do we believe in ourselves? So the debates had been going on for a year and a half now. These debates were for club members only, and each club numbered only 50 members. Every member was asked to take part in the debates, and a memorandum was kept of each meeting. Then there were monthly united gatherings of 5 or 6 or more clubs together, and occasionally a mass meeting at which Kangaroo spoke. All this went on in the open and roused some comment in the press. At first a great deal of praise, later some suspicion and considerable antagonism, both from conservatives and labor. Ben Cooley was supposed to be working himself in as a future prime minister with a party behind him that would make him absolute, a dictator. As soon as one paper came out with this alarm, and opponents sneered and pooh-poohed, and spoke of the Reds lounging about, a fearful menace, in Sydney, and recalled the reigns of terror in Paris and in Petrograd. Was another reign of terror preparing for Sydney? Was a bloodthirsty Robespierre or a ruthless Lenin awaiting his moment? Would responsible citizens be lynched in Martin Place, and dauntless citizenesses thrown into the harbor when the fatal hour struck? Whereupon a loud burst from the press, were we to be alarmed by the knock-kneed, loudest socialist gang that hung around Canberra House? These gentry could hardly kill the vermin in their own clothing, not to speak of lynching in Martin Place, whereas the Maggies were a set of efficient, well-armed, and no doubt unscrupulous tools of still more designing and unscrupulous masters. If we had to choose between Napoleon in the shape of Ben Cooley or Lenin in the lack of shape of Willie Struthers, we should be hard put to it to know which was worse. Whereupon a fierce blast about our returned heroes and the white-livered skulkers who had got themselves soft jobs as coast watchers, watching that the sharks didn't nibble the rocks, and now dared lift their dishonorable croaks against the revered name of Digger. And a ferocious Russian from labor, which didn't see much Napoleon in Ben Cooley, except a belly and the knack of filling his pockets. Napoleon, though but a Dago and not a Jew, had filled one of the longest pockets Europe had ever emptied herself into, so where would poor little Australia be when the sham kangaroo, with the help of the magpies, which were indeed strictly butcher birds, started to coin her into shekels? Then the boom died down, but the Digger clubs had grown immensely on the strength of it. There were now more than 100 clubs in New South Wales, and nearly as many in Victoria. The chief in Victoria was a smart chap, a mining expert. They called him the Emu to match Kangaroo on the Australian coat of arms. He would be the Trotsky to the new Lenin, for he was a born handler of men. He had been a lieutenant colonel in the war, a very smart soldier, and there had been a great cry to keep him on for the defense force. But he had got the shove from government, so he cleared out and went back to his mining. But every club had its own committee, and this committee was composed of 5 or 6 of the best, surest members, sworn into secrecy and to absolute obedience to any decision. Each club committee handled every question of development, and the master and the teller went to section meetings. A section consisted of 10 clubs. A decision at a section meeting was carried to the state meeting, where the chief of the state always had the ruling vote. Once a decision was passed, it became a law for all members, embodied in the person of the chief, and interpreted by him unquestioned save by his lieutenant, the chief of all the secretaries or tellers. The public members of the clubs were initiated into no secrets. The most important questions were discussed only among the chiefs. More general secrets were debated at the section meetings. That is, the great bulk of the members gave only their allegiance and their spirit of sympathy. The masters and chiefs carefully watched the response to all propositions at all open discussions. They carefully fostered the feelings that they wished for, or which they were instructed to encourage. When the right feeling was arrived at, presumably, then the secret members started the discussion of propositions proposed from above. A secret member was allowed to make a proposition also, and the list was read over at the section meetings. But the Jack, the chief of the tellers, had right of absolute veto. Somers could not get it very clear from Jack Calcott's description, but it seemed to him as if all the principal ideas originated with the chief, went round the circuit of the clubs, disguised as general topics for debate, and returned as confirmed principles via the section meetings and the state meetings. All the debates had been a slow, deliberate crystallizing of a few dominant ideas in all the members. In the actual putting into practice of any principle, the chief was an autocrat, though he might, if he chose, send his propositions to the section meetings and the state meetings for criticism and amendment. "What I feel," said Somers to Jack, "is that the bulk of you just don't care what the chief does so long as he does something." "Oh, we don't lose our sleep at nights. If he likes to be the boss, let him do the thinking. We know he's our man, and so we'll follow him. We can't all be Peter and Paul and know all about it." You just feel he's your man? Oh, we do. But supposing you go in and win, and he's the boss of Australia, shall you still leave things to him? Jack thought lazily for a time. I should think so, he replied with a queer, mistrustful tone. And Somers felt again so distinctly that they were doing it all just in order to have something to do, to put a spoke in the wheel of their present bosses, to make a change, just temporary. There would be a change, and that was what they wanted. There was all the time the excitement. Damn the consequences. You don't think it would be as well to have a Soviet and Willie Struthers? No, I don't, said Jack in a thin, sharp voice. I don't want to be bullied by any damned red international labor. I don't want to be kissing and hugging a lot of foreign labor tripe, niggers and what the hell. I'd rather have the British Empire 10,000 times over, and that bed's a bit too wide and too many in it for me. I don't like sleeping with a lot of neighbors, but when it comes to going to bed with a crowd of niggers and dagos in an international labor combine, with a pair of red sheets so that the dirt won't show, I'm absolutely sure I won't have it. That's why I like Kangaroo. We shall be just cozy and Australian, with a boss like a father who gets up first in the morning and locks up at night before you go to bed. And who will stop in the Empire? Oh, I suppose so, but he won't be asking even the British to go to bed with him. He knows the difference between Australia and the rest of the Empire. The Empire's like a lot of lock-up shops that you do your trade in. But I know Kangaroo well enough to know he's not mixing his family in. He'll keep Australia close and cozy. That's what I want, and that's what we all want when we're in our senses and aren't bitten into spots by the red international bug. Somers then mentioned Jazz's proposition of a red revolution first. I know, said Jack. It may be so. He's one of your sly, crawling devils, Jazz is, and that seems to be the road nowadays. I wouldn't mind egging the Reds in and then slapping them clean out into nowhere. I wouldn't mind at all. But I'm bound to follow Kangaroo's orders, so I'm not bothering my chump over Jazz's boodle. You don't care which way it happens? Jack looked at him sideways, like the funny bird. No, he said, with an Australian drawl, so long as it does happen. I don't like things as they are, and I don't feel safe about them. I don't mean I want to feel safe as if nothing would ever happen. There's some sorts of sport and risk that you enjoy, and there's others you hate the thought of. Now I hate the thought of being bossed and messed about by the old country, or by Jew capitalists and bankers, or by a lot of labor bullies or a Soviet. There's no fun in that sort of sport to me, unless you can jolly well wipe the bleeders out afterwards. And I don't altogether want the mills of the British Empire to go grinding slowly on, and yourself compelled to do nothing but grind slowly with them. It's too much of a sameness altogether, and not as much sport as a Tin Lizzie. We're too much mixed up with other folks' business. What's absolutely no fun for us. No, what I want is a cozy, lively little Australia, away from all this blooming world boost. I've no use for a lot of people across a lot of miles of sea nudging me while I handle my knife and fork. Leave us Australians to ourselves. We shall manage. They were interrupted by Harriet calling for Somers to come and rescue the tea towel from the horns of a cow who had calmly scrambled through the fence onto their grass. Somers was used to the cow. She had scrambled through the cooey fence long before the Somers had ever walked through the gate, so she looked on them as mild intruders. He was quite friendly with her. She ate the pumpkin rind and apple parings from his hand. Now she looked at him half guiltily out of one eye, the kitchen towel hanging over the other eye. She took it quite calmly, but had a disreputable appearance. "Come here," said he. "Come here and have it taken off. Of course you had to poke your head into the bush if you thought there was a towel on it." She came mildly up and held her head while he disentangled the towel from her horns. Then she went calmly on, snuffing at the short bitten grass for another mouthful, and twitching leaves off the stunted bushes. So they were, the cows, so unafraid. In Cornwall, Harriet said, the cows had always sniffed in when she came near, and then breathed out heavily, "Nuh, nuh," as if they did not like the smell of human beings, breathing out against her and backing. And they had scared her. But these cows didn't do that. They seemed so calm. They fed over all the bush, the unoccupied grassy lots above the sea, among the unbuilt streets, and they pushed in among the trees and bushes where the creek came in. And then at dusk a boy would come on a cream-colored pony riding round and driving them in, scaring a sort of crane or heron bird from the still waters of the marshy creek edge. Then the cows walked or trotted placidly home, so unconcerned, and the bird with the great arched gray wings flapped in a low circle round, then settled again a yard or two from where she was before. So unconcerned. Somers had noticed a pair of fishing birds by the creek, queer objects nearly as big as ducks, perched at the extremity of a dead gum tree above the water. They flew away at his coming, but while he stood looking, they circled with their longish necks stretched out, and their wings sharply flicking in the high air. Then one returned and sat again on the tree, and the other perched on another dead tree. The near one looked sideways at him. "Yes, I'm here," he said aloud. Whereupon she did the inevitable, turned her back on him, and he no longer existed for her. These ostriches needed no sand. She so far forgot him as to turn sideways to him again, so he had her in profile, clutched gray like an old knot at the tip of the stark, dead, gray tree. And there she performed queer corkscrew exercises with her neck in the air. Whether it was she getting down a last fishbone in her gizzard, or whether she was merely asserting herself in the upper air, he could not tell. "What a fool you look," he said aloud to her. Then away the birds rose, and he saw a seedy elderly man in black, in a long-skirted black coat like a cast-off Methodist parson, spying at him furtively from behind the bushes on the other side of the creek. This parson-looking weed carried a gun and was shooting heaven knows what. He thought Richard Lovat a very suspicious bird, and Richard Lovat thought him the last word in human weeds. So our young man turned away to the sands, where the afternoon sea had gone a very dark blue. Another human weed with a very thin neck and a very red face sat on the sand ridge up which the foam edge swished, his feet wide apart, facing the ocean and tending a line which he had in some way managed to cast out into the low surf. An urchin, barefoot, was pottering round in silence like a sandpiper. The elderly one made unintelligible noises as Somers approached. The latter realized it meant he was not to catch with his foot the line, which reached out behind the thin fisherman, covered with sand. So he stepped over it. The brown barefoot urchin pottered round unheeding. He did not even look up when the elder made more unintelligible sounds to him. "My father is a fisherman." "Oh, a fisherman." "Yes, a fisherman. He catches all the fish he can." Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays were the library nights. When you had crossed the iron footbridge over the railway, you came to a big wooden building with a corrugated iron roof, standing forlorn at an unmade corner, like the fag end of the village. But the village was an agglomeration of fag ends. This building might have been a temporary chapel as you came at it from the back, but in front it was labeled Pictoria, so it was a cinema. But there was also a black board with gilt letters like a chapel notice board, which said School of Arts Library, and the Pictoria had a sort of little wing, all wood, like a little schoolroom. And in one section of this wing was the School of Arts Library, which the Somers had joined. 4 rows of novels, the top now 100 or more thin books, all Nat Gold or Zane Grey. The young women came for Zane Grey. "Oh, the Maid of Mudgee is a lovely thing, lovely," a young woman was pronouncing from the top of the broken chair which served as stool to give access to this top row. "Yavin, got a new Zane Grey, have yer?" She spoke in these tones of unmitigated intimacy to the white-mustached librarian. One would have thought he was her dear old dad. Then came a young railway man who had heard there was a new Nat Gold. "But," said Somers, as he and Harriet went off with a Mary E. Mann and a George A. Birmingham, "I don't wonder they can't read English books, or only want Nat Gold. All the scruples and the emotions and the regrets in English novels do seem a waste of time out here." "I suppose," said Harriet, "if you don't have any inside life of your own, it must seem a waste of time. But look at it, look. The object she bade him look at was a bone of contention between them. She wanted to give £5 to have 4 posts and an iron chain put round it, and perhaps a bit of grass sowed inside the enclosure. He declared that they'd probably charge £10 for the chain alone, since it was Australia, and let it alone. It was of a piece with the rest. But Harriet said she couldn't leave the place till she'd had something done to it. He said she was an interfering female. The object was a memorial to the fallen soldiers. It was really a quite attractive little monument, a statue in pale, fawnish stone, of a Tommy standing at ease, with his gun down at his side, wearing his puttees and his turned-up felt hat. The statue itself was about life-size, but standing just overhead on a tall pedestal, it looked small and stiff and rather touching. The pedestal was in very nice proportion, and had at eye level white inlet slabs between little columns of gray granite, bearing the names of the fallen on one slab in small black letters, and on the other slabs the names of all the men who served. God bless them. The fallen had "Lest we forget" for a motto. Carved on the bottom step it said, "Unveiled by Granny Cries," a real township monument bearing the names of everybody possible. The fallen, all those who donned khaki, the people who presented it, and Granny Cries, wonderfully in keeping with the place and its people, naive but quite attractive, with the stiff, pallid, delicate, fawn-colored soldier standing forever stiff and pathetic. But there it stood a few yards from the corner of the corrugated Victoria, at the corner of the fag end road to the station, like an old milk can someone had set down and forgotten, or a brand new milk can. Old rags of paper littered the ground at the base, with an old tin or two. A little further back was a German machine gun, also looking as if it had been scrapped and forgotten. Standing there with its big metal screen flap, it looked exotic, a thing of some higher culture, demoniac and fallen. Harriet was dying to rescue the forlorn monument that seemed as if it had been left there in the bustle of removal. She wanted to enclose it, but he said, leave it, they don't like things enclosed. She still had in her mind's eye an Australia with beautiful manorial farmhouses and dainty, perfect villages. She never acquiesced in the uncreatedness of the new country, the rawness, the slovenliness. It seemed to her comical, for instance, that no woman in Australia would carry a basket. Harriet went shopping as usual with her pretty straw basket in the village, but she felt that the women remarked on it. Only then did she notice that everybody carried a suitcase in this discreet country. The fat old woman who came to the door with a suitcase must, she thought, be a visitor coming to the wrong house. But no, did she want a cabbage? In the suitcase, 2 cabbages and half a pumpkin. A little girl goes to the dairy for 6 eggs and half a pound of butter with a small, elegant suitcase. Nay, a child of 3 toddled with a little 6-inch suitcase containing, as Harriet had occasion to see, 2 buns because the suitcase flew open and the 2 buns rolled out. Australian suitcases were always flying open and discharging groceries or a skinned rabbit or 3 bottles of beer. One had the impression that everybody was perpetually going away for the weekend with a suitcase. Not so at all, just a new country bit of convention. Ah, a new country. The cabbage, for example, cost 10 pence in the normal course of things, and a cauliflower a shilling. And the tradesmen's carts flew round in the wilderness delivering goods. There isn't much newness in man, whatever the country. That old aeroplane that had lain broken down in a field, it was nowadays always staggering in the low air just above the surf, past the front of Kui, and lurching down onto the sands of the town beach. There, in the cold wind, a forlorn group of men and boys round the aeroplane, the sea washing near, the marsh of the creek desolate behind. Then a passenger mounted, and men shoving the great insect of a thing along the sand to get it started. It buzzed venomously into the air, looking very unsafe and wanting to fall in the sea. Yes, he's carrying passengers. Oh, quite a fair trade, 35 shillings a time. Yes, it seems a lot, but he has to make his money while he can. No, I've not been up myself, but my boy has. No, you see, there was 4 boys and they had a sweepstake, 8 and 6 apiece, and my boy won. He's just 11. Yes, he liked it, but they was only up about 4 minutes. I timed them myself. Well, you know, it's hardly worth it. But he gets plenty to go. I heard he made over £40 on Whit Monday, here on this beach. It seems to me, though, he favors some more than others. There's some he flies round with for 10 minutes, and that last chap now, I'm sure he wasn't up a second more than 3 minutes. No, not quite fair. Yes, he's a man from Bully. Was a flying man all through the war. Now he's got this machine of his own. He's quite right to make something for himself if he can. No, I don't know that he has any license or anything. But a chap like that who went through the war, why, who's going to interfere with his doing the best for himself? End of Chapter 10, Kangaroo, Part 2. Recorded by Cries, Youngstown.
Chapter 11, Part 1 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 11, Willie Struthers and Kangaroo, Part 1 of 2. Jas took Somers to the famous Canberra House in Sydney, where the Socialist and Labour people had their premises, offices, meeting rooms, club rooms, quite an establishment. There was a lively feeling about the place, in spite of various down-at-the-heel malcontents who stood about in the passage and outside on the pavement, a business-like air. The 2 men were conducted into an inner room where a man sat at a desk. He was very dark, red-faced and thin, with deep lines in his face, a tight-shut, receding mouth, and black, burning eyes. He reminded Somers of the portraits of Abraham Lincoln, the same sunken cheeks and deep cadaverous lines and big black eyes. But this man, Willie Struthers, lacked that look of humor and almost of sweetness that one can find in Abraham Lincoln's portraits. Instead, he was suspicious and seemed as if he were brooding an inner wrong. He was a born Australian, had knocked about the continent, and spent many years in the goldfields. According to report, he was just comfortably well off, not rich. He looked rather shabby, seedy. His clothes had that look as if he had just thrown them on his back after picking them off the floor, and one of his thin shoulders was noticeably higher than the other. But he was a distinct Australian type, thin, hollow-cheeked, with a brightish, brittle red skin on his face, and big, dark, incensed-looking eyes. He nodded to the 2 men as they entered, but did not speak nor rise from the desk. "This is Mr. Somers," said Jas. "You've read his book on democracy." "Yes, I've read it," said Struthers. "Take a seat." He spoke with a pronounced Australian accent, a bad Cockney. He stared at Somers for a few seconds, then looked away. He asked the usual questions, how Richard liked Australia, how long he had been there, how long he thought of staying. The 2 didn't get into any easy harmony. Then he began to put a few shrewd questions concerning the fascisti and socialisti in Italy, the appropriation of the land by the peasants, and so on. Then about Germany, the actual temper of the working people, the quality of their patriotism since the war, and so on. "You understand," said Somers, "I don't pretend to give anything but personal impressions. I have no claim to knowledge whatever." "That's all right, Mr. Somers. I want your impressions. What they call knowledge is like any other currency. It's liable to depreciate. Sound, valuable knowledge today may not be worth the paper it's printed on tomorrow, like the Australian krone. We're no slaves to facts. Give us your impressions." He spoke with a peculiar kind of bitterness that showed passion, too. They talked about Europe for some time, The man could listen with his black eyes, too, watchful, always watchful, as if he expected some bird to fly suddenly out of the speaker's face. He was well informed, and seemed to weigh and judge everything he heard as he heard it. Why, when I left Europe, it seemed to me socialism was losing ground everywhere, in Italy especially. In 1920, it was quite a living, exciting thing in Italy. It made people insolent usually, but it lifted them up as well. Then it sort of fizzled down, and last year there was only the smoke of it, and a nasty sort of disappointment and disillusion, a grating sort of irritation. Florence, Siena, hateful. The fascisti risen up and taking on airs, and all just out of some sort of spite. The Dante Festival at Florence, and the king there, for example. Just set your teeth on edge, with their Savoia all false and out of spite. And what do you attribute that to, Mr. Somers? Why, I think the socialists don't quite believe in their own socialism, so everybody felt let down. In Italy, particularly, it seemed to me they were on the brink of a revolution, and the king was ready to abdicate, and the church was ready to make away with its possessions. I know that. Everything ready for a flight, and then the socialists funked. They just funked. They daren't make a revolution, because then they'd be responsible for the country, and they daren't. And so the fascisti, seeing the socialists in a funk, got up and began to try to kick their behinds. Mr. Struthers nodded his head slowly. I suppose that is so, he said. I suppose that's what it amounts to. They didn't believe in what they were doing. But then they're a childish, excitable people with no stability. It seems to me socialism hasn't got the spark in it to make a revolution. Not in any country. It hasn't got the spunk either. There's no spunk in it. What is there any spunk in? Asked the other man, a sort of bitter fire corroding in his eyes. Where do you find any spunk? Oh, nowhere, said Richard. There was a silence. Struthers looked out of the window as if he didn't know what to say next, and he played irritably with the blotter on the desk with his right hand. Richard also sat uncomfortably silent. Nowhere any spunk, said Struthers in his flat metallic voice. No, said Richard, and again the uncomfortable silence. There was plenty of spunk in the war, said Struthers. Well, sort of, and because they felt they had to, not from choice. And mayn't they feel they have to again? Said Struthers, smiling rather grimly. The two men eyed one another. What'll make them? Asked Richard. Oh, circumstances. Ah, well, if circumstances. Richard was almost rude. I know if it was a question of war, the majority of returned soldiers would join up in a month, in a week. You hear it over and over again from the diggers here. The war was the only time they ever felt properly alive. But then they moved because they hated the Germans, self-righteously hated them, and they can't quite bring it off to hate the capitalists with a self-righteous hate. They don't hate them. They know that if they themselves got a chance to make a pile of money and be capitalists, they'd jump at it. You can't work up a hate except on fear, and they don't fear the capitalists, and you can't make them. The most they'll do is sneer about them. Struthers still fidgeted with the blotter, with his thin, very red, hairy hand, and abstractedly stared at the desk in front of him. And what does all this mean in your estimation, Mr. Somers? He asked dryly, looking nervously up. That you'll never get them to act. You'll never get Labor or any of the socialists to make a revolution. They just won't act. Only the anarchists might, and they're too few. I'm afraid they are growing more. Are they? Of that I know nothing. I should have thought they were growing fewer. Mr. Struthers did not seem to hear this. At least he did not answer. He sat with his head dropped, fingering the blotter, rather like a boy who is being told things he hates to hear, but which he doesn't deny. At last he looked up, and the fighting look was in the front of his eyes. "It may be as you say, Mr. Somers," he replied. "Men may not be ready yet for a great change. That does not make the change any less inevitable. It's coming, and it's got to come. If it isn't here today, it will be here next century at least. Whatever you may say, the socialistic and communal ideal is a great ideal, which will be fulfilled when men are ready. We aren't impatient. If revolution seems to be a premature jump, and perhaps it does, then we can go on step by step towards where we intend to arrive at last, and that is state ownership and international labor control. The General Confederation of Labor, as perhaps you know, does not aim at immediate revolutions. It wants to make the great revolution by degrees, step by step, by winning political victories in each country, by having new laws passed by our insistence. We intend to advance more slowly, but more surely toward the goal we have in sight. Now, Mr. Somers, you are no believer in capitalism and in this industrial system as we have it. If I judge you correctly from your writings, you are no lover of the great washed middle class. They are more than washed, they are washed out. And I think in your writings you say as much. You want a new spirit in society, a new bond between men. You want a new bond between men. Well, so do I, so do we. We realize that if we are going to go ahead, we need first and foremost solidarity. Where we fail in our present position is in our lack of solidarity. And how are we to get it? You suggest us the answer in your writings. We must have a new bond between men, the bond of a real brotherhood. And why don't we find that bond sufficiently among us? Because we have been brought up from childhood to mistrust ourselves and to mistrust each other. We have been brought up in a kind of fetish worship. We are like tribes of savages with their witch doctors. And who are our witch doctors, our medicine men? Why, they are professors of science and professors of medicine and professors of law and professors of religion, all of whom thump on their tom-tom drums and overawe us and take us in. And they take us in with the clever cry, "Listen to us, and you will get on. Get on, get on. You will rise up into the middle class and become one of the great washed." The trick of this, only educated men like yourself see through. The working man can't see through it. He can't see that. For everyone that gets on, you must have 500 people, fresh slavers and toilers, to produce the graft. Tempt all men to get on, and it's like holding a carrot in front of 5,000 asses all harnessed to your machine. One ass gets the carrot, and all the others have done your pulling for you. Now what we want is a new bond between fellow men. We've got to knock down the middle-class fetish and the middle-class medicine man. But you've got to build up as you knock down. You've got to build up the real fellow feeling between fellow men. You've got to teach us working men to trust one another, absolutely trust one another, and to take all our trust away from the great washed and their medicine men who bleed us like leeches. Let us mistrust them, but let us trust one another. First and foremost, let us trust one another, we working men. Now, Mr. Somers, you are a working man's son. You know what I'm talking about. Isn't it right, what I say, and isn't it feasible? A strange glow had come into his large black eyes, something glistening and half-sweet, fixing itself on you. You felt drawn toward a strange sweetness, perhaps poisonous. Yet it touched Richard on one of his quivering strings, the latent power that is man today, to love his near mate with a passionate, absolutely trusting love. Whitman says the love of comrades. We say the mate love. He is my mate. A depth of unfathomed, unrealized love can go into that phrase. My mate is waiting for me, a man says, and turns away from wife, children, mother, and all. The love of a man for his mate. Now Richard knew what Struthers wanted. He wanted this love, this mate trust, called into consciousness and highest honor. He wanted to set it where Whitman tried to set his love of comrades. It was to be the new tie between men in the new democracy. It was to be the new passional bond in the new society, the trusting love of a man for his mate. Our society is based on the family, the love of a man for his wife and his children, or for his mother and brothers. The family is our social bedrock and limit. Whitman said the next, broader, more unselfish rock would be the love of comrades, the sacred relation of a man to his mate, his fellow man. If our society is going to develop a new great phase, developing from where we stand now, it must accept this new relationship as the new sacred social bond beyond the family. We can't make bricks without straw. That is, you can't hold together the friable mixture of modern mankind without a new cohesive principle, a new unifying passion, and this will be the new passion of a man's absolute trust in his mate, his love for his mate. Richard knew this, but he had learned something else as well. He had learned the great danger of the new passion, which as yet lay only half realized and half recognized, half effective. Human love, human trust are always perilous because they break down. The greater the love, the greater the trust, and the greater the peril, the greater the disaster. Because to place absolute trust on another human being is in itself a disaster both ways, since each human being is a ship that must sail its own course, even if it go in company with another ship. Two ships may sail together to the world's end, but lock them together in mid-ocean and try to steer both with one rudder, and they will smash one another to bits. So it is when one individual seeks absolutely to love or trust another. Absolute lovers always smash one another, absolute trusters the same. Since man has been trying absolutely to love women and women to love men, the human species has almost wrecked itself. If now we start a still further campaign of men loving and absolutely trusting each other, comrades or mates, heaven knows the horror we are laying up. And yet, love is the greatest thing between human beings, men and women, men and men, women and women, when it is love, when it happens. But when human love starts out to lock individuals together, it is just courting disaster. Man and woman love is a disaster nowadays. What a holy horror man and man love would be, mates or comrades. What is it then that is wrong? Why, human beings can't absolutely love one another. Each man does kill the thing he loves by sheer dint of loving it. Is love then just a horror in life? Ah, no. This individuality which each of us has got, and which makes him a wayward, willful, dangerous, untrustworthy quantity to every other human individual, because every individuality is bound to react at some time against every other individuality, without exception, or else lose its own integrity, because of the inevitable necessity of each individual to react away from any other individual at certain times. Human love is truly a relative thing, not an absolute. It cannot, be absolute. Yet the human heart must have an absolute. It is one of the conditions of being human. The only thing is the God who is the source of all passion. Once go down before the God passion, and human passions take their right rhythm. But human love, without the God passion, always kills the thing it loves. Man and woman virtually are killing each other with the love will now. What would it be when mates or comrades broke down in their absolute love and trust? Because without the polarized God passion to hold them stable at the center, break down they would. With no deep God, who is the source of all passion and life, to hold them separate and yet sustain in accord, the loving comrades would smash one another and smash all love, all feeling as well. It would be a rare, gruesome sight. Any more love is a hopeless thing, till we have found again, each of us for himself, the great dark God who alone will sustain us in loving one another. Till then, best not play with more fire. Richard knew this, and it came to him again powerfully under the dark eyes of Mr. Struthers. "Yes," he answered slowly, "I know what you mean. And you know I know. And it's probably your only chance of carrying socialism through. I don't really know how much it is feasible, but wait a minute, Mr. Somers. You are the man I have been waiting for, all except the but. Listen to me a moment further. You know our situation here in Australia. You know that labor is stronger here, perhaps more unopposed than in any other country in the world. We might do anything. Then why do we do nothing? You know as well as I do, because there is no real unifying principle among us. We're not together. We aren't one. And probably you never will be able to unite Australians on the wage question and the state ownership question alone. They don't care enough. It doesn't really touch them emotionally, and they need to be touched emotionally, brought together that way. Once that was done, we'd be a grand, solid, working-class people. Grand, unselfish, a real people. When wilt thou save the people, O God of Israel? When? It looks as if the God of Israel would never save them. We've got to save ourselves. Now you know quite well, Mr. Somers, we're an unstable, unreliable body today, the Labour Party here in Australia. And why? Because in the first place, we haven't got any voice. We want a voice. Think of it. We've got no real Labour newspaper in Sydney or in Australia. How can we be united? We have no voice to call us together. And why don't we have a paper of our own? Well, why? Nobody has the initiative. What would be the good over here of a grievance-airing rag like your London Daily Herald? It wouldn't be taken any more seriously than any other rag. It would have no real effect. Australians are a good bit subtler and more disillusioned than the English working classes. You can throw Australians chaff and they'll laugh at it. They may even pretend to peck it up. But all the same they know, and they're not taken in. The bulletin would soon help them out if they were. They've got a natural sarcastic turn, have the Australians. They'll do imbecile things, because one thing is pretty well as good as another to them. They don't care. Then what's the good of starting another red rag if the bull won't run at it? And this Australian bull may play about with a red rag, but it won't get his real dander up. No, you've got to give them something to appeal to the deeper man in them. That deeper man is waiting to be appealed to, and we're waiting for the right individual to come along and put the appeal to him. Now, Mr. Somers, here's your chance. I'm in a position to ask you, won't you help us bring out a sincere, constructive, socialist paper, not a grievance error, but a paper that calls to the constructive spirit in man. Deep calleth to deep, and the trouble with us here is, no one calls to our deeps. They lie there stagnant. I can't do it. I'm too grimy. It wants a deep, fresh nature, and I'm too stale. Now, Mr. Somers, you're the son of a working man. You were born of the people. You haven't turned your back on them, have you, and now that you're a well-known gentleman? No, no, said Richard, laughing at the irony. Then here is your work before you. Come and breathe the breath of life into us through the printed word. Come and take charge of a true people's paper for us. We needn't make it a daily. Make it a twice weekly, and let it appeal to the Australian, to his heart, for his heart is the right place to appeal to. Let it breathe the new air of trust and comradeship into us. We are ready for it, dying for it. Show us how to believe in one another with all our hearts. Show us that the issue isn't just the wage issue or who holds the money. It's brother love at last, on which Christ's democracy is bound to rest. It's the living people. It is man to man at last. The red face of Willie Struthers seemed to glow with fire, and his black eyes had a strange glisten as he watched Richard's face. Richard's pale, somber face showed that he was moved. There was a strange excitement, a deep, exciting vibration in the air, as if something secret were taking place. Jazz, in his corner, sat silent as a mouse, his knees wide apart, his elbows on his knees, his head dropped. Richard's eyes at length met the black, excited, glistening eyes of the other man, and he felt that something in the glisten was bearing him down, as a snake bears down a bird, himself the bird. But his heart was big within him, swollen in his breast, because in truth he did love the working people. He did know them capable of a great, generous love for one another, and he did also believe, in a way, that they were capable of building up this great church of Christ, the great beauty of a people, upon the generous passion of mate love. All this theoretical socialism, started by Jews like Marx and appealing only to the will to power of the masses, making money the whole crux, this has cruelly injured the working people of Europe. For the working people of Europe were generous by nature, and money was not their prime passion. All this political socialism, all politics in fact, have conspired to make money the only god. It has been a great treacherous conspiracy against the generous heart of the people, and that heart is betrayed, and knows it. Then can't the injury be remedied? Can't the working men be called back, man to man, to a generous opening of the heart to one another, money forgotten? Can't a new great inspiration of belief in the love of mates be breathed into the white peoples of the world, and a new day be built on this belief? It can be done. It could be done. Only the terrible stress, the strain of the hearts of men, if as human beings the whole weight of the living world is to rest on them, each man with the poles of the world resting on his heart, men would go mad. You see, stammered Richard, it needs more than a belief of men in each other. But what else is there to believe in? Quacks, medicine men, scientists, and politicians? It does need some sort of religion. Well then, the religious question is ticklish, especially here in Australia. But all the churches are established on Christ, and Christ says, love one another. Richard laughed suddenly. Ha! That makes Christ into another political agent, he said. Well then, I'm not deep enough for these matters, but surely you know how to square it with religion. Seems to me it is religion. love one another. Without a God. Well, as I say, it's Christ's teaching, and that ought to be God enough. Richard was silent, his heart heavy. It all seemed so far from the dark God he wished to serve, the God from whom the dark, sensual passion of love emanates, not only the spiritual love of Christ. He wanted men once more to refer to the sensual passion of love sacredly, to the great dark God, the ithyphalic of the first dark religions. And how could that be done when each dry little individual ego was just mechanically set against any such dark flow, such ancient submission? As, for instance, Willie Struthers at this minute. Struthers didn't mind Christ. Christ could easily be made to subserve his egoistic purposes. But the first dark ithyphalic God, whom men had once known so tremendous, Struthers had no use for him. I don't think I can do it. I don't think I have the right touch, said Richard slowly. Nay, Mr. Somers, don't you be a funker now. This is the work you were born for. Don't leave us in the lurch. I shouldn't be doing what you want me to do. Do what seems best to yourself. We'll risk it. Make your own conditions. I know as far as money goes, you won't be hard. But take the job on now. It's been waiting for you to come out here. Don't funk at the last minute. I won't promise at this minute, said Richard, rising to escape. I want to go now. I will tell you within a week. You might send me some details of your scheme for the paper, will you? And I'll think about it hard. Mr. Struthers watched him as if he would read his soul. But Richard wasn't going to leave his soul read by force. Very well. I'll see you have the whole scheme of the proposal tomorrow. I don't think you'll be able to run away from it. End of Chapter 11, Willie Struthers and Kangaroo, Part 1 of 2. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 11, Willie Struthers and Kangaroo, Part 2 of 2. Richard was thankful to get out of Canberra Hall. It was like escaping from one of the medical examination rooms in the war. He and Jazz went in silence down the crowded narrow pavement of George Street towards the circular quay. Richard called at the General Post Office in Martin Place. As he came out again and stood on the steps folding the stamps he had bought, seeing the sun down Pitt Street, the people hurrying, the flowers at the corner, the pink spread of bulletins for sale at the corner of George Street, the hansom cabs and taxis standing peacefully in the morning shadow of the post office, suddenly the whole thing switched right away from him. He hailed a hansom. "Jazz," he said, "I want to drive around the botanical gardens and round the spit there, and I want to look at the peacocks and cockatoos." Jazz climbed in with him. "Right-o," said the cabby, hearing the order, and they clocked away up the hill to Macquarie Street. "You know, Jazz," said Richard, looking with joy at the blue harbour inlet, where the Australian fleet lay rusting to bits, with a few gay flags, "you know, Jazz, I shan't do it. I shan't do anything. I just don't care about it." "You don't?" said Jazz, with a sudden winsome smile. "I try to kid myself that I care about mankind and its destiny, and I have fits of wistful love for the working man. But at the bottom, I'm as hard as a mango nut. I don't care about them all. I don't really care about anything. No, I don't. I just don't care. So what's the good of fussing?" "Why, no," said Jazz, again with a quick smile. "I feel neither good nor bad. I feel like a fox that has gnawed his tail off and so escaped out of a trap. It seems like a trap to me, all this social business and this saving mankind. Why can't mankind save itself? It can if it wants to. I'm a fool. I neither want love nor power. I like the world, and I like to be alone in it, by myself." "What do you want, Jazz?" Richard was like a child escaped from school, escaped from his necessity to be something and to do something. They had jogged past the palm trees and the grass of the gardens, and the blue wrens had cocked their preposterous tails. They jogged to the end of the promontory under wild trees, and Richard looked at the two lobes of the harbor, blue water on either side, and another part of the town beyond. "Now, take us back to the cockatoos," he said to the cabby. Richard loved the look of Australia, that marvelous soft flower blue of the air and the sombre gray of the earth, the foliage, the brown of the low rocks, like the dull pelts of kangaroos. It had a wonder and a far-awayness, even here in the heart of Sydney. All the shibboleths of mankind are so trumpery. Australia is outside everything. "I couldn't exactly say," Jazz answered. "You've got a bit of an Australian look this morning about you," he added with a smile. "I feel Australian. I feel a new creature. But what's the outcome?" "Oh, you'll come back to caring, I should think, for the sake of having something to care about. That's what most of them do. They want to turn bushrangers for 6 months, and then they get frightened of themselves and come back and want to be good citizens." "Bushranger! But Australia's like an open door with the blue beyond. You just walk out of the world and into Australia, and it's just somewhere else. All those nations left behind in their schoolrooms fussing. Let them fuss. This is Australia, where one can't care." Jazz sat rather pale and 10 times more silent than ever. "I expect you've got yourself to reckon with, no matter where you are. That's why most Australians have to fuss about something, politics or horse racing or football, though a man can go empty in Australia if he likes, as you said yourself," replied he. "Then I'll go empty," said Richard. "What makes you fuss with Kangaroo and Struthers, Jazz?" "Me?" The smile was slow and pale. "Go into the middle of Australia and see how empty it is. You can't face emptiness long. You have to come back and do something to keep from being frightened at your own emptiness and everyone else's emptiness. It may be empty, but it's wicked, and it'll kill you if it can. Something comes out of the emptiness to kill you. You have to come back and do things with mankind to forget. It's wonderful to be empty. It's wonderful to feel this blue globe of emptiness of the Australian air. It shuts everything out," protested Richard. "You'll be an Aussie yet," smiled Jazz slowly. "Shall I regret it?" asked Richard. The eyes of the two men met. In the pale gray eyes of Jazz, something lurking like an old experienced consciousness looking across at the childish consciousness of Somers, almost compassionately, and half in mockery. "You'll change back before you regret it," he said. "Are you wise, Jazz? And am I childish?" Richard's look suddenly changed also into mockery. "If you're wise, Jazz, why do you wander around like a lost soul? Because you do." "And what takes you to Struthers if you belong to Kangaroo?" "I'm secretary for the Coal and Timber Merchants' Union," said Jazz quietly. They got out of the cab to look at the aviaries, wonderful, brilliant-colored little birds, the lovebirds self-consciously smirking. "Hello," pronounced with pure Australian cockney. "Hello, hello, 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 cocky, what do you want?" This in a more than human voice from the fine sulphur-crested cockatoo. "Hello, cocky, his thick black tongue working his narrow mouth. So absolutely human, this sound, and yet a bird's. It was startling and very funny. The two men talked to the cockatoos, fascinated and amused, for a quarter of an hour. The emu came prancing up with his alert, large, sticking-out eyes and his whiskers. An alert gentleman with the dark Australian eye, very wide awake and yet far off in the past, and a remote, alert, sharp gentleness belonging to far past twilight ages before enemies and iron weapons were perfected. A very remote, dirt-brown gentleman from the lost plains of time. The peacock, rustling his blue fireworks, seemed a sort of nouveau riche in comparison. Somers went in the evening of this memorable day to dine with Kangaroo. The other man was quiet and seemed preoccupied. "I went to Willie Struthers this morning," Somers said. Kangaroo looked at him sharply through his pince-nez. On the subtle face of Somers a small, wicked smile hovered like a half-visible flame. But it was his alive, beautiful face, and his whole person seemed magnetic. "Who took you there?" asked Kangaroo sharply. "Jazz? Jazz is a meddlesome Paddy. Well, and what then?" "I think Willie is rather a terror. I wouldn't like to have to spend my life with him. But he's shrewd, only I don't like him physically, something thin and hairy and spiderish. I don't want to touch him, but he's a force. He's something." Kangaroo looked puzzled, and his face took a heavy, stupid look. "He wouldn't want you to touch him," he barked. "He didn't offer to shake hands, did he?" "No, thank goodness," said Somers, thinking of the red, dry, thin-skinned hand. There was a hostile silence from Kangaroo. He knew that this subtle, attractive Somers, with a faint glow about him like an aura, was venomous, and yet he was helplessly attracted to him. "And what do you mean about his being something? Some more Truella?" "Perhaps. I couldn't help feeling that Struthers was shrewder than you are, in a way baser, but for that reason more likely to be effectual." Kangaroo watched Richard for a long time in silence. "I know why Truella took you there," he said sulkily. "Why?" "Oh, I know why. And what have you decided?" "Nothing." There was a long and obstinate silence. The two men were at loggerheads, and neither would make the first move. "You seem very thick with Truella," said Kangaroo at last. "Not thick," said Richard. "Celts, Cornish, Irish, they always interest me. What do you imagine is at the bottom of jazz?" "Treachery." "Oh, not only," laughed Somers. "Then why do you ask me if you know better?" "Because I don't really get to the bottom of him." "There is no bottom to get to. He's the instinctive traitor, as they all are." "Oh, surely not only that." "I see nothing else. They would like the white civilization to be trampled underfoot piecemeal, and at the same time they live on us like parasites." Kangaroo glowered fiercely. "There's something more," replied Richard. "They don't believe in our gods, in our ideals. They remember older gods, older ideals, different gods, before the Jews invented a mental Jehovah and a spiritual Christ. They are near the magic of the animal world." "Magic of the animal world?" roared Kangaroo. "What does that nonsense mean? Are you a traitor to your own human intelligence?" "All too human," smiled Richard. Kangaroo sat up very straight and looked at Somers. Somers still smiled faintly and luminously. "Why are you so easily influenced?" said Kangaroo, with a certain cold reproof. "You are like a child. I know that is part of the charm of your nature, that you are naive like a child, but sometimes you are childish rather than childlike, a perverse child." "Let me be a perverse child, then," laughed Somers, with a flash of attractive laughter at Kangaroo. It frightened the big man, this perverse mood. If Only he could have got the wicked light out of Lovat's face and brought back the fire of earnestness. And yet, as an individual, he was attracted to the little fellow now, like a moth to a candle, a great lumbering moth to a small but dangerous flame of a candle. "I'm sure it's Struthers' turn to set the world right before it's yours," Somers said. "Why are you sure?" "I don't know. I thought so when I saw him. You're too human." Kangaroo was silent and offended. "I don't think that is a final reason," he replied. "For me it is. No, I want one of the olives that the man took away. You give one such good food, one forgets deep questions in your lovely salad. Why don't you do as Jazz says and back up the Reds for the time being? Play your pawns and your bishops." "You know that a bite from a hyena means blood poisoning," said Kangaroo. "Oh, don't be solemn. You mean Willie Struthers?" "Yes, I wouldn't want to be bitten, but if you are so sure of love as an all-ruling influence, and so sure of the fidelity of the diggers through love, I should agree with Jazz. Push Struthers where he wants to go. Let him proclaim the rule of the people. Let him nationalize all industries and resources and confiscate property above a certain amount and bring the world about his ears. Then you step in like a savior. It's much easier to point to a wrecked house if you want to build something new than to persuade people to pull the house down and build it up in a better style." Kangaroo was deeply offended, mortified, yet he listened. "You are hopelessly facile, Lovat," he said gently. "In the first place, the greatest danger to the world today is anarchy, not Bolshevism. It is anarchy and unrule that are coming on us, and that is what I, as an order-loving Jew and one of the half-chosen people, do not want. I want one central principle in the world, the principle of love, the maximum of individual liberty, the minimum of human distress. Lovat, you know I am sincere, don't you?" There was a certain dignity and pathos in the question. "I do," replied Somers sincerely, "but I am tired of one central principle in the world. Anything else means chaos." "Well, there has to be chaos occasionally. And then, Rue, if you do want a benevolent, fatherly autocracy, I'm sure you'd better step in after there's been a bit of chaos." Kangaroo shook his head. "Like a wayward child, like a wayward child," he murmured. "You are not so much a fool, Lovat, that you can't see that once you break the last restraints on humanity today, it is the end. It is the end. Once burst the floodgates, and you'll never get the water back into control. Never." "Then let it distill up to heaven. I really don't care." "But, man, you are perverse. What's the matter with you?" suddenly bellowed Kangaroo. They had gone into the study for coffee. Kangaroo stood with his head dropped and his feet apart, his back to the fire, and suddenly he roared like a lion at Somers. Somers started and then laughed. "Even perversity has its points," he said. Kangaroo glowered like a massive cloud. Somers was standing staring at the Dürer etching of St. Jerome. He loved Dürer. Suddenly, with a great massive movement, Kangaroo caught the other man to his breast. "Don't, Lovat," he said in a much moved voice, pressing the slight body of the lesser man against his own big breast and body. "Don't," he said, with a convulsive tightening of his arm. Somers, squeezed so that he could hardly breathe, kept his face from Kangaroo's jacket and managed to ejaculate, "All right, let me go and I won't." "Don't thwart me," pleaded Kangaroo. "Don't, or I shall have to break all connection with you, and I love you so. I love you so. Don't be perverse and put yourself against me." He still kept Somers clasped against him, but not squeezed so hard, and Somers heard over his own head the voice speaking with a blind yearning. Not to himself, No, it was speaking over his head to the void, to the infinite, and sometimes tiresome like that. Even the words, I love you so, they made the marrow in Lovat's bones melt, but they made his heart flicker even more devilishly. It is an impertinence that he says he loves me, he thought to himself, but he did not speak, out of regard for Kangaroo's emotion, which was massive and genuine, even if Somers felt it missed his own particular self completely. In those few moments, when he was clasped to the warm, passionate body of Kangaroo, Somers' mind flew with swift thought. He doesn't love me, he thought to himself. He just turns a great general emotion on me like a tap. I feel as cold as steel in his clasp, and as separate. It is presumption he is loving me. If he was in any way really aware of me, he'd keep at the other end of the room as if I was a dangerous little animal. He wouldn't be hugging me if I were a scorpion, and I am a scorpion. So why doesn't he know it? Damn his love. He wants to force me. After a few minutes, Kangaroo dropped his arm and turned his back. He stood there, a great hulked black back. Somers thought to himself, if I were a kestrel, I'd stoop and strike him straight in the back of the neck, and he'd die. He ought to die. Then he went and sat in his chair. Kangaroo left the room. He did not come back for some time, and Lovat began to grow uncomfortable. But the devilishness in his heart continued, broken by moments of tenderness or pity or self-doubt. The gentleness was winning when Kangaroo came in again, and one look at the big, gloomy figure set the devil alert like a flame again in the other man's heart. Kangaroo took his place before the fire again, but looked aside. Of course you understand, he began in a muffled voice, that it must be one thing or the other. Either you are with me, and I feel you with me, or you cease to exist for me. Somers listened with wonder. He admired the man for his absoluteness and his strange, blind, heroic obsession. I am not really against you, am I? Said Somers, and his own heart answered, Yes, you are. You are not with me, said Kangaroo bitterly. No, said Somers slowly. Then why have you deceived me, played with me? Suddenly roared Kangaroo. I could have killed you. Don't do that, laughed Somers rather coldly. But the other did not answer. He was like a black cloud. I want to hear, said Kangaroo, your case against me. It's not a case, Kangaroo, said Richard. It's sort of instinct. Against what? Why, against your ponderousness, and against your insistence, and against the whole sticky stream of love and the hateful will to love. It's the will to love that I hate, Kangaroo. In me? In us all. I just hate it. It's a sort of syrup we have to stew in, and it's loathsome. Don't love me. Don't want to save mankind. You're so awfully general, and your love is so awfully general, as if one were only a cherry in the syrup. Don't love me. Don't want me to love you. Let's be hard, separate men. Let's understand one another deeper than love. 2 human ants, in short, said Kangaroo, and his face was yellow. No, 2 men. Let us go to the understanding that is deeper than love. Is any understanding deeper than love? Asked Kangaroo with a sneer. Why, yes, you know it is, at least between men. I'm afraid I don't know it. I know the understanding that is much less than love. If you want me to have a merely commonplace acquaintance with you, I refuse. That's all. We are neither of us capable of a quite commonplace acquaintance. Oh, yes, I am, barked Kangaroo. I'm not. But you're such a kangaroo, wanting to carry mankind in your belly pouch, cozy with its head and long ears peeping out. You sort of figure yourself a kangaroo of Judah instead of a lion of Judah. Jehovah with a great heavy tail and a belly pouch. Let's get off it and be men with the gods beyond us. I don't want to be godlike, Kangaroo. I like to know the gods beyond me. Let's start as men with the great gods beyond us. He looked up with a beautiful candor in his face and a diabolic bit of mockery in his soul. For Kangaroo's face had gone like an angry wax mask with mortification. An angry wax mask of mortification, haughty with a stiff, wooden haughtiness, and two little near-set holes for eyes behind glass pince-nez. Richard had a moment of pure hate for him in the silence, for Kangaroo refused to answer. "What's the good, men trying to be gods?" said Richard. "You're a Jew, and you must be Jehovah or nothing. We're Christians, all little Christs walking without our crucifixes. Jazz is quite right to play as one against the other. Struthers is the Antichrist, preaching love alone. I'm tired, and I want to be a man with the gods beyond me, greater than me. I want the great gods and my own mere manliness." "It's the treacherous Struthers," Kangaroo murmured to himself. Then he seemed to be thinking hard. And then at last he lifted his head and looked at Somers. And now Somers openly hated him. His face was arrogant, insolent, righteous. "I'm sorry I've made a mistake in you," he said, "but we had better settle the matter finally here. I think the best thing you can do is to leave Australia. I don't think you can do me any serious damage with your talk. I would ask you, before I warn you, not to try. That is all. I should prefer now to be alone." He had become again hideous, with a long yellowish face and black eyes close together, and a cold, mindless, dangerous hulk to his shoulders. For a moment Somers was afraid of him, as of some great, ugly idol that might strike. He felt the intense hatred of the man coming at him in cold waves. He stood up in a kind of horror in front of the great, close-eyed, horrible thing that was now Kangaroo. Yes, a thing, not a whole man. A great thing, a horror. "I am sorry if I have been foolish," he said, backing away from the thing, and as he went out of the door he made a quick movement, and his heart melted in horror lest the thing, Kangaroo, should suddenly lurch forward and clutch him. If that happened, Kangaroo would have blood on his hands. But Somers kept all his wits about him, and quietly got his hat and walked to the hall door. It seemed like a dream, as if it were miles to the outer door, as if his heart would burst before he got there, as if he would never be able to undo the fastening of the door. But he kept all his wits about him, and, as by inspiration, managed the 3 separate locks of the strong door. Kangaroo had followed slowly, awfully, behind him like a madman. If he came near enough to touch... Somers had the door opened and looked around. The huge figure, the white face with the 2 eyes close together, like a spider, approaching with awful stillness. If the stillness suddenly broke and he struck out... "Good night," said Somers at the blind, horrible-looking face, and he moved quickly down the stairs, though not still apparently in flight, but going in that quick, controlled way that acts as a check on an onlooker. He was thankful for the streets and for the people, but by bad luck it was Saturday night, when Sydney is all shut up, and the big streets seem dark and dreary, though thronging with people. Dark streets, dark, streaming people, and fear. One could feel such fear in Australia. End of Chapter 11. Willie, Struthers, and Kangaroo, Part 2 of 2.
Chapter 12 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Courtney Miller. Chapter 12. The Nightmare. Part 1. He had known such different deep fears. In Sicily, a sudden fear, in the night of some single murderer, some single thing hovering as it were out of the violent past with the intent of murder. Out of the old Greek past, that had been so vivid, sometimes an unappeased spirit of murderous hate against the usurping moderns. A sudden presence of murder in the air, because of something which the modern psyche had excluded, some old and vital thing which Christianity has cut out. An old spirit, waiting for vengeance. But in England, during the later years of the war, a true and deadly fear of the criminal living spirit which arose in all the stay-at-home bullies who governed the country during those years. From 1916 to 1919, a wave of criminal lust rose and possessed England. There was a reign of terror, under a set of indecent bullies like Bottomley of John Bull, and other bottom-dog members of the House of Commons. Then Somers had known what it was like to live in a perpetual state of semi-fear, the fear of the criminal public and the criminal government. The torture was steadily applied, during those years after Asquith fell, to break the independent soul in any man who would not hunt with the criminal mob. A man must identify himself with the criminal mob, sink his sense of truth, of justice, and of human honor, and bay like some horrible unclean hound, bay with a loud sound from slavering, unclean jaws. This Richard Lovat Somers had steadily refused to do. The deepest part of a man is his sense of essential truth, essential honor, essential justice. This deepest self makes him abide by his own feelings, come what may. It is not sentimentalism. It is just the male human creature, the thought adventurer, driven to earth. Will he give in, or won't he? Many men, carried on a wave of patriotism and true belief in democracy, entered the war. Many men were driven in out of belief that it was necessary to save their property. Vast numbers of men were just bullied into the army. A few remained. Of these, many became conscientious objectors. Somers tiresomely belonged to no group. He would not enter the army, because his profoundest instinct was against it. Yet he had no conscientious objection to war. It was the whole spirit of the war, the vast mob spirit, which he could never acquiesce in. The terrible, terrible war, made so fearful because in every country practically every man lost his head, and lost his own centrality, his own manly isolation in his own integrity, which alone keeps life real. Practically every man being caught away from himself, as in some horrible flood, and swept away with the ghastly masses of other men, utterly unable to speak, or feel for himself, or to stand on his own feet, delivered over and swirling in the current, suffocated for the time being. Some of them to die forever. Most to come back home victorious in circumstance, but with their inner pride gone, inwardly lost. To come back home, many of them, to wives who had egged them on to this downfall in themselves, black bitterness. Others to return to a bewildered wife who had in vain tried to keep her man true to himself, tried and tried, only to see him at last swept away. And oh, when he was swept away, how she loved him. But when he came back, when he crawled out like a dog out of a dirty stream, a stream that had suddenly gone slack and turbid, when he came back covered with outward glory and inward shame, then there was the price to pay. And there is this bitter and sordid after-war price to pay because men lost their heads, and worse, lost their inward individual integrity. And when a man loses his inward isolated, manly integrity, it is a bad day for that man's true wife. A true man should not lose his head. The greater the crisis, the more intense should be his isolated reckoning with his own soul, and then let him act of his own whole self, not fling himself away, or much worse, let himself be dragged away, bit by bit. Awful years, 16, 17, 18, 19, the years when the damage was done, the years when the world lost its real manhood, not for lack of courage to face death, plenty of superb courage to face death, but no courage in any man to face his own isolated soul and abide by its decision. Easier to sacrifice oneself, so much easier. Richard Lovat was one of those utterly unsatisfactory creatures who just would not. He had no conscientious objections. He knew that men must fight, sometime in some way or other. He was no Quaker, to believe in perpetual peace. He had been in Germany times enough to know how much he detested the German military creatures. Mechanical bullies they were. They had once threatened to arrest him as a spy, and had insulted him more than once. Oh, he would never forgive them, in his inward soul. But then the industrialism and commercialism of England, with which patriotism and democracy became identified, did not these insult a man and hit him pleasantly across the mouth? How much humiliation had Richard suffered, trying to earn his living? How had they tried, with their beastly industrial self-righteousness, to humiliate him as a separate single man? They wanted to bring him to heel even more than the German militarists did. And if a man is to be brought to any heel, better a spurred heel than the heel of a Jewish financier. So Richard decided later, when the years let him think things over, and see where he was. Therefore, when the war came, his instinct was against it. When the Asquith government so softly foundered, he began to suffer agonies. But when the Asquith government went right under, and in its place came that John Bull government of 1617-18, then agonies gave way to tortures. He was summoned to join the army, and went. Spent a night in barracks with 40 other men, and not one of these other men but felt like a criminal condemned, bitter in dejection and humiliation. Was medically examined in the morning by 2 doctors, both gentlemen, who knew the sacredness of another naked man, and was rejected. So that was over. He went back home, and he made up his mind what he would do. He would never voluntarily make a martyr of himself. His feeling was private to himself. He didn't want to force it on any other man. He would just act alone. For the moment, he was rejected as medically unfit. If he was called up again, he would go again, but he would never serve. Once, he said to Harriet, that they have really conscripted me, I will never obey another order if they kill me. Poor Harriet felt scared, and didn't know what else to say. If ever, he said, looking up from his own knees in their old grey flannel trousers, as he sat by the fire, if ever I see my legs in khaki, I shall die. But they shall never put my legs into khaki. That first time, at the barracks in the country town in the west, they had treated him with that instinctive regard and gentleness which he usually got from men who were not German militarist bullies or worse, British commercial bullies. For instance, in the morning in that prison barracks room, these unexamined recruits were ordered to make their beds and sweep the room. In obedience, so far, Richard Lovat took one of the heavy brooms. He was pale, silent, isolated, a queer figure, a young man with a beard. The other soldiers, or must-be soldiers, had looked at him as a queer fish, but that he was used to. "Say, Dad," said a fattish young fellow older than himself, the only blatherer, a loose fellow who had come from Canada to join up and was already cursing. He was a good deal older than Somers. "Say, Dad," said this fellow, as they sat in the train coming up, "all that'll come off tomorrow. K-k." And he made 2 noises, and gave 2 long swipes with his finger round his chin, to intimate that Richard's beard would be cut off tomorrow. "We'll see," said Richard, smiling with pale lips. He said in his heart, the day his beard was shaven he was beaten, lost. He identified it with his isolate manhood. He never forgot that journey up to Bodmin, with the other men who were called up. They were all bitterly, desperately miserable, but still manly, mostly very quiet, yet neither sloppy nor frightened. Only the fat, loose fellow who had given up a damned good job in Canada to come and serve this bloody country, etc., etc., was a ranter and a bragger. Somers saw him afterwards naked, strange, fat, soft, like a woman. But in another carriage the men sang all the time, or howled like dogs in the night. "I'll be your sweetheart if you will be mine. All my life I'll be your Valentine. Bluebells I'll gather, take them and be true. When I'm a man, my plan will be to marry you." Wailing down the lost corridors of hell, surely, those ghastly melancholy notes. "All my life I'll be your Valentine." Somers could never recall it without writhing. It is not death that matters, but the loss of the integral soul. And these men howled as if they were going to their doom, helplessly, ghastly. It was not the death in front. It was the surrender of all their old beliefs, and all their sacred liberty. Those bluebells. They were worse than the earlier songs. In 1915, autumn, Hampstead Heath, leaves burning in heaps in the blue air, London still almost pre-war London, but by the pond on the Spaniards' Road, blue soldiers, wounded soldiers in their bright hospital blue and red, always there, and earth-colored recruits with pale faces drilling near Parliament Hill. The pre-war world still lingering, and some vivid strangeness, glamour thrown in. At night all the great beams of the searchlights, in great straight bars, feeling across the London sky, feeling the clouds, feeling the body of the dark overhead, and then Zeppelin raids, the awful noise and the excitement. Somers was never afraid then. One evening he and Harriet walked from Platt's Lane to the Spaniards' Road, across the heath, and there, in the sky, like some god vision, a Zeppelin, and the searchlights catching it so that it gleamed like a manifestation in the heavens, then losing it, so that only the strange drumming came down out of the sky where the searchlights tangled their feelers. There it was again, high, 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 tiny, pale, as one might imagine the Holy Ghost, far, far above. And the crashes of guns, and the awful hoarseness of shells bursting in the city. Then, gradually, quiet. And from Parliament Hill, a great red glare below, near St. Paul's. Something ablaze in the city. Harriet was horribly afraid. Yet as she looked up at the far-off Zeppelin, she said to Somers, "Think, some of the boys I played with when I was a child are probably in it." And he looked up at the far luminous thing like a moon. Were there men in it? Just men, with 2 vulnerable legs and warm mouths? The imagination could not go so far. Those days, that autumn, people carried about chrysanthemums, yellow and brown chrysanthemums, and the smell of burning leaves, and the wounded, bright blue soldiers with their red cotton neckties, sitting together like macaws on the seats, pale and different from other people, and the star Jupiter very bright at nights over the cup hollow of the vale, on Hampstead Heath, and the war news always coming, the war horror drifting in, prices rising, excitement growing, people going mad about the Zeppelin raids, and always the one song, "Keep the home fires burning, though your hearts be yearning." It was in 1915 the old war ended. In the winter 1915 to 1916, the spirit of the old London collapsed. The city, in some way, perished from being a heart of the world, and became a vortex of broken passions, lusts, hopes, fears, and horrors. The integrity of London collapsed, and the genuine debasement began, the unspeakable baseness of the press and the public voice, the reign of that bloated ignominy, John Bull. No man who has really consciously lived through this can believe again absolutely in democracy. No man who has heard reiterated in thousands of tones from all the common people, during the crucial years of the war, "I believe in John Bull, give me John Bull," can ever believe that in any crisis a people can govern itself, or is ever fit to govern itself. During the crucial years of the war the people chose, and chose bottomleyism. Bottom enough. The well-bred, really cultured classes were on the whole passive resistors. They shirked their duty. It is the business of people who really know better to fight tooth and nail to keep up a standard, to hold control of authority. Laissez-aller is as guilty as the actual stinking mongrellism it gives place to. It was in midwinter 1915 that Somers and Harriet went down to Cornwall. The spirit of the war, the spirit of collapse and of human ignominy, had not travelled so far yet. It came in advancing waves. We hear so much of the bravery and horrors at the front. Brave the men were. All honor to them. It was at home the world was lost. We hear too little of the collapse of the proud human spirit at home, the triumph of sordid, rampant, raging meanness. The bite of a jackal is blood poisoning and mortification. And at home stayed all the jackals, middle-aged, male and female jackals, and they bit us all, and blood poisoning and mortification set in. We should never have let the jackals loose and patted them on the head. They were feeding on our death all the while. Away in the west, Richard and Harriet lived alone in their cottage by the savage Atlantic. He hardly wrote at all, and never any propaganda, but he hated the war, and said so to the few Cornish people around. He laughed at the palpable lies of the press, bitterly, and because of his isolation and his absolute separateness, he was marked out as a spy. "I am not a spy," he said. "I leave it to dirtier people. I am myself, and I won't have popular lies." So there began the visits from the policeman, a large, blue, helmeted figure at the door. "Excuse me, sir, I have just a few enquiries to make." The police sergeant, always a decent, kindly fellow, driven by the military. Somers and Harriet lived now with that suspense about them in the very air they breathed. They were suspects. "Then let them suspect," said he. I do nothing to them, so what can they do to me? He still believed in the constitutional liberty of an Englishman. You know, said Harriet, you do say things to these Cornish people. I only say, when they tell me newspaper lies, that they are lies. But now the two began to be hated far more than they knew. You want to be careful, warned one of their Cornish friends. I've heard that the coast watchers have got orders to keep very strict watch on you. Let them, they'll see nothing. But it was not till afterwards that he learned that the watchers had lain behind the stone fence, to hear what he and Harriet talked about. So he was called up the first time and went. He was summoned to Penzance, and drove over with Harriet, expecting to return for the time at least. But he was ordered to proceed the same afternoon to Bodmin, along with 16 or 17 other fellows, farmhands and working men. He said good-bye to Harriet, who was to be driven back alone across the moors, to their lonely cottage on the other side. I shall be back tomorrow, he said. England was still England, and he was not finally afraid. The train journey from Penzance to Bodmin, with the other men, the fat, bragging other man, the tall man who felt as Somers did, the change at the roadside station, with the porters chaffing the men that the handcuffs were on them. Indeed, it was like being one of a gang of convicts. The great prison-like barracks, the disgusting evening meal of which he could eat nothing, the little terrier-like sergeant of the regulars, who made them a little encouraging speech, not a bad chap, the lounging about that barracks yard, prisoners till bedtime, the other men crowding to the canteen, himself mostly alone, the brief talks with men who were for a moment curious as to who and what he was, for a moment only. They were most of them miserable and bitter. Jail. It was like jail. He thought of Oscar Wilde in prison. Night came, and the beds to be made. They're good beds, clean beds. You'll sleep quite comfortable in them, said the elderly little sergeant with a white moustache. 9 o'clock lights out. Somers had brought no night clothes, nothing. He slept in his woolen pants, and was ashamed because they had patches on the knees, for he and Harriet were very poor these years. In the next bed was a youth, a queer fellow, in a sloppy suit of black broadcloth, and down-at-heel boots. He had a degenerate sort of handsomeness, too. He had never spoken a word. His face was long and rather fine, but like an Apache. His straight black hair came in a lock over his forehead, and there was an Apache sort of sheepishness, stupidity, in everything he did. He was a long time getting undressed. Then there he stood, and his white cotton day shirt was long below his knees, like a woman's nightgown. A restless, bitter night, with one man coughing, a hysterical cough, and others talking, making noises in their sleep. Bugle at 6, and a scramble to wash themselves at the zinc trough in the wash-house. Somers could not crowd in, did not get in towards the end. Then he had to borrow soap, and afterwards a piece of comb. The men were all quiet and entirely inoffensive, common but gentle, by nature decent. A sickening breakfast, then wash up and sweep the floors. Somers took one of the heavy brooms, as ordered, and began. He swept his own floors nearly every day. But this was heavier work. The sergeant stopped him. Don't you do that. You go and help to wipe the pots, if you like. Here, you boy, you, take that sweeping brush. And Somers relinquished his broom to a bigger man. They were kindly, and, in the essential sense, gentlemen, the little terrier of a sergeant, too. Englishmen, his own people. When it came to Somers' turn to be examined, and he took off his clothes and sat in his shirt in the cold lobby, the fat fellow pointed to his thin, delicate legs with a jeer. But Somers looked at him, and he was quiet again. The queer, soft, pale-bodied fellow, against Somers' thin, delicate whiteness. The little sergeant kept saying, "Don't you catch cold, you chaps." In the warm room behind a screen, Richard took off his shirt and was examined. The doctor asked him where he lived, where was his home, asked as a gentleman asks, treated him with that gentle consideration Somers usually met with, say from business people or official people. "We shall reject you, leave you free," said the doctor after consulting with the more elderly, officious little man, "but we leave it to you to do what you can for your country." "Thank you," said Richard, looking at him. "Every man must do what he can," put in the other doctor, who was elderly and officious, but a gentleman. "The country needs the help of every man, and though we leave you free, we expect you to apply yourself to some service." "Yes," said Somers, looking at him, and speaking in an absolutely neutral voice. Things said like that to him were never real to him, more like the noise of a cart passing, just a noise. The two doctors looked from his face down his thin nakedness again. "Put your shirt on," said the younger one, and Somers could hear the mental comment, "Rum sort of a fellow. as he did. There was still a wait for the card. It was one of those cards. A, called up for military service. B, called up for service at the front but not in the lines. C, called up for non-military service. R, rejected. A, B, and C were ruled out in red ink, leaving the rejected. He still had to go to another office for his pay, 2 shillings and 4pence, or something like that. He signed for this and was free. Free, with 2 shillings and 4pence, and passed for a railway ticket, and God's air. The moment he stepped out with his card, he realized that it was Saturday morning, that the sun was shining, filling the big stone yard of the barracks, from which he could look to the station and the hill with its grass beyond. That hill beyond. He had seemed to look at it through darkened glass before. Till now, the morning had been a timeless grayness. Indeed, it had rained at 7 o'clock, as they stood lounging miserably about in the barracks yard with its high wall cold and bitter, and the tall man had talked to him bitterly. But now the sun shone. The dark green Cornish hill, hard-looking, was just a near hill. He walked through the great gates. Ah, God, he was out. He was free. The road with trees went downhill to the town. He hastened down, a free human being, on Saturday morning, the grey glaze gone from his eyes. He telegraphed the ignominious word rejected, and the time of his arrival to Harriet. Then he went and had dinner. Some of the other men came in. They were reserved now. There was a distance between him and them. He was not of their social class. "What are you?" they asked him. "Rejected," he said. And they looked at him grudgingly, thinking it was because he was not a working man he had got special favor. He knew what they thought, and he tried not to look so glad. But glad he was, and in some mysterious way triumphant. It was a wonderful journey on the Saturday afternoon home. Sunny, busy, lovely. He changed at Truro and went into town. On the road he met some of the other fellows who were called up, but not summoned for service immediately. They had some weeks or months of torment and suspense before them. They looked at Somers and grinned rather jeeringly at him. They envied him, no wonder. And already he was a stranger in another walk of life. Rejected as unfit. One of the unfit. What did he care? The Cornish are always horrified of any ailment or physical disablement. "What's amiss, then?" they would ask. They would say that you might as well be shot outright as labelled unfit. But most of them tried hard to find constitutional weaknesses in themselves that would get them rejected also, notwithstanding. And at the same time they felt they must be horribly ashamed of their physical ignominy if they were labelled unfit. Somers did not care. "Let them label me unfit," he said to himself. "I know my own body is fragile, in its way, but also it is very strong, and it's the only body that would carry my particular self. Let the fools peer at it, and put me down undeveloped chest and what they like, so long as they leave me to my own way." Then the kindly doctor's exhortation that he should find some way for himself of serving his country. He thought about that many times, but always, as he came near to the fact of committing himself, he knew that he simply could not commit himself to any service whatsoever. In no shape or form could he serve the war, either indirectly or directly. Yet it would have been so easy. He had quite enough influential friends in London to put him into some job, even some quite congenial literary job with a sufficient salary. They would be only too glad to do it, for there in his remoteness, writing occasionally an essay that only bothered them, he was a thorn in their flesh. And men and women with sons, brothers, husbands away fighting, it was small pleasure for them to read Mr. Somers and his pronunciation. This trench and machine warfare is a blasphemy against life itself, a blasphemy which we are all committing. All very well, they said, but we are in for a war, and what are we to do? We hate it as much as he does, but we can't all sit safely in Cornwall. That was true too, and he knew it, and he felt the most a dreary misery, knowing how many brave, generous men were being put through this slaughter machine of human devilishness. They were doing their best, and there was nothing else to do. But even that was no reason why he should go and do likewise. If men had kept their souls firm and integral through the years, the war would never have come on. If, in the beginning, there had been enough strong, proud souls in England to concentrate the English feeling into stern, fierce, honourable fighting, the war would never have gone as it went. But England slopped and wobbled, and the tide of horror accumulated. And now, if circumstances had roped nearly all men into the horror, and it was a case of adding horror to horror, or dying well, on the other hand, the irremediable circumstance of his own separate soul made Richard Lovat's inevitable standing out. If there is outward circumstantial unreason and fatality, there is inward unreason and inward fate. He would have to dare to follow his inward fate. He must remain alone, outside of everything, conscious of what was going on, conscious of what he was doing and not doing. Conscious he must be, and consciously he must stick to it, to be forced into nothing. For, above all things, man is a land animal and a thought adventurer. Once the human consciousness really sinks and is swamped under the tide of events, as the best English consciousness was swamped, pacifist and patriot alike, then the adventure is doomed. The English soul went under in the war, and as a conscious, proud, adventurous, self-responsible soul, it was lost. We all lost the war, perhaps Germany least. Lost all the lot. The adventure is always lost when the human conscious soul gives way under the stress, fails to keep control, and is submerged. Then out swarm the rats and the bottomleys and crew, and the ship of human adventure is a horrible, piratic affair, a dirty sort of freebooting. Richard Lovat had nothing to hang on to but his own soul, so he hung on to it and tried to keep his wits. If no man was with him, he was hardly aware of it. He had to grip on so desperately, like a man on a plank in a shipwreck. The plank was his own individual self. Following that period of suspense which changed his life forever, if the postman was coming plunging downhill through the bushes over the moor, the first thought was, what is he bringing now? The postman was over military age, and had a chuckle of pleasure in handing out those accursed on His Majesty's service envelopes which meant that a man was summoned for torture. The postman was a great Wesleyan, and a chapel preacher, and the thought of hell for other men was sweet in him. He had a religious zest added to his natural Cornish zest in other people's disasters. Again, if there was the glint of a bicycle on the moor road, and if it turned down the bypath towards the cottage, then Somers strained his eyes to see if the rider were fat and blue, or tall and blue. Was it the police sergeant or the police constable coming for more identification proofs? "We want your birth certificate," said the sergeant. "They've written from Bodmin asking you to produce your birth certificate." "Then tell them to get it." "No, I haven't got it. You've had my marriage certificate. You know who I am and where I was born and all the rest. Now let them get the birth certificate themselves." Richard Lovat was at the end of all patience. They persisted he was a foreigner, poor Somers, just because he had a beard. One of the most intensely English little men England ever produced was a passion for his country, even if it were often a passion of hatred. But no, they persisted he was a foreigner. Pah! He and Harriet did all their own work, their own shopping. One wintry afternoon they were coming home with a knapsack along the field path above the sea, when two khaki individuals, officers of some sort, strode after them. "Excuse me," said one in a damnatory officious voice. "What have you got in that sack?" "A few groceries," said Lovat. "I would like to look." Somers put the sack down on the path. The tall and lofty officer stooped and groped nobly among a pound of rice and a piece of soap and a dozen candles. "Ha!" he cried exultant. "What's this? A camera?" Richard peeped in the bag at the groping red military hands. For a moment he almost believed that a camera had spirited itself in among his few goods. The implication of his guilt was so powerful. He saw a block in brown paper. "A pen'orth of salt," he said quietly, though pale to the lips with anger and insult. But the gentlemanly officer, a captain, tore open the paper. Yes, a common block of salt. He pushed the bag aside. "We have to be careful," said the other lesser man. "Of course," said Richard, tying up his bag. "Good afternoon," said Harriet. The fellows half saluted and turned hastening away. Richard and Harriet had the advantage of sauntering behind them and looking at their noble backs. Oh, they were gentlemen, true English gentlemen, perhaps Cornish. Harriet gave a poof of laughter. "The poor innocent salt!" she exclaimed, and no doubt that also was chalked up against her. End of Chapter 12. The Nightmare, Part 1.
Chapter 12, Part 2 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was Christmas time and two friends came down to stay at the cottage with the Somers. Those were the days before America joined the Allies. The man friend arrived with a whole parcel of American dainties, buckwheat meal and sweet potatoes and maple sugar. The woman friend brought a good basket of fruit. They were to have a Christmas in a lonely cottage in spite of everything. It was Christmas Eve and a pouring black wet night outside. Nowhere can it be so black as on the edge of a Cornish moor, above the western sea, near the rocks where the ancient worshippers used to sacrifice. The darkness of men hears. The American woman friend was crouching at the fire making fudge. The man was away in his room when a thundering knock at the door. Ah, Lord! The burly police sergeant and his bicycle. Sorry to trouble you, sir, but is an American, a Mr. Monsell, stopping here with you? He is. Can I have a word with him? Yes. Won't you come in? Into the cozy cottage room, with the American girl at the fire, her face flushed with the fudge making, entered the big, burly, ruddy police sergeant, his black mackintosh cape streaming wet. We give you a terrible lot of trouble, I'm sorry to say, said Harriet ironically. What an awful night for you to have to come all these miles. I'm sure it isn't our doing. No, ma'am, I know that. It's the doing of people who like to meddle. These military orders, they take some keeping pace with. I'm sure they do. Harriet was all sympathy. So he, too, was goaded by these military canaille. Somers fetched the American friend, and he was asked to produce papers and give information. He gave it, being an honorable citizen and a well-bred American, with complete sang-froid. At that moment, Somers would have given a lot to be American too, and not English. But wait, those were early days when America was still being jeered at for standing out and filling her pockets. She was not yet the intensely loved ally. The police sergeant was pleasant as ever. He apologized again and went back into the black and pouring night. So much for Christmas Eve. But that's not the end of the horrid affair, as the song says. When Monsell got back to London, he was arrested and conveyed to Scotland Yard. There examined, stripped, naked, his clothes taken away. Then he was kept for a night in a cell. Next evening liberated and advised to return to America. Poor Monsell, and he was so very anti-German, so very pro-British. It was a blow for him. He did not leave off being anti-German, but he was much less pro-British. And after all, it was wartime when these things must happen, we are told. Such a wartime that let loose the foulest feelings of a mob, particularly of gentlemen, to torture any single independent man as a mob always tortures the isolated and independent. In despair, Somers thought he would go to America. He had passports. He was rejected. They had no use for him, and he had no use for them. So he posted his passports to the Foreign Office for the military permit to depart. It was January, and there was a thin film of half-melted snow, like silver, on the fields and the path. A white static arrested morning there was in the west of Cornwall, with the moors looking primeval, and the huge granite boulders bulging out of the earth like presences. So easy to realize men worshipping stones. It is not the stone, it is the mystery of the powerful pre-human earth showing its might. And all, this morning, static, arrested in a cold milky whiteness, like death, the west lost in the sea. A man culminates in intense moments. This was one of Somers' white, death-like moments as he walked home from the tiny post office in the hamlet on the wintry morning after he had posted his passports asking for visas to go to New York. It was like walking in death, a strange, arrested land of death. Never had he known that feeling before, as if he were a ghost in the after-death, walking a strange, pale, static, cold world. It almost frightened him. Have I done wrong? He asked himself. Am I wrong to leave my country and go to America? It was then as if he had left his country, and that was like death, a still static corporate death. America was the death of his own country in him, he realized that. But he need not have bothered. The Foreign Office kept his passports, and did not so much as answer him. He waited in vain. Spring came, and one morning the news that Asquith was out of the government, that Lloyd George was in. And this was another of Somers' crises. He felt he must go away from the house, away from everywhere. And as he walked, clear as a voice out of the moors, came a voice saying, "It is the end of England. It is the end of the old England. It is finished. England will never be England any more." Cornwall is a country that makes a man's psyche. The longer he stayed, the more intensely it had that effect on Somers. It was as if he were developing second sight and second hearing. He would go out into the blackness of night and listen to the blackness and call softly for the spirits, the presences he felt coming downhill from the moors in the night. Tuat the Danan, he would call softly. Tuat the Danan. Be with me, and it was as if he felt them come. And so this morning the voice struck into his consciousness. It is the end of England. So he walked along blindly up the valley and on the moors. He loved the country intensely. It seemed to answer him, but his consciousness was all confused. In his mind he did not at all see why it should be the end of England. Mr. Asquith was called Old Wait and See. And truly English liberalism had proved a slobbery affair, all sad sympathy with everybody, and no iron backbone these years. Repulsively humble, too, on its own account. It was no time for Christian humility, and yet it was true to its great creed. Whereas Lloyd George, Somers knew nothing about Lloyd George, a little Welsh lawyer, not an Englishman at all. He had no real significance in Richard Lovat's soul. Only Somers gradually came to believe that all Jews and all Celts, even whilst they espoused the cause of England, subtly lived to bring about the last humiliation of the great old England. They could never do so if England would not be humiliated. But with an England fairly offering herself to ignominy, where was the help? Let the Celts work out their subtlety. If England wanted to be betrayed in the deeper issues, perhaps Jesus wanted to be betrayed. He did. He chose Judas. Well, the story could have no other ending. The war wave had broken right over England now, right over Cornwall. Probably throughout the ages, Cornwall had not been finally swept, submerged by any English spirit. Now it happened. The accursed later war spirit. Now the tales began to go round full tilt against Somers. A chimney of his house was tired to keep out the damp. That was a signal to the Germans. He and his wife carried food to supply German submarines. They had secret stores of petrol in the cliff. They were watched and listened to, spied on, by men lying behind the low stone fences. It is a job the Cornish loved. They didn't even mind being caught at it, lying behind a fence with field glasses, watching through a hole in the dry stone wall a man with a lass on the edge of the moors. Perhaps they were proud of it. If a man wanted to hear what was said about him, or anything, he lay behind a wall at the field corners, where the youths talked before they parted and went indoors late of a Saturday night. A whole intense life of spying going on all the time. Harriet could not hang out a towel on a bush, or carry out the slops in the empty landscape of moors and sea, without her every movement being followed by invisible eyes. And at evening, when the doors were shut, valiant men lay under the windows to listen to the conversation in the cozy little room. And bitter enough were the things they said, and damnatory, the two Somers. Richard did not hold himself in, and he talked too with the men on the farm, openly, for they had exactly the same anti-military feeling as himself, and they simply loathed the thought of being compelled to serve. Most men in the West, Somers thought, would have committed murder to escape, if murder would have helped them. It wouldn't. He loved the people at the farm, and the men kindled their rage together. And again Somers' farmer friend warned him how he was being watched, but Somers would not heed. "What can they do to me?" he said. "I am not a spy in any way whatsoever. There is nothing they can do to me. I make no public appearance at all. I am just by myself. What can they do to me? Let them go to hell." He refused to be watchful, guarded, furtive, like the people around, saying double things as occasion arose, and hiding their secret thoughts and secret malignancy. He still believed in the freedom of the individual. Yes, freedom of the individual. He was aware of the mass of secret feeling against him. Yet the people he came into daily contact with liked him, almost loved him. So he kept on defying the rest and went along blithe and open as ever, saying what he really felt or holding his tongue. Enemies. How could he have any personal enemies? He had never done harm to any of these people. He never even felt any harm. He did not believe in personal enemies. There was just the military. Enemies he had, however, people he didn't know and hadn't even spoken to. Enemies who hated him like poison. They hated him because he was free, because of his different, unafraid face. They hated him because he wasn't cowed, as they were all cowed. They hated him for his intimacy at the farm in the hamlet. For each farm was bitter jealous of each other. Yet he never believed he had any personal enemies, and he had all the West hating him like poison. He realized once when two men came down the moorland by road, officers in khaki, on a motor bicycle, and went trying the door of the next cottage, which was shut up. Somers went to the door in all simplicity. "Did you want me?" he asked. "No, we didn't want you," replied one of the fellows in a genteel voice and a tone like a slap in the face. Somers spoken to as if he were the lowest of the low. He shut his cottage door. Was it so? Had they wilfully spoken to him like that? He would not believe it. But inwardly he knew it was so. That was what they intended to convey to him, that he was the lowest of the low. He began even to feel guilty under this mass of poisonous condemnation, and he realized that they had come on their own to get into the other cottage and see if there were some wireless installation or something else criminal. But it was fastened tight, and apparently they gave up their design of breaking in, for they turned their motorcycle and went away. Day followed day in this tension of suspense. Submarines were off the coast. Harriet saw a ship sunk, away to sea. Horrible excitement, and the postmen asking sly questions to try to catch Somers out. Increased rigor of coast watching, and no light must be shown. Yet along the high road on the hillside above, plainer than any house light, danced the lights of a cart, moving or slowly sped the light of a bicycle on the blackness. Then a Spanish coal vessel, 3,000 tons, ran on the rocks in a fog, straight under the cottage. She was completely wrecked. Somers watched the waves break over her. Her coal washed ashore, and the farmers carried it up the cliffs in sacks. There was to be a calling up now and a re-examination of every man. Somers felt a crisis approaching. The ordeal was to go through once more. The first rejection meant nothing. There were certain reservations. He had himself examined again by a doctor. The strain told on his heart as well as his breathing. He sent in his note to the authorities, a reply. "You must present yourself for examination as ordered." He knew that if he was really ever summoned to any service and finally violated, he would be broken and die. But patience. In the meanwhile he went to see his people, the long journey up the west, changing at Plymouth and Bristol and Birmingham up to Derby. Glamorous west of England, if a man were free. He sat through the whole day, very still, looking at the world, very still, gone very far inside himself, traveling through this England in spring. He loved it so much, but it was in the grip of something monstrous, not English, and he was almost gripped too. As it was, by making himself far away inside himself, he contained himself and was still. He arrived late in Derby, Saturday night, and no train for the next 10 miles. But luckily there was a motor bus going out to the outlying villages. Derby was very dark, like a savage town, a feeling of savagery. And at last the bus was ready, full of young miners, more or less intoxicated. The bus was crammed, a solid jam of men, sitting on each other's knees, standing blocked and wedged. There was no outside accommodation. And inside were jammed 18 more men than was allowed. It was like being pressed into one block of corned beef. The bus ran 6 miles without stopping through an absolutely dark country, Zeppelin black and having one feeble light of its own. The roads were unmended and very bad, but the bus charged on madly at full speed, like a dim consciousness madly charging through the night, and the mass of colliers swayed with the bus, intoxicated into a living block, and with high, loud, wailing voices they sang. "There's a long, long trail a-winding into the land of my dreams, where the nightingales are singing," and this ghastly trailing song, like death itself. The colliers seemed to tear it out of their bowels in a long, wild chant. They too all loathed the war, loathed it, and this awful song. They subsided, and somebody started Tipperary. It's a long, long way to Tipperary. It's a long, long way to go. But Tipperary was already felt as something of a Jonah, a bad luck song, so it did not last long. The miserable songs, with their long, long ways that ended in sheer lugubriousness, real death wails. These for battle songs, the wail of a dying humanity. Somebody started, "Goodbye, don't cry, wipe the tear, baby dear, from your eye, for it's hard to part, I know, I'll be tickled to death to go. Goodbye, don't cry." But the others didn't know this ragtime, and they weren't yet in the mood. They drifted drunkenly back to the ineffable howl of, "There's a long, long trail." A black, wild Saturday night. These were the collier youths Somers had been to school with, approximately. As they tore their bowels with their singing, they tore his, but as he sat squashed far back among all that coated flesh, in the dimmest glim of a light, that only made darkness more substantial, he felt like some strange isolated cell in some tensely packed organism that was hurtling through chaos into oblivion. The colliers, he was more at one with them, but they were blind, ventral. Once they broke loose, heaven knows what it would be. The Midlands, the theater in Nottingham, the pretense of amusement and the feeling of murder in the dark, dreadful city. In the daytime, these songs, this horrible long trail, and Goodbye, and Way Down in Tennessee, they tried to keep up their spirits with this ragtime Tennessee. But there was murder in the air in the Midlands, among the colliers, in the theater particularly, a shut-in, awful feeling of souls fit for murder. London, mid-war London, nothing but war, war. Lovely sunny weather and bombs at midday in the Strand. Summery weather. Berkshire, aeroplanes. Springtime. He was as if blind. He must hurry the long journey back to Harriet and Cornwall. Yes, he had his papers. He must present himself again at Bodmin Barracks. He was just simply summoned as if he were already conscripted. But he knew he must be medically examined. He went, left home at 7 in the morning to catch the train. Harriet watched him go across the field. She was left alone in a strange country. "I shall be back tonight," he said. It was a still morning, remote, as if one were not in the world. On the hill down to the station he lingered. "Shall I not go? Shall I not go?" he said to himself. He wanted to break away. But what good? He would only be arrested and lost. Yet he had dawdled his time. He had to run hard to catch the train in the end. This time things went much more quickly. He was only 2 hours in the barracks. He was examined. He could tell they knew about him and disliked him. He was put in Class C3, unfit for military service, but conscripted for light non-military duties. There were no rejections now. Still, it was good enough. There were thousands of seamen, men who wanted to have jobs as seamen, so they were not very likely to fetch him up. He would only be a nuisance anyhow. That was clear all round. Through the little window at the back of their ancient granite cottage, Harriet, peeping wistfully out to sea, poor Harriet, she was always frightened now, saw Richard coming across the fields, home, walking fast, and with that intent look about him that she half feared. She ran out in a sort of fear, then waited. She would wait. He saw her face very bright with fear and joy at seeing him back, very beautiful in his eyes, the only real thing perhaps left in his world. "Here you are, so early," she cried. "I didn't expect you. The dinner isn't ready yet. Well?" "C3, he replied. "It's all right." "I knew it would be," she cried, seizing his arm and hugging it to her. They went into the cottage to finish cooking the evening meal, and immediately one of the farm girls came running up to see what it was. "Oh, C3, so you're all right, Mr. Somers. Glad, I'm glad." Harriet never forgot the straight, intent beeline for home which he was making when she peeped out of that little window unaware. So another respite. They were not going to touch him. They knew he would be a firebrand in their army, a dangerous man to put with any group of men. They would leave him alone, C3. He had almost entirely left off writing now, and spent most of his days working on the farm. Again the neighbors were jealous. Buryan got his labor cheap. He'd never have got his hay in but for Mr. Somers, they said. And that was another reason for wishing to remove Richard Lovat. Work went like steam when he was on Trendenan Farm, and he was too thick with the Buryans, much too thick, and John Thomas Buryan rather bragged of Mr. Somers at market, and how he, Richard Lovat, wasn't afraid of any of them, etc., etc., that he wasn't going to serve anybody, etc., and that nobody could make him, etc., etc. But Richard drifted away this summer onto the land, into the weather, into Cornwall. He worked out of doors all the time. He ceased to care inwardly. He began to drift away from himself. He was very thick with John Thomas, and nearly always at the farm. Harriet was a great deal alone, and he seemed to be drifting away, drifting back to the common people, becoming a working man of the lower classes. It had its charm for Harriet, this aspect of him, careless, rather reckless, in old clothes and an old battered hat. He kept his sharp wits, but his spirit became careless, lost its concentration. "I declare," said John Thomas, as Somers appeared in the cornfield, "you look more like one of us every day." And he looked with a bright Cornish eye at Somers' careless, belted figure and old jacket. The speech struck Richard. It sounded half triumphant, half mocking. "He thinks I'm coming down in the world. It is half a rebuke," thought Somers to himself. But he was half pleased, and half he was rebuked. Corn harvest lasted long, and was a happy time for them all. It went well. Also, from London occasionally, a young man came down and stayed at the inn in the church town, some young friend of Somers who hated the army and the government, and was generally discontented, and so fitfully came as an adherent to Richard Lovat. One of these was James Sharp, a young Edinburgh man with a moderate income of his own, interested in music. Sharp was hardly more than a lad, but he was the type of lowland Scotsman who is half an artist, not more, and so can never get on in the ordinary respectable life, rebels against it all the time, and yet can never get away from it or free himself from its dictates. Sharp had taken a house further along the coast, brought his piano down from London, and sufficient furniture and a housekeeper, and insisted, like a morose bird, that he wanted to be alone. But he wasn't really morose, and he didn't want really to be alone. His old house, rather ramshackle, stood back a little way from the cliffs, where the moor came down savagely to the sea past a deserted tin mine. It was lonely, wild, and in a savage way, poetic enough. Here Sharp installed himself for the moment, to be alone with his music and his general discontent. Of course he excited the wildest comments. He had window curtains of different colors, so, of course, here was plain signaling to the German submarines. Spies, the lot of them. When still another young man of the same set came and took a bungalow on the moors, West Cornwall decided that it was being delivered straight into German hands. Not that West Cornwall would really have minded that so terribly. No, it wasn't that it feared the Germans. It was that it hated the sight of these recalcitrant young men. And Somers, the instigator, the arch spy, the responsible little swine with his beard. Somers, meanwhile, began to chuckle a bit to himself. After all, he was getting the better of the military canaille. Canaglia, Schweinerei. He loathed them in all the languages he could lay his tongue to. So Somers and Harriet went to stay a weekend with Sharp at Trevenna, as the house was called. Sharp was a C2 man on perpetual tenterhooks. He had decided that if he were ever summoned to serve, he would just disappear. The Somers drove over, only 3 or 4 miles, on this Saturday afternoon, and the three wandered on the moor and down the cliff. No one was in sight, but how many pairs of eyes were watching, who knows? Sharp lighting a cigarette for Harriet was an indication of untold immorality. Evening came, the lamps were lit, and the incriminating curtains carefully drawn. The three sat before the fire in the long music room and tried to be cozy and jolly, but there was something wrong with the mood. After dinner it was even worse. Harriet curled herself up on the sofa with a cigarette. Sharp spread himself in profound melancholy in his big chair. Somers sat back nearer the window. They talked in occasional snatches in mockery of the enemy that surrounded them. Then Somers sang to himself in an irritating way one German folk song after another, not in a songful, but in a defiant way. Am Kam von Thoreau. Schatz, mein Schatz. Recht nicht, so weit von mir. Zu Straßburg auf der Schanze, da fiel mein Unglück ein. This went on till Sharp asked him to stop. And in the silence, the tense and irritable silence that followed, came a loud bang. All got up in alarm and followed Sharp through the dining room to the small entrance room, where a dim light was burning. A lieutenant and three sworded men in the dark behind him, one with a lantern. Mr. Sharp, the authoritative and absolutely in the right voice of the puppy lieutenant. Sharp took his pipe from his mouth and said laconically, "Yes?" "You've a light burning in your window facing the sea." "I think not. There's only one window, and that's on the passage where I never go, upstairs." "A light was showing from that window 10 minutes ago." "I don't think it can have been." "It was," and the stern puppy lieutenant turned to his followers, who clustered there in the dark. "Yes, there was a light there 10 minutes since," chimed the followers. "I don't see how it's possible," persisted Sharp. "Oh, well, there is sufficient evidence that it was. What other persons have you in the house?" And this officer and gentleman stepped into the room, followed by his three Cornish weeds, one of whom had fallen into a ditch in his assiduous serving of his country, and was a sorry sight. Of course, Harriet saw chiefly him, and had to laugh. "There's Mrs. Waugh, the housekeeper, but she's in bed." The party now stood and eyed one another. The lieutenant with his three sorry braves on one hand, Sharp, Somers, and Harriet in an old dress of soft silk on the other. "Well, Mr. Sharp, the light was seen." "I don't see how it was possible. We've none of us been upstairs, and Mrs. Waugh has been in bed for half an hour." "Is there a curtain to the passage window?" put in Somers quietly. He had helped Sharp in setting up house. "I don't believe there is," said Sharp. "I forgot all about it, as it wasn't in her room, and I never go to that side of the house. Even Mrs. Waugh is supposed to go up in the kitchen stairs, and so she doesn't have to pass it." "She must have gone across with a candle as she went to bed," said Somers. But the lieutenant didn't like being pushed into unimportance while these young men so quietly and naturally spoke together, excluding him as if he were an inferior, which they meant to do. "You have an uncurtained window overlooking the sea, Mr. Sharp," he said in his military counter-jumper voice. "You'll have to put a curtain to it tomorrow," said Somers to Sharp. "What is your name?" chimed in the lieutenant. "Somers." "I wasn't speaking to you," said Richard coldly, and then to Sharp with a note of contempt. "That's what it is. Mrs. Waugh must just have passed with a candle." There was a silence. The wonderful watchers did not contradict. "Yes, I suppose that's it," said Sharp fretfully. "We'll put a curtain up tomorrow," said Somers. The lieutenant would have liked to search the house. He would have liked to destroy its privacy. He glanced down to the music room, but Harriet, so obviously a lady, even if a hateful one, and Somers with his pale look of derision, and Sharp so impassive with his pipe, and the weedy watchers in the background knowing just how it all was, and almost ready to take sides with the gentleman against the officer. They were too much for the lieutenant. "Well, the light was there, Mr. Sharp, distinctly visible from the sea," and he turned to his followers for confirmation. "Oh, yes, a light plain enough," said the one who had fallen into a ditch and wanted a bit of his own back. "A candle," said Sharp, with his queer musical note of derision and fretfulness. "A candle just passing. You have an uncurtained window to the sea, and lights were showing. I shall have to report this to headquarters. Perhaps if you write and apologize to Major Caerleon, it may be passed over, if nothing of the like occurs again." So they departed, and the three went back to their room, fuming with rage and mockery. They mocked the appearance and voice of the lieutenant, the appearance of the weeds, and Harriet rejoiced over the one who had fallen into a ditch. This regardless of the fact that they knew now that some of the watchers were lying listening in the gorse bushes under the windows, and had been lying there all the evening. "Shall you write and apologize?" said Somers. "Apologize? No," replied Sharp, with peevish contempt. Harriet and Somers went back home on the Monday. On the Tuesday appeared Sharp. The police had been and left him a summons to appear at the market town, charged under the Defense of the Realm Act. "I suppose you'll have to go," said Somers. "Oh, I shall go," said he. End of Chapter 12, The Nightmare, Part 2. Recording by Bryce, Youngstown. Chapter 12, Part 3 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. They waited for the day. In the afternoon, Sharp came with a white face and tears of rage and mortification in his eyes. The magistrate had told him he ought to be serving his country and not causing mischief and skulking about in an out-of-the-way corner, and he fined him £20. "I shan't pay it," cried Sharp. "Your mother will," said Somers. And so it was. What was the good of putting oneself in their power in any way, if it could be avoided? So the lower fields were cleared of corn, and they started on the two big fields above on the moors. Sharp cycled over to say a farmer had asked him to go and help at Wester, and for once he had gone, but he felt spiteful to Somers for letting him in for this. But Somers was very fond of the family at Buryan Farm, and he loved working with John Thomas and the girls. John Thomas was a year or two older than Somers, and at this time his dearest friend, and so he loved working all day among the corn beyond the high road, with the savage moors all round, and the hill with its pre-Christian granite rocks rising like a great dark pyramid on the left, the sea in front. Sometimes a great airship hung over the sea, watching for submarines. The work stopped in the field, and the men watched. Then it went on again, and the wagon rocked slowly down the wild granite road, rocked like a ship past Harriet's sunken cottage. But Somers stayed above all day, loading or picking or resting, talking in the intervals with John Thomas, who loved a half-philosophical, mystical talking about the sun and the moon, the mysterious powers of the moon at night, and the mysterious change in man with the change of season, and the mysterious effects of sex on a man. So they talked, lying in the bracken or on the heather as they waited for a wain. Or one of the girls came with dinner in a huge basket, and they ate all together, so happy with the moors and sky and touch of autumn. Somers loved these people. He loved the sensitiveness of their intelligence. They were not educated, but they had an endless curiosity about the world and an endless interest in what was right. "Now do you think it's right, Mr. Somers?" The times that Somers heard that question from the girls, from Arthur, from John Thomas. They spoke in the quick Cornish way, with the West Cornish accent. Sometimes it was, "Now do ye think it right?" And with their black eyes they watched the ethical issue in his face. Queer it was. Right and wrong was not fixed for them as for the English. There was still a mystery for them in what was right and what was wrong. Only one thing was wrong, any sort of physical compulsion or hurt. That they were sure of. But as for the rest of behavior, it was all a flux. They had none of the ethics of chivalry or of love. Sometimes Harriet came also to tea, but not often. They loved her to come, and yet they were a little uneasy when she was there. Harriet was so definitely a lady. She liked them all, but it was a bit noli me tangere with her. Somers was so very intimate with them. She couldn't be. And the girls said, "Mrs. Somers don't mix in with the likes o' we like Mr. Somers do." Yet they were always very pleased when Harriet came. Poor Harriet spent many lonely days in the cottage. Richard was not interested in her now. He was only interested in John Thomas and the farm people, and he was growing more like a laborer every day. And the farm people didn't mind how long she was left alone at night too, in that lonely little cottage, and with all the tension of fear upon her, because she felt that it was she whom these authorities, these English, hated even more than Somers, because she made them feel she despised them. And as they were really rather despicable, they hated her at sight, her beauty, her reckless pride, her touch of derision. But Richard, even he neglected her and hated her. She was driven back on herself like a fury, and many a bitter fight they had, he and she. The days grew shorter before the corn was all down from the moors. Sometimes Somers alone lay on the sheaves, waiting for the last wain to come to be loaded, while the others were down milking. And then the Cornish night would gradually come down upon the dark, shaggy moors that were like the fur of some beast, and upon the pale gray granite masses, so ancient and druidical, suggesting blood sacrifice. And as Somers sat there on the sheaves in the underdark, seeing the light swim above the sea, he felt he was over the border in another world, over the border in that twilight, awesome world of the previous Celts, the spirit of the ancient pre-Christian world which lingers still in the truly Celtic places. He could feel it invade him in the savage dusk, making him savage too, and at the same time strangely sensitive and subtle, understanding the mystery of blood sacrifice, to sacrifice one's victim and let the blood run to the fire, there beyond the gorse upon the old gray granite, and at the same time to understand most sensitively the dark flicker of animal life about him, even in a bat, even in the writhing of a maggot in a dead rabbit. Writhe then, life, he seemed to say to the things, and he no longer saw its sickeningness. The old Celtic countries have never had our Latin Teutonic consciousness, never will have. They have never been Christian, in the blue-eyed or even in the truly Roman, Latin sense of the word. But they have been overlaid by our consciousness and our civilization, smoldering underneath in a slow, eternal fire that you can never put out till it burns itself out. And this autumn, Richard Lovat seemed to drift back. He had a passion, a profound nostalgia for the place. He could feel himself metamorphosing. He no longer wanted to struggle consciously along, a thought adventurer. He preferred to drift into a sort of blood darkness, to take up in his veins again the savage vibrations that still lingered round the secret rocks, the place of the pre-Christian human sacrifice. Human sacrifice! He could feel his dark blood consciousness tingle to it again, the desire of it, the mystery of it. Old presences, old awful presences round the black moor edge in the thick dusk, as the sky of light was pushed pulsing upwards away. Then an owl would fly and hoot, and Richard lay with his soul departed back into the blood-sacrificial pre-world, and the sun mystery, and the moon power, and the mistletoe on the tree, away from his own white world, his own white conscious day, away from the burden of intensive mental consciousness, back into semi-dark, the half-conscious, the clair-obscur, where consciousness pulsed as a passional vibration, not as mind-knowledge. Then would come John Thomas with the wain, and the two men would linger putting up the sheaves, linger talking till the dark, talking of the half-mystical things with which they both were filled. John Thomas, with his nervous ways and his quick brown eyes, was full of fear. Fear of the unseen, fear of the unknown malevolencies, above all, fear of death. So they would talk of death and the powers of death. And the farmer, in a non-mental way, understood even more than Somers. And then in the first dark they went down the hill with the wain, to part at the cottage door. And to Harriet, with her pure Teutonic consciousness, John Thomas's greeting would sound like a jeer, as he called to her. And Somers seemed to come home like an enemy with that look on his face, and that pregnant malevolency of Cornwall investing him. It was a bitter time to Harriet, yet glamorous too. Autumn drew on, corn harvest was over. It was October. John Thomas drove every Thursday over the moors to market, a 2 hours drive. Today Somers would go with him, and Anne, the sister, also, to do some shopping. It was a lovely October morning. They passed the stony little huddle of the church town and on up the hill, where the great granite boulders shoved out of the land, and the barrenness was ancient and inviolable. They could see the gulls under the big cliffs beyond, and there was a buzzard circling over the marshy place below Churchtown. A Cornish, magic morning. John Thomas and Somers were walking up the hill, leaving the reins to Anne seated high in the trap. "One day when the war ends, before long," said Somers as they climbed behind the trap in the sun, past the still flickering gorse bushes, "we will go far across the sea, to Mexico, to Australia, and try living there. You must come too, and we will have a farm." "Me?" said John Thomas. "Why, however, should I come?" "Why not?" But the Cornishman smiled with that peculiar skeptical smile. They reached town at length, over the moors and down the long hill. John Thomas was always late. Somers went about doing his shopping, and then met Anne at the eating-house. John Thomas was to have been there too, but he failed them. Somers walked about the Cornish seaport. He knew it now, and by sight he too is known and execrated. Yet the tradespeople were always so pleasant and courteous to him, and it was such a sunny day. The town was buzzing with a story. 2 German submarine officers had come into the town, dressed in clothes they had taken from an English ship they had sunk. They had stayed a night at the Mounts Bay Hotel, and 2 days later they had told the story to some fishermen whose fishing boat they stopped. They had shown the incredulous fishermen the hotel bill. Then they had sunk the fishing boat, sending the 3 fishermen ashore in the rowboat. John Thomas, the chatterbox, should have been at the stables at 5. He was an endless gossip, never by any chance punctual. Somers and Anne waited till 6. All the farmers drove out home. Theirs was the last trap. "Burion's trap, always the last," said the ostler. It became dark. The shops were all closing. It was night. And now the town, so busy at noon and all the afternoon, seemed cold, stony, deserted, with the wind blowing down its steep street. Nearly 7, and still no John Thomas. Anne was furious, but she knew him. Somers was more quiet, but he knew that this was a sort of deliberate insult on John Thomas's part, and that he must never trust him again. It was well after 7 when the fellow came, smiling with subtle malevolence and excusing himself so easily. "I shall never come with you again," said Somers quietly. "I should think not, Mr. Somers," cried Anne. It was a 2 hours' drive home, a long climb to the dark stretch of the moors, then across the moors in the cold of the night to the steep, cliff-like descent on the north, where Churchtown lay and the sea beyond. As they drew near to the north descent, the home face and the darkness was below them, Somers suddenly said, "I don't think I shall ever drive this way again." "Don't you? Why, what makes you say that?" cried the facile John Thomas. Past 9 o'clock, as they came down the rocky road and saw the yellow curtain of the cottage glowing. Poor Harriet! Somers was stiff with cold as he rose to jump down. "I'll come down for my parcels later," he said. "Easier to take them out at the farm, and he must fetch the milk." Harriet opened the door. "At last you've come," she said. "Something has happened, Lovat." One of John Thomas's sisters came out too. She had come up with Mrs. Somers out of sympathy. "What?" he said, and up came all the fear. It was evident Harriet had had a bad shock. She had walked in the afternoon across to Sharp's place, 3 miles away, and had got back just at nightfall, expecting Somers home by 7. She had left the doors unlocked, as they usually did. The moment she came in the dusk, she knew something had happened. She made a light and looked round. Things were disturbed. She looked in her little treasure boxes, everything there but moved. She looked in the drawers, everything turned upside down. The whole house ransacked, searched. A terrible fear came over her. She knew she was antagonistic to the government people, In her soul she hated the fixed society with its barrenness and its barren laws. She had always been afraid, always shrunk from the sight of a policeman, as if she were guilty of heaven knows what. And now the horror had happened. All the black animosity of authority was encompassing her. The unknown of it, and the horror. She fled down to the farm. Yes, 3 men had come, asking for Mr. and Mrs. Somers. They had told the one who came to the farm that Mr. Somers had driven to town, and Mrs. Somers they had seen going across the fields to Churchtown. Then the men had gone up to the cottage again and gone inside. "And they've searched everything, everything," said Harriet, shocked right through with awful fear. "Well, there's nothing to find. They must have been disappointed," said Richard. But it was a shock to him also, great consternation at the farm. "There must have been something connected with Sharp. There must have been that," said Somers, trying to reassure himself. "Thank goodness the house was so clean and tidy," said Harriet, but it was a last blow to her. What had they taken? They had not touched Somers' papers, but they had been through his pockets. They had taken the few loose letters from the pocket of his day jacket. They had taken a book, and a sort of notebook with scraps of notes for essays in it, and his address book. Yes, a few things like that. "But it'll be nothing. It'll be something to do with Sharp's bother." But he felt sick and sullen, and wouldn't get up early in the morning. Harriet was more prepared. She was down, dressed and tidy, making the breakfast. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly Somers heard her call. "Lovat, they're here. Get up." He heard the dread in her voice, and sprang into his clothes and came downstairs. A young officer, the burly police sergeant, and 2 other loutish-looking men. Somers came down without a collar. "I have here a warrant to search your house," said the young officer. "But you searched it yesterday, didn't you?" cried Harriet. The young officer looked at her coldly, without replying. He read the search warrant, and the 2 lout detectives in civilian clothes began to nose around. "And the police sergeant will read this order to you." Somers, white and very still, spoke no word, but waited. Then the police sergeant, in rather stumbling fashion, began to read an order from the military authorities that Richard Lovat Somers and Harriet Emma Mariana Joanna Somers of Trevetham Cottage, etc., should leave the county of Cornwall within the space of 3 days, and further within the space of 24 hours of their arrival in any place they must report themselves at the police station of the said place, giving their address, and they were forbidden to enter any part of the area of Cornwall, etc., etc., etc. Somers listened in silence. "But why?" cried Harriet. "Why? What have we done?" "I can't say what you have done," said the young officer in a cold tone, "but it must be something sufficiently serious. They don't send out these orders for nothing." "But what is it then? What is it?" "I don't know what we've done. Have we no right to know what you accuse us of?" "No, you have no right to know anything further than what is said in the order." And he folded up the said official foolscap and handed it officially to Somers. Richard silently took it and read it again. "But it's monstrous. What have they against us? We live here simply. We do nothing at all that they can charge us with." "What have we done?" cried Harriet. "I don't know what you've done, but we can take no risks in these times, and evidently there is a risk in leaving you here." "But I should like to know what," cried Harriet. "That I cannot tell you." "But do you know, woman-like?" she persisted. "No, I don't even know," he replied coldly. Harriet broke into a few tears of fright, fear, and chagrin. "Have we no rights at all?" she cried, furious. "Be quiet," said Richard to her. "Yes, it is your duty to serve your country, if it is your country, by every means in your power, if you choose to put yourself under suspicion." "Suspicion of what?" "I tell you I do not know, and could not tell you even if I did know." The foul, loutish detectives meanwhile were fumbling around, taking the books off the shelves and looking inside the clock. Somers watched them with a cold eye. "Is this yours?" said one of the louts, producing a book with queer diagrams. "Yes, it's a botany notebook," said Somers coldly. The man secured it. "He can learn the structure of molds and parasites," said Richard bitterly to Harriet. "The house is all open. The men can search everything?" asked the officer coldly. "You know it is," said Somers. "You tried yesterday while we were out." Then he asked, "Who is responsible for this? Whom can I write to?" "You can write to Major Witham, Headquarters Southern Division, Salisbury, if it will do any good," was the answer. There was a pause. Somers wrote it down, not in his address book because that was gone. "And one is treated like this for nothing," cried Harriet, again in tears. "For nothing, but just because I wasn't born English. Yet one has married an Englishman, and they won't let one live anywhere but in England." "It is more than that. It is more than the fact that you are not English-born," said the officer. "Then what? What?" she cried. He refused to answer this time. The police sergeant looked on with troubled blue eyes. "Nothing. It's nothing but that, because it can't be," wept Harriet. "It can't be anything else because we've never done anything else. Just because one wasn't born in England, as if one could help that. And to be persecuted like this for nothing else, and not even openly accused. Not even that." She wiped her tears, half enjoying it now. The police sergeant looked into the road. One of the louts clumped downstairs and began to look once more among the books. "That'll do here," said the officer quietly to the detective lout. But the detective lout wasn't going to be ordered, and persisted. "This your sketchbook, Mr. Somers?" said the lout. "No, those are Lady Hermione Rogers' sketches," said Somers with derision, and the lout stuffed the book back. "And why don't they let us go away?" cried Harriet. "Why don't they let us go to America? We don't want to be here if we are a nuisance. We want to go right away. Why won't they even let us do that?" She was all tear-marked now. "They must have their reasons," said the young officer, who was getting more and more uncomfortable. He again tried to hurry up the detective lout, but they were enjoying nosing around among other people's privacies. "And what'll happen to us if we don't go? If we just stay?" said Harriet, being altogether a female. "You'd better not try," said the young man grimly, so utterly confident in the absoluteness of the powers and the rightness he represented, and Somers would have liked to hit him across the mouth for that. "Hold your tongue, Harriet," he said, turning on her fiercely. "You've said enough now. Be still and let them do what they like, since they've the power to do it." And Harriet was silent, and in the silence only the louts rummaging among the linen, and one looking into the bread tin and into the tea caddy. Somers watched them with a cold eye, and that queer slight lifting of his nose, rather like a dog when it shows disgust. And the officer again tried to hurry the louts, in his low tone of command, which had so little effect. "Where do you intend to go?" said the officer to Somers. "Oh, just to London," said Somers, who did not feel communicative. "I suppose they will send the things back that they take," he said, indicating the louts. "I should think so, anything that is not evidence." The louts were drawing to an end. It was nearly over. "Of course this has nothing to do with me. I have to obey orders, no matter what they are," said the young officer, half apologizing. Somers just looked at him, but did not answer. His face was pale and still and distant, unconscious that the other people were real human beings. To him they were not. They were just things, obeying orders, and his eyes showed that. The young officer wanted to get out. At last it was over. The louts had collected a very few trifles. The officer saw them on to the road, bade them good morning, and got out of the house as quick as he could. "Good morning, sir." "Good morning, ma'am," said the police sergeant in tones of sympathy. Yes, it was over. Harriet and Lovat looked at one another in silent consternation. "Well, we must just go," she said. "Oh, yes," he replied. And she studied the insolent notice to quit the area of Cornwall. In her heart of hearts she was not sorry to quit it. It had become too painful. In a minute up came one of the farm girls to hear the news. Then later Somers went down. Arthur, the boy, had heard the officer say to the police sergeant as he went up the hill, "Well, that's a job I'd rather not have had to do." Harriet was alternately bitter and mocking, but badly shocked. Somers had had in his pocket the words of one of the Hebridean folk songs which Sharp had brought down, and which they all thought so wonderful. On a bit of paper in his jacket pocket the words, which have no meaning in any language apparently, but are just vocal, almost animal sounds, the Seal Woman's song, This they had taken. Vir mi hiu, ravo na lavo. Vir mi hiu, ravo hovo e. Vir mi hiu, ravo na lavo en kata, trom san jakar. What would the investigators make of this? What? Oh, what? Harriet loved to think of it. Somers really expected to be examined under torture to make him confess. The only obvious word, trom, pure German. The day was Friday. They must leave on Monday by the Great Western Express. Started a bitter rush of packing. Somers, so sick of things, had a great fire of all his old manuscripts. They decided to leave the house as it was, the books on the shelves, to take only their personal belongings. For Somers was determined to come back. Until he had made up his mind to this, he felt paralyzed. He loved the place so much. Ever since the conscription suspense began, he had said to himself, when he walked up the wild little road from his cottage to the moor, "Shall I see the foxgloves come out? If only I can stay till the foxgloves come." And he had seen the foxgloves come. Then it was the heather. Would he see the heather? And then the primroses in the hollow, down to the sea. The tufts and tufts of primroses where the fox stood and looked at him. Lately, however, he had begun to feel secure, as if he had sunk some of himself into the earth there, and were rooted forever. His very soul seemed to have sunk into that Cornwall, that wild place under the moors, and now he must tear himself out. He was quite paralyzed, could scarcely move, and at the farm they all looked at him with blank faces. He went back to the cottage to burn more manuscripts and pack up. And then, like a revelation, he decided he would come back. He would use all his strength, put himself against all the authorities, and in a month or two he would come back, before the snowdrops came in the farm garden. "I shall be back in a month or two, 3 months," he said to everybody, and they looked at him. But John Thomas said to him, "You remember you said you would never drive to town again, eh?" And in the black, bright eyes, Somers saw that it was so. Yet he persisted. It only meant not yet a while. On the Monday morning he went down to say good-bye at the farm. It was a bitter moment. He was so much attached to them, and they to him. He could not bear to go. Only one was not there, the Uncle James. Many a time Somers wondered why Uncle James had gone down the fields so as not to say good-bye. John Thomas was driving them down in the trap. Arthur had taken the big luggage in the cart. The family at the farm did everything they could. Somers never forgot that while he and Harriet were slaving on the Sunday to get things packed, John Thomas came up with their dinners from the farm Sunday dinner. It was a lovely, lovely morning as they drove across the hill slopes above the sea, Harriet and Somers and John Thomas. In spite of themselves, they felt cheerful. It seemed like an adventure. "I don't know," said John Thomas, "but I feel in myself as if it was all going to turn out for the best." And he smiled in his bright, wondering way. "So do I," cried Harriet, "as if we were going to be more free." "As if we were setting out on a long adventure," said Somers. They drove through the town, where, of course, they were marked people. But it was curious how little they cared, how indifferent they felt to everybody. At the station, Somers bade good-bye to John Thomas, with whom he had been such friends. "Well, I wonder when we shall see each other again," said the young farmer. "Soon. We will make it soon," said Somers. "We will make it soon, and you can come to London to see us." "Well, if I can manage it, there's nothing would please me better," replied the other. But even as he said it, Somers was thinking of the evening in town, when he and Anne had been kept waiting so long, and he knew he would not see John Thomas again soon. End of Chapter 12, The Nightmare, Part 3, recording by Bryce, Youngstown.
Chapter 12 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Courtney Miller. Chapter 12, The Nightmare, Part 4. During the long journey up to London, Somers sat facing Harriet quite still. The train was full, soldiers and sailors from Plymouth. One naval man talked to Harriet, bitter like all the rest. As soon as a man began to talk seriously, it was in bitterness. But many were beginning to make a mock of their own feelings even. Songs like Goodbye had taken the place of bluebells, and marked the change. But Somers sat there feeling he had been killed, perfectly still and pale, in a kind of after-death, feeling he had been killed. He had always believed so in everything. Society, love, friends. This was one of his serious deaths in belief. So he sat with his immobile face of a crucified Christ, who makes no complaint, only broods silently and alone, remote. This face distressed Harriet horribly. It made her feel lost and shipwrecked, as if her heart was destined to break also. And she was in rather good spirits, really. Her horror had been that she would be interned in one of the horrible camps, away from Somers. She had far less belief than he in the goodness of mankind, and she was rather relieved to get out of Cornwall. She had felt herself under a pressure there, long suffering, that very pressure he had loved so much. And so, while his still, fixed, crucified face distressed her horribly, at the same time it made her angry. What did he want to look like that for? Why didn't he show fight? They came to London, and he tried taxi after taxi before he could get one to take them up to Hampstead. He had written to a staunch friend, and asked her to wire if she would receive them for a day or two. She wired that she would. So they went to her house. She was a little delicate lady who reminded Somers of his mother, though she was younger than his mother would have been. She and her husband had been friends of William Morris in those busy days of incipient Fabianism. Now her husband was sick, and she lived with him and a nurse and her grown-up daughter in a little old house in Hampstead. Mrs. Redburn was frightened, receiving the tainted Somers, but she had pluck. Everybody in London was frightened at this time, everybody who was not a rabid and disgusting so-called patriot. It was a reign of terror. Mrs. Redburn was a staunch little soul, but she was bewildered, and she was frightened. They did such horrible things to you, the authorities. Poor tiny Hattie, with her cameo face, like a wise child in her grey bobbed hair. Such a frail little thing to have gone sailing these seas of ideas, and to suffer the awful breakdown of her husband. A tiny little woman with grey bobbed hair and wide, unyielding eyes. She had 3 great children. It all seemed a joke and a tragedy mixed to her. And now the war. She was just bewildered, and would not live long. Poor, frail, tiny Hattie, receiving the Somers into her still, tiny old house. Both Richard and Harriet loved her. He had pledged himself, in some queer way, to keep a place in his heart for her forever, even when she was dead. Which he did. But he suffered from London. It was cold, heavy, foggy weather, and he pined for his cottage, the granite-strewn, gorse-grown slope from the moors to the sea. He could not bear Hampstead Heath now. In his eyes he saw the farm below, grey, naked, stony, with the big pale-roofed new barn, and the network of dark green fields with the pale grey walls, and the gorse and the sea. Torture of nostalgia. He craved to be back. His soul was there. He wrote passionately to John Thomas. Richard and Harriet went to a police station for the first time in their lives. They went and reported themselves. The police at the station knew nothing about them and said they needn't have come. But next day a great policeman thumping at Hattie's door, and where some people called Somers staying there. It was explained to the policeman that they had already reported, but he knew nothing of it. Somers wanted as quickly as possible to find rooms, to take the burden from Hattie. The American wife of an English friend, a poet serving in the army, offered her rooms in Mecklenburgh Square, and the 3rd day after their arrival in London, Somers and Harriet moved there, very grateful indeed to the American girl. They had no money, but the young woman tossed the rooms to them and food and fuel with a wild, free hand. She was beautiful, reckless, one of the poetesses whose poetry Richard feared and wondered over. Started a new life, anguish of nostalgia for Cornwall from Somers, wandering in the King's Cross Road or Theobald's Road, seeing his cottage and the road going up to the moors. He wrote twice to the headquarters at Salisbury, insisting on being allowed to return. Came a reply, this could not be permitted. Then one day a man called and left a book with the little bundle of papers, a handful only, which the detectives had confiscated. A poor little show. Even the scrap of paper with vermeil. Again Somers wrote, but to no effect. Came a letter from John Thomas describing events in the West, the last Somers ever had from his friend. Then Sharp came up to London. It was too lonely down there, and they had some gay evenings. Many people came to see Somers, but Sharp said to him, "They're watching you still." There were 2 policemen near the door watching who came in. There was an atmosphere of terror all through London, as under the Tsar when no man dared open his mouth. Only this time it was the lowest orders of mankind spying on the upper orders to drag them down. One evening there was a gorgeous commotion in Somers' rooms. 4 poets and 3 non-poets, all fighting out poetry, a splendid time. Somers ran down the stairs in the black dark, no lights in the hall, to open the door. He opened quickly. 3 policemen in the porch. They slipped out before they could be spoken to. Harriet and Somers had reported at Bow Street. Wonderful how little heed the police took of them. Somers could tell how the civil police loathed being under the military orders. But watched and followed he knew he was. After 2 months the American friend needed her rooms. The Somers transferred to Kensington, to a flat belonging to Sharp's mother. Again many friends came. One evening Sharp was called out from the drawing-room, detectives in the hall inquiring about Somers, where he got his money from, etc., etc., such clowns, louts, mongrels of detectives. Even Sharp laughed in their faces. Such canaille. At the same time detectives inquiring for them at the old address, though they had reported the change. Such a confusion in the official mind. It was becoming impossible. Somers wrote bitterly to friends who had been all influential till lately, but whom the canaille were now trying to taint also. And then he and Harriet moved to a little cottage he rented from his dear Hattie, in Oxfordshire. Once more they reported to the police in the market town. Once more the police sympathetic. "I will report no more," said Somers. But still he knew he was being watched all the time. Strange men questioning the cottage woman next door as to all his doings. He began to feel a criminal. A sense of guilt, of self-horror began to grow up in him. He saw himself set apart from mankind, a Cain, or worse. Though of course he had committed no murder, but what might he not have done? A leper, a criminal. The foul, dense, carrion-eating mob were trying to set their teeth in him, which meant mortification and death. It was Christmas, winter, very cold. He and Harriet were very poor. Then he became ill. He lay in the tiny bedroom looking at the wintry sky and the deep thatched roof of the cottage beyond, sick. But then his soul revived. "No," he said to himself, "no. Whatever I do or have done, I am not wrong. Even if I commit what they call a crime, why should I accept their condemnation or verdict? Whatever I do of my own responsible self. I refuse their imputations. I despise them. They are canaille. Carrion-eating, filthy-mouthed canaille. Like dead men devouring jackals. I wish to God I could kill them. I wish I had power to blight them, to slay them with a blight, to slay them in thousands and thousands. I wish to God I could kill them off, the masses of canaille. Would they make me feel in the wrong? Would they? They shall not. Never. I will watch that they never set their unclean teeth in me, for a bite is blood poisoning. But fear them. Feel in the wrong because of them? Never. Not if I were Cain several times over and had killed several brothers and sisters as well. Not if I had committed all the crimes in their calendar. I will not be put in the wrong by them. God knows I will not. And I will report myself no more at their police stations. So, whenever the feeling of terror came over him, the feeling of being marked out, branded, a criminal marked out by society, marked out for annihilation, he pulled himself together, saying to himself, "I am letting them make me feel in the wrong. I am degrading myself by feeling guilty, marked out, and I have convulsions of fear. But I am not wrong. I have done no wrong, whatever I have done. That is, no wrong that society has to do with. Whatever wrongs I have done are my own, and private between myself and the other person. One may be wrong, yes, one is often wrong, but not for them to judge. For my own soul only to judge. Let me know them for human filth, all these pullers down, and let me watch them as I would watch a reeking hyena, but never fear them. Let me watch them to keep them at bay, but let me never admit for one single moment that they may be my judges. That never. I have judged them. They are canaille. I am a man, and I abide by my own soul. Never shall they have a chance of judging me." So he discovered the great secret, to stand alone as his own judge of himself, absolutely. He took his stand absolutely on his own judgment of himself. Then the mongrel-mouthed world would say and do what it liked. This is the greatest secret of behavior, to stand alone and judge oneself from the deeps of one's own soul. And then to know, to hear what the others say and think, to refer their judgment to the touchstone of one's own soul judgment, to fear one's own inward soul, and never to fear the outside world, nay, not even one single person, nor even 50 million persons. To learn to be afraid of nothing but one's own deepest soul, but to keep a sharp eye on the millions of the others. Somers would say to himself, "There are 50 million people in Great Britain, and they would nearly all be against me. Let them." So a period of quiet followed. Somers got no answers to his letters to John Thomas. It was like the evening when he had been kept waiting. The man was scared. It was an end. And the authorities still would allow of no return to Cornwall. So let that be an end too. He wrote for his books and household linen to be sent up. The rest could be sold. Bitter, in Oxfordshire, to unpack the things he had loved so dearly in Cornwall. Life would never be quite the same again. Then let it be otherwise. He hardened his heart and his soul. It was a lovely spring, and here in the heart of England, Shakespeare's England, there was a sweetness and a humanness that he had never known before. The people were friendly and unsuspicious, though they knew all about the trouble. The police, too, were delicate and kindly. It was a human world once more, human and lovely, though the gangs of woodmen were cutting down the trees, burying the beautiful spring woods, making logs for trench props. And there was always the suspense of being once more called up for military service. But surely, thought Somers, if I am so vile, they will be glad to leave me alone. Spring passed on. Somers' sisters were alone, their husbands at the war. His younger sister took a cottage for him in their own bleak Derbyshire, and so he returned after 6 years to his own country. A bitter stranger, too, he felt. It was northern, and the industrial spirit was permeated through everything, the alien spirit of coal and iron. People living for coal and iron, nothing else. What good was it all? This time he would not go to the police station to report. So one day a police inspector called, but he was a kindly man and a little bitter too. Strange that among the civil police, everyone that Somers met was kindly and understanding, but the so-called brand-new military, they were insolent jackanapes, especially the stay-at-home military who had all the authority in England. In September, on his birthday, came the third summons, on His Majesty's service. His Majesty's service, God help us. Somers was bidden present himself at Derby on a certain date, to join the colours. He replied, "If I am turned out of my home and forbidden to enter the area of Cornwall, if I am forced to report myself to the police wherever I go, and am treated like a criminal, you surely cannot wish me to present myself to join the colours." There was an interval, much correspondence with Bodmin, where they seemed to have forgotten him again. Then he received a notice that he was to present himself as ordered. What else was there to do? But he was growing devilish inside himself. However, he went, and Harriet accompanied him to the town. The recruiting place was a sort of big Sunday school. You went down a little flight of steps from the road. In a smallish ante-room like a basement he sat on a form and waited while all his papers were filed. Beside him sat a big collier, about as old as himself, and the man's face was a study of anger and devilishness growing under humiliation. After an hour's waiting, Somers was called. He stripped as usual, but this time was told to put on his jacket over his complete nakedness. And so he was shown into a high, long schoolroom, with various sections down one side, bits of screens where various doctor fellows were performing, and opposite, a long writing table where clerks and old military buffers in uniform sat in power, the clerks dutifully scribbling, glad to be in a safe job, no doubt, the old military buffers staring about. Near this Judgment Day table, a fire was burning, and there was a bench where 2 naked men sat ignominiously, waiting, trying to cover their nakedness a little with their jackets, but too much upset to care really. Good God, thought Somers, naked civilized men in their Sunday jackets and nothing else make the most heaven-forsaken sight I have ever seen. The big stark naked collier was being measured, a big gaunt naked figure with a gruesome sort of nudity. Oh God, thought Somers, why do the animals none of them look like this? It doesn't look like life, like a living creature's figure. It is gruesome, with no life meaning. In another section, a youth of about 25, stark naked too, was throwing out his chest while a chit of a doctor fellow felt him between the legs. This naked young fellow evidently thought himself an athlete, and that he must make a good impression, so he threw his head up in a would-be noble attitude, and coughed bravely when the doctor buffoon said cough, like a piece of furniture waiting to be sat on, The athletic young man looked. Across the room the military buffers looked on at the operette. Occasionally a joke, incomprehensible, at the expense of the naked, was called across from the military papas to the fellows who may have been doctors. The place was full of an indescribable tone of jeering, jibing, shamelessness. Somers stood in his street jacket and thin legs and beard, a sight enough for any gods, and waited his turn. Then he took off the jacket and was cleanly naked, and stood to be measured and weighed, being moved about like a block of meat, in the atmosphere of corrosive derision. Then he was sent to the next section for eye tests, and jokes were called across the room. Then after a time to the next section, where he was made to hop on one foot, then on the other foot, bend over, and so on, apparently to see if he had any physical deformity. In due course to the next section, where a fool of a little fellow, surely no doctor, eyed him up and down and said, "Anything to complain of?" "Yes," said Somers. "I've had pneumonia 3 times and been threatened with consumption." "Oh, go over there, then." So in his stalky, ignominious nakedness he was sent over to another section, where an elderly fool turned his back on him for 10 minutes before looking round and saying, "Yes, what have you to say?" Somers repeated, "When did you have pneumonia?" Somers answered. He could barely speak, he was in such a fury of rage and humiliation. "What doctor said you were threatened with consumption? Give his name." This in a tone of sneering skepticism. The whole room was watching and listening. Somers knew his appearance had been anticipated, and they wanted to count him out, but he kept his head. The elderly fellow then proceeded to listen to his heart and lungs with a stethoscope, jabbing the end of the instrument against the flesh as if he wished to make a pattern on it. Somers kept a set face. He knew what he was out against, and he just hated and despised them all. The fellow at length threw the stethoscope aside as if he were throwing Somers aside, and went to write. Somers stood still, with a set face, and waited. Then he was sent to the next section, and the stethoscoping doctor strolled over to the great judgment table. In the final section was a young puppy, like a chemist's assistant, who made most of the jokes. Jokes were all the time passing across the room, but Somers had the faculty of becoming quite deaf to anything that might disturb his equanimity. The chemist assistant puppy looked him up and down with a small grin as if to say, "Law, Lummy, what a sight of a human scarecrow." Somers looked him back again, under lowered lids, and the puppy left off joking for the moment. He told Somers to take up other attitudes. Then he came forward close to him, right till their bodies almost touched, the one in a navy blue serge, holding back a little as if from the contagion of the naked one. He put his hand between Somers' legs and pressed it upwards under the genitals. Somers felt his eyes going black. "Cough," said the puppy. He coughed. "Again," said the puppy. He made a noise in his throat, then turned aside in disgust. "Turn round," said the puppy. "Face the other way." Somers turned and faced the shameful monkey faces at the long table. So he had his back to the tall window, and the puppy stood plumb behind him. "Put your feet apart." He put his feet apart. "Bend forward. Further. Further." Somers bent forward, lower, and realized that the puppy was standing aloof behind him to look into his anus, and that this was the source of the wonderful jesting that went on all the time. "That will do. Get your jacket and go over there." Somers put on his jacket and went and sat on the form that was placed endwise at the side of the fire, facing the side of the judgment table. The big, gaunt collier was still being fooled. He apparently was not very intelligent, and didn't know what they meant when they told him to bend forward. Instead of bending with stiff knees, not knowing at all what they wanted, he crouched down, squatting on his heels as colliers do. And the doctor puppy, amid the hugest amusement, had to start him over again. So the game went on, and Somers watched them all. The collier was terrible to him. He had a sort of Irish face, with a short nose and a thin black head. This snub-nosed face had gone quite blank with a ghastly voidness, void of intelligence, bewildered, and blind. It was as if the big, ugly, powerful body could not obey words any more. Oh God, such an ugly body, not as if it belonged to a living creature. Somers kept himself hard and in command, face set, eyes watchful. He felt his cup had been filled now. He watched these buffoons in this great room, as he sat there naked save for his jacket, and he felt that from his heart, from his spine went out vibrations that should annihilate them, blot them out, the canaille, stamp them into the mud they belonged to. He was called at length to the table. "What is your name?" asked one of the old parties. Somers looked at him. "Somers," he said in a very low tone. "Somers. Richard Lovat?" with an indescribable sneer. Richard Lovat realized that they had got their knife into him. So, he had his knife in them, and it would strike deeper at last. "You describe yourself as a writer." He did not answer. "A writer of what?" with a perfect sneer. "Books, essays." The old buffer went on writing. Oh yes, they intended to make him feel they had got their knife into him. They would have his beard off, too. But would they? He stood there with his ridiculous thin legs, in his ridiculous jacket, but he did not feel a fool. Oh God, no. The white composure of his face, the slight lifting of his nose, like a dog's disgust, the heavy, unshakable watchfulness of his eyes brought even the judgment table to silence, even the puppy doctors. It was not till he was walking out of the room, with his jacket about his thin legs, and his beard in front of him, that they lifted their heads for a final jeer. He dressed and waited for his card. It was Saturday morning, and he was almost the last man to be examined. He wondered what instructions they had had about him. Oh, foul dogs! But they were very close on him now, very close. They were grinning very close behind him, like hyenas just going to bite. Yes, they were running him to earth. They had exposed all his nakedness to jibes, and they were pining, almost whimpering to give the last grab at him, and haul him to earth, a victim, finished. But not yet. Oh no, not yet. Not yet, not now, nor ever. Not while life was life should they lay hold of him. Never again. Never would he be touched again. And because they had handled his private parts and looked into them, their eyes should burst, and their hands should wither, and their hearts should rot. So he cursed them in his blood, with an unremitting curse, as he waited. They gave him his card, C2, fit for non-military service. He knew what they would like to make him do. They would like to seize him and compel him to empty latrines in some camp. They had that in mind for him, but he had other things in mind. He went out into a cursed derby to Harriet. She was reassured again, but he was not. He hated the Midlands now. He hated the North. They were viler than the South, even than Cornwall. They had a universal desire to take life and down it, these horrible machine people, these iron and coal people. They wanted to set their foot absolutely on life, grind it down, and be masters, as they were of their foul machines, masters of life, as they were masters of steam power and electric power, and above all, of money power. Masters of money power, with an obscene hatred of life, true spontaneous life. Another flight. He was determined not to stop in the Derby military area. He would move one stage out of their grip, at least. So he and Harriet prepared to go back with their trunks to the Oxfordshire cottage which they loved. He would not report, nor give any sign of himself. Fortunately, in the village everybody was slack and friendly. Derby had been a crisis. He would obey no more, not one more stride. If they summoned him, he would disappear, or find some means of fighting them. But no more obedience, no more presenting himself when called up. By God, no. Never while he lived, again, would he be at the disposal of society. So they moved south, to be one step removed. They had been living in this remote cottage in the Derbyshire hills, and they must leave at 7:30 in the morning to complete their journey in a day. It was a black morning, with a slow dawn. Somers had the trunks ready. He stood looking at the dark gulf of the valley below. Meanwhile, heavy clouds sank over the bare Derbyshire hills, and the dawn was blotted out before it came. Then broke a terrific thunderstorm, and hail lashed down with a noise like insanity. He stood at the big window over the valley, and watched. Come hail, come rain, he would go. Forever. This was his home district, but from the deepest soul he now hated it, mistrusted it even more than he hated it. As far as life went, he mistrusted it utterly, with a black soul. Mistrusted it and hated it, with its smoke and its money power and its squirming millions who aren't human any more. Ah, how lovely the Southwest seemed after it all. There was hardly any food, but neither he nor Harriet minded. They could pick up and be wonderfully happy again, gathering the little chestnuts in the woods and the few last bilberries. Men were working harder than ever felling trees for trench timber, denuding the land. But their brush fires were burning in the woods, and when they had gone, in the cold dusk, Somers went with a sack to pick up the unburnt faggots and the great chips of wood the axes had left golden against the felled logs, flakes of sweet, pale gold oak. He gathered them in the dusk in a sack, along with the other poor villagers, for he was poorer even than they. Still, it made him very happy to do these things, to see a big, glowing pile of wood flakes in his shed, and to dig the garden, and set the rubbish burning in the late, wistful autumn, or to wander through the hazel copses, away to the real old English hamlets, that are still like Shakespeare, and like Hardy's Woodlanders. Then in November, the armistice. It was almost too much to believe. The war was over. It was too much to believe. He and Harriet sat and sang German songs in the cottage that strange night of the armistice, away there in the country, and she cried. And he wondered what now the walls would come no nearer. It had been like Edgar Allan Poe's story of the pit and the pendulum, where the walls come in, till the prisoner is almost squeezed. So the black walls of the war, and he had been trapped, and very nearly squeezed into the pit where the rats were. So nearly, so very nearly. And now the black walls had stopped, and he was not pushed into the pit and the rats, and he knew it in his soul. What next then? He insisted on going back to Derbyshire. Harriet, who hated him for the move, refused to go, so he went alone, back to his sisters, and to finish the year in the house which they had paid for him. Harriet refused to go. She stayed with Hattie in London. At St. Pancras, as Somers left the taxi and went across the pavement to the station, he fell smack down on the pavement. He did not hurt himself, but he got up rather dazed, saying to himself, "Is that a bad omen? Ought I not to be going back?" But again he thought of Scipio Africanus, and went on. The cold black December days, alone in the cottage on the cold hills, Adam Bede country, snowfields, Dinah Morris's home. Such heavy, cold, savage, frustrated blackness. He had known it when he was a boy. Then Harriet came, and they spent Christmas with his sister. And when January came, he fell ill with the influenza, and was ill for a long time. In March the snow was up to the window-sills of their house. Will the winter never end? He asked his soul. May brought the year's house-rent of the Derbyshire cottage to an end, and back they went to Oxfordshire. But now the place seemed weary to him, tame, after the black iron of the north. The walls had gone, and now he felt nowhere. So they applied for passports. Harriet to go to Germany, himself to Italy. A lovely summer went by, a lovely autumn came, but the meaning had gone out of everything for him. He had lost his meaning. England had lost its meaning for him. The free England had died. This England of the peace was like a corpse. It was the corpse of a country to him. In October came the passports. He saw Harriet off to Germany, said goodbye at the Great Eastern Station, while she sat in the Harwich hook of Holland Express. She had a look of almost vindictive triumph and almost malignant love as the train drew out. So he went back to his meaninglessness at the cottage. Then, finding the meaninglessness too much, he gathered his few pounds together and in November left for Italy. Left England which he had loved so bitterly, and now was leaving alone, and with a feeling of expressionlessness in his soul. It was a cold day. There was snow on the downs like a shroud. And as he looked back from the boat, when they had left Folkestone behind and only England was there, England looked like a grey, dreary grey coffin sinking in the sea behind, with her dead grey cliffs and the white, worn-out cloth of snow above. Memory of all this came on him so violently, now in the Australian night, that he trembled helplessly under the shock of it. He ought to have gone up to Jack's place for the night, but no, he could not speak to anybody. Of all the black throng in the dark Sydney streets, he was the most remote. He strayed round in a torture of fear, and then at last suddenly went to the Carlton Hotel, got a room, and went to bed, to be alone and think. Detail for detail he thought out his experiences with the authorities, during the war, lying perfectly still and tense. Till now he had always kept the memory at bay, afraid of it. Now it all came back, in a rush. It was like a volcanic eruption in his consciousness. For some weeks he had felt the great uneasiness in his unconscious. For some time he had known spasms of that same fear that he had known during the war, the fear of the base and malignant power of the mob-like authorities. Since he had been in Italy, the fear had left him entirely. He had not even remembered it in India. Only in the quiet of Kui, strangely enough, it had come back in spasms, the dread, almost the horror of democratic society, the mob. Harriet had been feeling it too. Why? Why in this free Australia? Why? Why should they both have been feeling this same terror and pressure that they had known during the war? Why should it have come on again in Mullumbimby? Perhaps in Mullumbimby they were suspect again, two strangers, so much alone. Perhaps the Secret Service was making investigations about them. Can I... Richard faced out all his memories like a nightmare in the night, and cut clear. He felt broken off from his fellow men. He felt broken off from the England he had belonged to. The ties were gone. He was loose like a single timber of some wrecked ship, drifting over the face of the earth. Without a people, without a land, so be it. He was broken apart he would remain. End of Chapter 12. The Nightmare. Part 4.
Chapter 13 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13. Revenge, Timotheus cries. At last he had it all out with himself, right to the bitter end. And then he realized that all the time, since the year 1918, whether he was in Sicily, or Switzerland, or Venice, or Germany, or in the Austrian Tyrol, deep in his unconsciousness had lain this accumulation of black fury and fear, like frenzied lava quiescent in his soul. And now it had burst up, the fear, then the acute remembrance. So he faced it out, trembling with shock and bitterness, every detail. And then he tried to reckon it all up. But first, why had it all come back on him? It had seemed so past, so gone. Why should it suddenly erupt like white-hot lava, to set in hot black rock round the wound of his soul? Who knows? Perhaps there is a periodicity, even in volcanic eruption. Or perhaps it was this contact with Kangaroo and Willie Struthers, contact with the accumulating forces of social violence. Or perhaps it was being again in a purely English-speaking country, and feeling again that queer revulsion from the English form of democracy. He realized that the oh-so-pleasant democracy of the English lower classes frightened him, always had frightened him. Yet everybody was so very pleasant and easygoing down in Mullumbimby. It really seemed so free. 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 What did it mean? It was this very ultra-freedom that frightened him, like a still pause before a thunderstorm. Let him that thinketh he stand, take heed lest he fall. Or perhaps it was just the inversion of the season, the climate. His blood, his whole corporeal being, expected summer, and long days and short nights. And here he had willfully come into the southern hemisphere, with long starry nights of winter, and the late sun rising northeast behind the sea, and traveling northwards up the sky, as if running away, and setting in a cold glare northwest, behind the bluey-black range. It should have been bird-nesting time, and leaves and flowers and tall corn and full summer with cherry blossom fallen, and cherries beginning to change color. Whereas the grass was sere and brown, the earth had gone winter numb, the few deciduous trees were bare, and only the uncanny coral tree flared its flowers of red-hot iron. Perhaps it was just this. The inversion of the seasons, the shock to his blood and his system. For, of course, the body has its own rhythm, with the sun and with the moon. The great nerve ganglia and the subtle glands have their regular times and motions, in correspondence with the outer universe. And these times and motions had suddenly received a check from the outer universe, a distinct check. He had had an inkling of what it would be when, from the ship in the Indian Ocean, he had seen the great and beloved constellation Orion standing on its head as if pitching head foremost into the sea, and the bright dog Sirius coursing high above his heels in the outer air. Then he had realized the inversion in the heavens. And perhaps it was this inversion which had brought up all that corrosive and bitter fire from the bowels of his unconscious, up again into his full consciousness. If so, then let it be so. One thing he realized, however, that if the fire had suddenly erupted in his own belly, it would erupt one day in the bellies of all men, because there it had accumulated, like a great horrible lava pool, deep in the unconscious bowels of all men. All who were not dead. And even the dead were many of them raging in the invisible, with gnashing of teeth. But the living dead, these he could not reckon with. They with poisonous teeth like hyenas. Rage, rage, rage. The awful accumulations that lie quiescent and pregnant in the bowels of men. He thought of the big, gaunt collier with the blunt, seal-like face shorn of its intelligence, squatting naked and ghastly on his heels. It passes. It passes for the time being, but in those moments there is an inward disruption, and the death-hot lava pours loose into the deepest reservoirs of the soul. One day to erupt, or else to go hard and rocky, dead. Even the athletic young man who wanted to be approved of, even he had not much true spunk. But what was he feeling now? Unless, of course, he had got into business and was successfully coining money. That seemed to be the only safety valve, success in money-making. But how many men were successful now? Of course it was all necessary. The conscription, the medical examinations. Of course. We all know it. But when it comes to the deepest things, men are as entirely irrational as women. You can reason with a sex-angry woman till you are black in the face. And if for a time you do overcome her with reason, the sex anger only arises more hideously and furiously, later. Perhaps in another guise. There is no arguing with the instinctive passional self, not the least use in the world. Yes, you are quite right in all your contentions. But! And the but just explodes everything like a bomb. The conscription, all the whole performance of the war was absolutely circumstantially necessary. It was necessary to investigate even the secret parts of a man. Agreed. But it was necessary to put Richard Lovat and the ugly collier through that business at Derby. Many men were put through things 1,000 times worse. Agreed. Oh, entirely agreed. The war couldn't be lost at that hour. Quite. Even Richard, even now, agreed fully to all these contentions. But... And there you are. But... He was full of a lava fire of rage and hate at the bottom of his soul, and he knew it was the same with most men. He felt desecrated, and he knew it was the same with most men. He felt sold, and he knew most men felt the same. He cared for nothing now but to let loose the hell rage that was in him, get rid of it by letting it out. For there was no digesting it. He had been trying that for 3 years, and roaming the face of the earth trying to soothe himself with the sops of travel and new experience and scenery. He knew now the worth of all sops. Once that disruption had taken place in a man's soul, and in a stress of humiliation, under the presence of compulsion, something has broken in his tissue and the liquid fire has run out loose into his blood, then no sobs will be of any avail. The lava fire at the bottom of a man's belly breeds more lava fire, and more, till there is an eruption. As the lava fire accumulates, the man becomes more and more reckless, till he reaches a pitch of dehumanized recklessness, and then the lid is blown off, as the top is blown off a hill to make a new volcano. Or else it all sets into rocky deadness. Richard felt himself reaching the volcanic pitch. He had as good as reached it. And he realized that the Russians must have reached it during the war, that the Irish had got there, that the Indians in India were approaching the point, that the whole world was gradually working up to the pitch. The whole world. It was as inevitable as the coming of summer. It might be soon, it might be slow, but inevitable it was. Or else the alternative, the dead rock barrenness. But why? Why? Oh, why? Is human life just opposed to human reason? The Allies did have to win the war, for it would certainly not have been any better letting Germany win, unless a very great disaster might have shocked men to their deeper senses. But doubtful. Things had to go as they went. So, it was just Thomas Hardy's blind fate? No, said Lovat to himself, no. Fata volentem ducunt, nolentem trahunt. The fates lead on the willing man. The unwilling man they drag. The fates? What fates? It takes a willing man to answer. Man is not a creature of circumstance. Neither is he the result of cause and effect throughout the ages. Neither is he a product of evolution. Neither is he a living mind, part of the universal mind. Neither is he a complicated makeup of forces and chemicals and organs. Neither is he a term of love. Neither is he the mere instrument of God's will. None of these things. Man lives according to his own idea of himself. When circumstances begin really to run counter to his idea of himself, he damns circumstances. When the running counter persists, he damns the nature of things. And when it still persists, he becomes a fatalist. A fatalist or an opportunist, anything of that sort. Whose fault is it? Fate's? Not at all. It is man's fault for persisting in some fixed idea of himself. Yet, being an animal saddled with a mental consciousness, which means ideas, man must have some idea of himself. He just must, and those that deny it have got a more fixed idea than anybody. Man must have some idea of himself. He must live hard up to this idea of himself. But the idea is perishable. Say what you like, every idea is perishable. Even the idea of God, or love, or humanity, or liberty, even the greatest idea has its day and perishes. Each formulated religion is in the end only a great idea. Once the idea becomes explicit, it is dead. Yet we must have ideas. When a man follows the true inspiration of a new living idea, he then is the willing man whom the fates lead onwards, like St. Paul or Pope Hildebrand, or Martin Luther, or Cromwell, or Abraham Lincoln. But when the idea is really dead, and still man persists in following it, then he is the unwilling man whom the fates destroy, like Kaiser Wilhelm or President Wilson, or, today, the world at large. For the idea or ideal of love, self-sacrifice, humanity, united in love, in brotherhood, in peace, all this is dead. There is no arguing about it. It is dead. The great ideal is dead. How do we know? By putting off our conscious conceit and listening to our own soul. So then, why will men not forgive the war and their humiliations at the hands of these warlike authorities? Because men were compelled into the service of a dead ideal, and perhaps nothing but this compulsion made them realize it was a dead ideal. But all those filthy little stay-at-home officers and coast watchers and dirty-minded doctors who tortured men during the first stages of the torture, did these men in their souls believe in what they were doing? They didn't. They had no souls. They had only their beastly little wills, which they used to bully all men with. With their wills they determined to fight for a dead ideal and to bully every other man into compliance. The inspiring motive was the bullying, and every other man complied. Or else, by admitting a conscientious objection to war, he admitted the dead ideal, but took refuge in one of its sidetracks. All men alike, and all women, admitted and still admit the face value of the ideal of love, self-sacrifice, and humanity united in love, brotherhood, and peace. So they persist in the dead ideal. Fata nolunt. Fata nolunt. Then see how the fates betray them. In their service of the defunct ideal, they find themselves utterly humiliated, sold. In England, Italy, Germany, India, Australia, that had been the one word men had used to describe their feeling. They had been sold. But not before they had sold themselves. Now then, the moment a man feels he has been sold in the deepest things, something goes wrong with his whole mechanism. Something breaks in his tissue, and the black poison is emitted into his blood. And then he follows a natural course, and becomes a creature of slow, or of quick, revenge. Revenge on all that the old ideal is and stands for. Revenge on the whole system. Just revenge. Even further revenge on himself. Men revenged themselves on Athens when they felt sold. When Rome, persisting in an old, defunct ideal, gradually made her subjects feel sold, they were revenged on her, no matter how. Constantinople and the Byzantine Empire the same. And now our turn. Revenge, Timotheus cries. And Timotheus is just everybody, except those that have got hold of the money or the power. There is nothing for it but revenge. If you sow the dragon's teeth, you mustn't expect lilies of the valley to spring up in sweet meekness. And Kangaroo? Kangaroo insisted on the old idea as hard as ever, though on the power of love rather than on the submission and sacrifice of love. He wanted to take his revenge in an odor of sanctification and lily-of-the-valley essence. But he was the mob, really. See his face in a rage. He was the mob. The vengeful mob. Oh God, the most terrifying of all things. And Willie Struthers? The vengeful mob also. But if the old ideal had still a logical leaf to put forth, it was this last leaf of communism, before the lily tree of humanity rooted in love died its final death. Perhaps better Struthers than Kangaroo. But what about myself? Said Richard Lovat to himself, as he lay in the darkness of Sydney, his brain afire. For the horrible bitter fire seemed really to have got into his brain, burst up from his deepest bowels. What about me? Am I too Timotheus crying, "Revenge"? Oh, revenge, yes, he wanted to be avenged. He wanted to be avenged. Especially when he felt tangled up in the horrible human affair, the ideal become like an octopus with a ghastly eye in the center, and white arms enwreathing the world. Oh, then he wanted to be avenged. But now, for the moment, he felt he had cut himself clear. He was exhausted and almost wrecked. But he felt clear again, if no other ghastly arm of the octopus should flash out and encircle him. For the moment he felt himself lying inert, but clear, the dragon dead. The ever-renewed dragon of a great old ideal, with its foul poison breath. It seemed as if, for himself, he had killed it. That was now all he wanted, to get clear. Not to save humanity, or to help humanity, or to have anything to do with humanity. No, no. Kangaroo had been his last embrace with humanity. Now all he wanted was to cut himself clear. To be clear of humanity altogether, to be alone. To be clear of love and pity and hate. To be alone from it all. To cut himself finally clear from the last encircling arm of the octopus humanity. To turn to the old dark gods who had waited so long in the outer dark. Humanity could do as it liked. He did not care, so long as he could get his own soul clear. For he believed in the inward soul, in the profound unconscious of man. Not an ideal God. The ideal God is a proposition of the mental consciousness, all too limitedly human. No, he said to himself, there is God, but forever dark, forever unrealizable, forever and forever. The unutterable name, because it can never have a name, the great living darkness which we represent by the glyph, God. There is this ever-present living darkness, inexhaustible and unknowable. It is, and it is all the God and the gods. And every living human soul is a wellhead to this darkness of the living unutterable. Into every living soul wells up the darkness, the unutterable. And then there is travail of the visible with the invisible. Man is in travail with his own soul, while ever his soul lives. Into his unconscious surges a new flood of the God darkness, the living unutterable. And this unutterable is like a germ, a fetus with which he must travail, bringing it at last into utterance, into action, into being. But in most people the soul is withered at the source, like a woman whose ovaries withered before she became a woman, or a man whose sex glands died at the moment when they should have come into life. Like unsexed people, the mass of mankind is soulless, because to persist in resistance of the sensitive influx of the dark gradually withers the soul, makes it die, and leaves a human idealist and an automaton. Most people are dead, and scurrying and talking in the sleep of death. Life has its automatic side, sometimes in direct conflict with the spontaneous soul. Then there is a fight. And the spontaneous soul must extricate itself from the meshes of the almost automatic white octopus of the human ideal, the octopus of humanity. It must struggle clear, knowing what it is doing, not waste itself in revenge. The revenge is inevitable enough, for each denial of the spontaneous dark soul creates the reflex of its own revenge. But the greatest revenge on the lie is to get clear of the lie. The long travail, the long gestation of the soul within a man, and the final parturition, the the birth of a new way of knowing, a new God influx. A new idea, true enough. But at the center, the old anti-idea, the dark, the unutterable God. This time not a God scribbling on tablets of stone or bronze, no everlasting decalogues, no sermons on mounts either. The dark God, the forever unrevealed, the God who is many gods to many men, all things to all men, the source of passions and strange motives. It is a frightening thought, but very liberating. "Ah, my soul," said Richard to himself, "you have to look more ways than one. First to the unutterable dark of God, first and foremost. Then to the utterable and sometimes very loud dark of that woman Harriet. I must admit that only the dark God in her fighting with my white idealism has got me so clear, and that only the dark God in her answering the dark God in me has got my soul heavy and fecund with a new sort of infant. But even now I can't bring it forth. I can't bring it forth. I need something else. Some other answer. Life makes no absolute statement. The true life makes no absolute statement. Thou shalt have no other God before me. The very commandment suggests that it is possible to have other gods, and to put them before Jehovah. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. But, O deepest of perplexing questions, how do I love myself? Am I to love my neighbor as if he were myself? But my very love makes me know that he isn't myself, and that therein lies his lovableness, unless I am a conceited prig. Am I to love my neighbor as much as myself? And how much do I love myself? It is a wildly problematic commandment. Supposing I love my neighbor more than myself, that again is a catastrophe. Since every man must love himself in a different way, unless he is a materialist or a prig, he must love his neighbor in a different way. So Christ's commandment is as large as life, and its meaning can never be fixed. I sometimes hate myself, and my neighbor as myself. Life makes no absolute statement. It is all call and answer. As soon as the call ceases, the answer is invalid. Until the answer comes, a call is but a crying in the wilderness, and every answer must wait until it hears the call. Till the call comes, the answer is but an unborn fetus. And so it is. Life is so wonderful and complex, and always relative. A man's soul is a perpetual call and answer. He can never be the call and the answer in one, between the dark God and the incarnate man, between the dark soul of woman and the opposite dark soul of man, and finally between the souls of man and man, strangers to one another, but answerers. So it is forever, the eternal weaving of calls and answers, and the fabric of life woven and perishing again. But the calls never cease, and the answers never fail for long. And when the fabric becomes gray and machine-made, some strange clarion call makes men start to smash it up. So it is. Blessed are the pure in heart. That is absolute truth, a statement of living relativity, because the pure in heart are those who quiver to the dark God, to the call of woman, and to the call of men. The pure in heart are the listeners and the answerers. But Ramses II was no doubt as pure in heart as John the Evangel, indeed perhaps purer, since John was an insister. To be pure in heart, man must listen to the dark gods as well as to the white gods, to the call to blood sacrifice as well as to the Eucharist. Blessed are the poor in spirit. It depends. If it means listening, not if it means taking up a permanent attitude. Blessed are the peacemakers. It depends. If it means answering, not if it means enforcing the peace, like policemen. Blessed are the meek. It depends on the occasion. Blessed are they that mourn. It depends altogether. Blessed are they that do hunger and thirst after righteousness. Ah, yes, but the righteousness of the profound listener, and of the answerer who will answer come what may. Not any other righteousness of the commandment sort. Blessed are ye when men shall despise you. Nay, nay, it is rather unblessed are the despisers. After all this terrific upheaval, Richard Lovat at last gave it up and went to sleep. A man must even know how to give up his own earnestness when its hour is over, and not to bother about anything more, when he's bothered enough. End of chapter 13. Revenge, Timotheus Cries. Recording by Scarbo.
Chapter 14, Part 1 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Murphy, Richmond, Virginia. Chapter 14, Bits, Part 1. The following day, Somers felt savage with himself again. "Fool that I am, fool," he said, mentally kicking himself. And he looked at the big pink spread of his Sydney Bulletin viciously. The Bulletin was the only periodical in the world that really amused him. The horrible stuffiness of English newspapers he could not stand. They had the same effect on him as fish balls in a restaurant. Loathsome, stuffy fare. English magazines were too piffling, too imbecile. But the Bully, even if it was made up all of bits, and had neither head nor tail, nor feet nor wings, was still a lively creature. He liked its straightforwardness and the kick in some of its tantrums. It beat no solemn drums. It had no deadly earnestness. It was just stoical and spitefully humorous. Yes, at the moment he liked the Bulletin better than any paper he knew, though even the Bulletin tried a bit dowdy of swagger sometimes, especially on the pink page. But then the pink page was just literary, and who cares? Who cares anyhow? Perhaps a bit sad after all, but more fool you for being sad. So he rushed to read the bits. They would make Bishop Latimer forget himself and his martyrdom at the stake. 1085, the casual digger of war days, has carried it into civvies. Sighted one of the original 10th at the outer harbor, Adelaide, wharf, last week fishing. His sinker was his 1914 Star. Yes, couldn't Somers just see that forlorn outer harbor at Adelaide, and the digger, like some rag of seaweed dripping over the edge of the warp, fishing and using his metal for a weight? Wilfredo, a recent advertisement for the Wellington, New Zealand, Art Gallery, attracted 72 applicants. Among them were 2 solicitors, one an Oxford M.A., 5 sheep farmers, on whose lands the mortgagee had foreclosed, and a multitude of clerks. The post is not exactly a sinecure either. It demands attendance on 7 days a week at £150 PA. Then a little cartoon of Ivan, the Russian workman, going for a tram drive, and taking huge bundles of money with him, sackfuls of roubles to pay the fare. The Bully was sardonic about Bolshevism. Ned Kelly, hearing the deuce of a racket in the Aborigines, camp near our place, we strolled over to see what was wrong, and saw a young Binji giving his gin a father of a hiding for making eyes at another buck. Every respectable Bingi has the right to wallop his missus, but this one laid it on so much that he knocked her senseless. This enraged her relatives, and they went for him, en masse, while 2 or 3 gins applied restoratives to the battered wife. She soon came round, and seeing how things were, grabbed a waddy and went to the assistance of her lord and master. In the end, the twain routed the phalanxed relations. Same old woman, whatever her line. Bits about bullock drivers and the biggest loads on record, and the biggest piece of land plowed by a man in a day. Recipes for mange and horses, twins, turnips, accidents to reverend clergymen, and so on. Pick. In the arid parts out back, the wild birds infallibly indicate to the wayfarer when the water in his bag must be vigorously conserved. If, in the early morning, they descend in flocks to the plain, and there collect the globules of dew among the dry stalks of grass, it means that every tank, giggle, and puddle hole within a bird's drinking flight has gone dry. Celluloid. Before you close down on mangy horses, here's a cure I've never known to fail. To 1 bullock scald, add kerosene to make up a full pint. Heat sufficiently to enable it to mix well, not forgetting, of course, that half of it is kerosene. When well mixed, add 1 teaspoonful of chrysofanic acid. bottle, and shake well. Before applying, take a hard scrubbing brush and thoroughly scrub the part with carbolic soap and hot water, and when applying the mixture, use the brush again. In one case, I struck a pair of buggy ponies that had actually bitten pieces from each other, and rubbed down 100 yards or so of fence in trying to allay the burning itch. 2 months afterwards, they were growing hair and gaining condition, and not a trace of mange remained. It is wonderful, however, how lightly some horse owners treat the matter. When a horse works hard all day and spends the night rubbing a fence flat in his itch frenzy, he at once loses condition and usefulness, but in most cases the owner builds the fence stronger, instead of giving the unfortunate animal the necessary attention. This recipe brought many biting comments in later issues. Somers liked the concise, laconic style. It seemed to him manly and without trimmings. Put shipshape in the office, no doubt. Sometimes the drawings were good, and sometimes they weren't. Lady who has just opened door to country girl carrying suitcase. I am suited. A country girl has been engaged, and I'm getting her tomorrow. Girl. I'm her, and you're not. The house is too big. There, thought Somers, you have the whole spirit of Australian labour. K. Sped. A week or two back of Mildura, Vic, motorcyclist ran over a tiger snake while traveling at 35 mph. 10 minutes later, the leg became itchy, and shortly afterwards, feeling giddy, he started back to the local hospital. He made a wobbly passage and collapsed at the hospital gates. He was bad for a week and was told that if the reptile had not struck him on the bone, he would never have reached the ward. The snake must have doubled up when the wheel struck it, and by the merest fluke struck the rider's leg in mid-air. Frock. I knew another case of a white girl marrying an aboriginal about 20 years ago on the Northern Rivers, NSW. She was rather pretty, a descendant of an English family. Binky was a landed proprietor, having acquired a very decent estate on the death of a former spinster employee. Binky must have had a way with him. He owned a large, well-furnished house, did himself well and had a fair education, and was a good rough rider. But every year the call of the wild came to him, and he would leave his wife and kids, they had 3, and take himself to an old tumble-down hut in the bush, and there for a month or 2 live in solitude on his natural tucker. Under the will of the aforesaid spinster, upon Binky's demise, the estate was to revert to her relatives. With an optimism that was not without a pathos of its own, they used to trot out every outlaw in the district for their dusky friend to ride. But his neck was still intact when I left. Sucra, peering through her drawing-room window shortly before lunch, the benevolent old suburban lady saw a shivering man in a ruined overcoat. Not all the members of the capitalist classes are iron-souled creatures, bent on grinding the faces of the afflicted, yet virtuous poor. Taking a 10-shilling note from a heavily beaded bag, she scribbled on a piece of paper the words, "Cheer up," put both in an envelope, and told the maid to give it to the outcast from her. While the family was at dinner that evening, a ring sounded at the front door. Argument followed in the hall between a hoarse male voice and that of the maid. "You can't come in. They're at dinner." "I'd rather come in, miss." "Always like for to fix these things up in a person." "You can't come." Another moment, and the needy wayfarer was in the dining room. He carefully laid 5 filthy 1-pound notes on the table before his benefactress. "There you are, mum," he said, with a rough salute. "Cheer up, one all right. I'm mostly on the corner, race days, as your cook will tell you. And I'd like to say that if any of your friends—" Bits, bits, bits. Yet Richard Lovat read on. It was not mere anecdotage. It was the sheer momentaneous life of the continent. There was no consecutive thread, only the laconic courage of experience. All the better. He could have kicked himself for wanting to help mankind, join in revolutions or reforms or any of that stuff. And he kicked himself still harder, thinking of his frantic struggles with the soul and the dark God and the listener and the answerer. Blarney, Blarney, Blarney. He was a preacher and a blatherer, and he hated himself for it. Damn the soul, damn the dark God, damn the listener and the answerer, and above all, damn his own interfering nosy self. What right had he to go nosing round Kangaroo and making up to Jazz or to Jack? Why couldn't he keep off at all? Let the whole show go its own gay course to hell, without Mr. Richard Lovat Somers trying to show it the way it should go. A very strong wind had got up from the west. It blew down the dark hills in a fury and was cold as flat ice. It blew the sea back until the great water looked like dark, ruffled mole fur. It blew it back till the waves got littler and littler and could hardly uncurl the least swish of a rat tail of foam. On such a day his restlessness had driven them on a trip along the coast to Wiluna. They got to the lost little town just before midday and looked at the shops. The sales were on and prices were smashed to bits, prices smashed to bits in big labels. Harriet, of course, fascinated in the main street that ran towards the sea, with the steep hills at the back. Hitch your motor to a Star Motor Company. Your piano is the most important article of furniture in your drawing room. You will not be proud of your drawing room unless your piano has a handsome appearance and a beautiful tone. Both these requisites. It was a wonderful main street, and thank heaven out of the wind. There were several large but rather scaring brown hotels, with balconies all round. There was a yellow stucco church with a red-painted tin steeple, like a weird toy. There were high roofs and low roofs, all corrugated iron. And he came to an opening, and there, behold, were one or two forlorn bungalows inside their wooden palings, and then the void. The naked bush sinking in a hollow to a sort of marsh. And then, down the coast, some sort of works, brickworks or something, smoking. All as it had tumbled haphazard off the panted nishon of civilization as it dragged round the edges of this wild land, and there lay, busy but not rooted in, as if none of the houses had any foundations. Bright the sun, the air of marvelous clarity, tall stalks of cabbage palms rising in the hollow, and far off tufted gum trees against a perfectly new sky, the tufts at the end of wire branches. And farther off, blue, blue hills. In the main street, large and expensive motor cars and women in fuzzy fur coats. Long, quiescent Australian men in tired-out-looking navy blue suits trotting on brown ponies, with a carpet-bag in one hand doing the shopping. Girls in very much-made hats, also flirtily shopping. 3 boys with big, magnificent bare legs lying in a sunny corner in the dust, a lonely white pony hitched, as if forever, to a post at a street corner. "I like it," said Harriet. "It doesn't feel finished." "Not even begun," he laughed. But he liked it too. Even the slumminess of some of the bungalows inside their wooden palings, drab wood, decrepit houses, old tins, broken pots, a greedy white pony reminding one of a mildewed old shoe, 2 half-naked babies sitting like bits of live refuse in the dirt, but with bonny, healthy, bare legs. The awful place called the Traveller's Rest, Mrs. Coddy's boarding home, a sort of blind, squalid corner building made of wood and tin, with flat pieces of old lace curtain nailed inside the windows, and the green blinds hermetically drawn. What must it have been like inside? Then an open space, and coral trees bristling with red-crest flowers on their bare, cold boughs, and the hollow space of the open country, and the marvelous blue hills of the distance. The wind was cold enough to make you die. Harriet was disgusted at having been dragged away from home. They trailed to the sea to try and get out of it, for it blew from the land, and the sun was hot. On the bay, one lone man flinging a line into the water, on the edge of the conch-shaped sloping sands. Dark blue water, ruffled like mole fur, and flicked all over with froth as with bits of feather fluff, and many white gannets turning in the air like a snowstorm and plunging down into the water like bombs. And fish leaped in the furry water as if the wind had turned them upside down, and the gannets dropping and exploding into the wave and disappearing. On the sea's horizon, so perfectly clear, a steamer like a beetle walking slowly along, clear, with a non-earthly clarity. Harriet and Somers sat and ate sandwiches with a little sand, she dazed but still expostulating. Then they went to walk on the sea's edge, where the sands might be firm. But the beach sloped too much, and they were not firm. The lonely fisherman held up his thin silvery line for them to pass under. "Don't bother," said Somers. "Right-o," said he. He had a sad, beery mustache, a very cold-looking face, and of course a little boy, his son no doubt, for a satellite. There were little exquisite pink shells, like Venetian pink glass with white veins, or black veins round their sharp little steeples. Harriet loved them, among her grumbles, and they began to gather them for trimmings, said Harriet. So, in the flat icy wind that no life had ever softened and no god ever tempered, they crouched on the sea's edge, picking these marvelous little shells. Suddenly, with a cry to find the water rushing round their ankles and surging up their legs, they dragged their way wildly forward with the wave, and out and up the sand, where immediately a stronger blast seized Lovat's hat and sent it spinning to the sea again, and he after it like a bird. He caught it as the water lifted it, and then the waste of waters enveloped him. Above his knees swirled the green flood. There was water all round him swaying. He looked down at it in amazement, reeling and clutching his hat. Then, once more he clambered out. Harriet had fallen on her knees on the sand in a paroxysm of laughter, and there she was doubled up like a sack, shrieking between her gasps. His hat! His hat! He wouldn't let it go! Shrieks, and her head like a sandbag flops to the sand. No, not if he had to swim! Shrieks, swim to Samoa! He was looking at his wet legs and chuckling with his inward laughter. Vivid, the blue sky, intensely clear, the dark sea, the yellow sands, the swoop of the bay, the low headlands, clear like a miracle, and the water bubbling in his shoes as he walked rolling up the sands. At last she recovered enough to crawl after him. They sat in a sand hollow under a big bush with odd red berries, and he wrung out his socks, and all he could of his underpants and trousers. Then he put on his socks and shoes again, and they set off for the station. "The Pacific water," he said, "is so very sea, it's almost warm." At which, looking at his wet legs and wet hat, she went off into shrieks again. But she made him be quick, because there was a train they could catch. However, in the main street they thought they would buy another pair of socks, so he bought them and changed in the shop, and they missed the train, and Harriet expostulated louder. They went home in a motor bus in a cloud of dust, with the heaven bluer than blue above, the hills dark and fascinating, and the land so remote seeming. Everything so clear, so very distinct, and yet so marvelously aloof. All the miles alongside the road tin bungalows in their paling fences, and a man on a pony, in a long black overcoat and a cold nose, driving 3 happy fleecy cows. Long men in jerseys and white kerchiefs round their necks, a la Buffalo Bill, riding nice slim horses. A woman riding astride top speed on the roadside grass. A motor car at the palings of one of the bungalows. A few carts coming. And the occupants of the bus bouncing and bobbing like a circus, because of the very bumpy road. "Shakes your dinner down," said the old woman with the terribly homemade hat. Oh, such difficult, awful hats. "It does, if you've had any," laughed Harriet. "Why, you've had your dinner, haven't you?" As concerned as if Harriet was her own stomach, such a nice old woman, and a lovely little boy with the bright, wide, gentle eyes of these Australians. So alert and alive, and with that lovableness that almost hurts one. Absolute trust in the niceness of the world. A tall, stocky ginger man with the same bright eyes and a turned-up nose and long, stocky legs. An elderly man with bright, friendly, elderly eyes and a careless hair and careless clothing. He was Joe, and the other was Alf. Real careless Australians, careless of their appearance, careless of their speech, of their money, of everything, except of their happy-go-lucky, democratic friendliness. Really nice, with bright, quick, willing eyes. Then a young man, perhaps a commercial traveler, with a suitcase. He was quite smartly dressed and had fancy socks. He was one of those with the big, heavy legs, heavy thighs and calves that showed even in his trousers. And he was physically very self-conscious of Lovat and Harriet. The driver's face was long and deep red. He was absolutely laconic, and yet absolutely willing, as if life held no other possibility than that of being an absolutely willing citizen. A fat man with a fat little girl waiting at one of the corners. "Up she goes," he said, as he lifted her in. A perpetual, unchanging willingness and an absolute equality. The same good-humored, right-you-are approach from everybody to everybody. Right you are, right-o. Somers had been told so many hundreds of times, right he was, right-o, that he almost had dropped into the way of it. It was like sleeping between blankets. So cozy. So cozy. They were really awfully nice. There was a winsome charm about them. They none of them seemed mean or tight or petty. The young man with the fine suit and the great legs put down his money, gently and shyly as a girl, beside the driver on the little window ledge. Then he got out and strode off, shy and quick, with his suitcase. "Hey!" The young man turned at the driver's summons and came back. "Did yer pay me?" The question was put briskly, good-humoredly, with a touch even of tenderness. The young man pointed to the money. The driver glanced round and saw it. "Oh, right you are, right-o." A faint little smile of almost tender understanding, and the young man turned again. And the driver bustled to carry out some goods. The way he stooped to pick up the heavy wooden box in his arms, so willing to stoop to burdens. So long, of course, as his rights of man were fully recognized. You mustn't try any superior tricks with him. Well, it was really awfully nice. It was touching. And it made life so easy, so easy. Of course, these were not government servants. Government servants have another sort of feeling. They feel their office, even an NSW, even a railway clerk. Oh, yes. So nice, so gentle. The strange, bright-eyed gentleness. Of course, really rub him the wrong way, and you've got a tartar. But not before you've asked for one. Gentle as a kangaroo or a wallaby, with that wide-eyed, bright-eyed, alert, responsible gentleness Somers had never known in Europe. It had a great beauty, and at the same time it made his spirits sink. It made him feel so sad underneath, or uneasy, like an impending disaster. Such a charm! He was so tempted to commit himself to this strange continent and its strange people. It was so fascinating. It seemed so free, an absence of any form of stress whatsoever. No strain in any way, once you could accept it. He was so tempted, save for a sense of impending disaster at the bottom of his soul. And there, a voice kept saying, "No, no, 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 it won't do. You've got to have a reversion. You can't carry this mode any further. You've got to have a recognition of the innate, sacred separateness." End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Chapter 14, Part 2 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Murphy, Richmond, Virginia. Chapter 14, Bits, Part 2. So, when they were walking home in a whirl of the coldest, most flat-edged wind they had ever known, he stopped in front of her to remark, "Of course you can't go on with a soft, oh-so-friendly life like this here. You've got to have an awakening of the old recognition of the aristocratic principle, the innate difference between people." "Aristocratic principle," she shrieked on the wind. "You should have seen yourself flying like a feather into the sea after your hat. Aristocratic principle." She shrieked again with laughter. "There you are, you see," he said to himself. "I'm at it again." And he laughed too. The wind blew them home. He made a big fire and changed, and they drank coffee made with milk and ate buns. "Thank heaven for a home," he said, as they sat in the dark big rooms at Cooee and ate their buns, and looked out of the windows, and saw here as well a whirl of gannets like a snowstorm, and a dark sea littered with white fluffs. The wind roared in the chimney, and for the first time the sea was inaudible. "You see," she said, "how thankful you are for a home." "Chilled to the bone," she said. "I'm chilled to the bone with my day's pleasure outing." So they drew up the couch before the fire, and he piled rugs on her and jarrah chunks on the fire, and at last it was toastingly warm. He sat on a little barrel which he had discovered in the shed, and in which he kept the coal for the fire. He had been at a loss for a lid to this barrel, till he had found a big tin lid thrown out on the waste lot. And now the wee barrel with the slightly rusty tin lid was his perch when he wanted to get quite near the fire. Harriet hated it, and had moments when she even carried the lid to the cliff to throw it in the sea. But she brought it back because she knew he would be so indignant. She reviled him, however. "Shameful, hideous, old tin lids! How you can sit on it! How can you bring yourself to sit on such a thing and not feel humiliated? Is that your aristocratic principle?" "I put a cushion on it," he said. As he squatted on his tub this evening in the fire corner, she suddenly turned from her book and cried, "There he is, on his throne, sitting on his aristocratic principle!" And again she roared with laughter. He, however, shook some coal out of the little tub onto the fire, replaced the tin lid in the cushion, and resumed his thoughts. The fire was very warm. She lay stretched in front of it on the sofa, covered with an eiderdown, and reading a Nat Gould novel, to get the real tang of Australia. "Of course," he said, "this land always gives me the feeling that it doesn't want to be touched. It doesn't want men to get hold of it." She looked up from her Nat Gould. "Yes," she admitted slowly, "and my ideal has always been a farm. But I know now, the farms don't really belong to the land. They only scratch it and irritate it, and are never at one with it." Whereupon she returned to her Nat Gould, and there was silence save for the hollow of the wind. When she had finished her paper-backed book, she said, "It's just like them, just like they think they are." "Yes," he said vaguely. "But bah," she added, "they make me sick, so absolutely dull, worse than an at-home in the middle classes." And after a silence, another shriek of laughter suddenly. "Like a flying fish, dashing into the waves after his hat." He giggled on his tub. "Fancy that I'm here in Cooee after my day's outing. I can't believe it. I shall call you the flying fish. It's hard to believe that one was so many things in one day. Suddenly the water. Won't you go now and do the tailor? 20 to 8, the bold buccaneer." The tailor was a fish that had cost $1, and which he was to prepare for supper. Globe, there can't be much telepathy about bullocks anyhow. In Gippsland, Vic, last season, a score of them were put into a strange paddock, and the whole 20 were found drowned in a hole next morning. Tracks showed that they had gone each on his own along a path, overbalanced one after the other, and were unable to clamber up the rocky banks. That, thought Richard at the close of the day, is a sufficient comment on herd unity, equality, domestication, and civilization. He felt he would have liked to climb down into that hole in which the bullocks were drowning and beat them all hard before they expired for being such mechanical logs of life. Telepathy! Think of the marvelous vivid communication of the huge sperm whales, huge grand phallic beasts, bullocks, geldings, men. R.L. wished he could take to the sea and be a whale, a great surge of living blood, away from all these all-too-white people, who ought all to be called celluloid, not only the horse-mange man. Man is a thought adventurer. Man is more, he is a life adventurer, which means he is a thought adventurer, an emotion adventurer, and a discoverer of himself and of the outer universe. A discoverer. "I am a fool," said Richard Lovat, which was the most frequent discovery he made. It came, moreover, every time with a new shock of surprise and chagrin. Every time he climbed a new mountain range and looked over, he saw not only a new world, but a big anticipatory fool on this side of it, namely, himself. Now, a novel is supposed to be a mere record of emotion adventures, flounderings in feelings. We insist that a novel is, or should be, also a thought adventure, if it is to be anything at all complete. "I am a fool," thought Richard to himself, "to imagine that I can flounder in a sympathetic universe like a fly in the ointment. We think of ourselves, we think of the ointment, but we do not consider the fly. It fell into the ointment crying, 'Ah, here is a pure and balmy element in which all is unalloyed goodness. Here is a tar of roses without a thorn.' Hence the fly in the ointment, embalmed in balm, and our repugnance. I am a fool, said Richard to himself, to be floundering round in this easy, cozy, all-so-friendly world. I feel like a fly in the ointment. For heaven's sakes, let me get out. I suffocate. Where to? If you're going to get out, you must have something to get out onto. Stifling and unctuous sympathy of a harmless humanity. Oh, cried the stifling R, where is my Rock of Ages? He knew well enough. It was where it has always been, in the middle of him. Let me get back to my own self, he panted, hard and central, in the center of myself. I am drowning in this merge of harmlessness, this sympathetic humanity. Oh, for heaven's sakes, let me crawl out of the sympathetic smear and get myself clean again. Back to his own center. Back, back. The inevitable recoil. Everything, said R to himself, is one of those endless conversations with himself, which were his chief delight. Everything is relative. And flop, he went into the pot of spikenard. Not quite, he gasped as he crawled out. Let me drag my isolate and absolute individual self out of this mess. Which is the history of relativity in man. All is relative as we go flop into the ointment, or the treacle, or the flame. But as we crawl out, or flutter out with a smell of burning, the absolute holds us spellbound. Oh, to be isolate and absolute, and breathe clear. So that even relativity is only relative. Relative to the absolute. I am sorry to have to stand a sorry sight, preening my wings on the brink of the ointment pot, thought Richard. But from this vantage ground, let me preach to myself. He preached, and the record was taken down for this gramophone of a novel. No, the self is absolute. It may be relative to everything else in the universe, but to itself it is an absolute. Back to the central self, the isolate, absolute self. Now, thought Richard to himself, waving his front paws with gratification, I must sound the muezzin and summon all men back to their central, isolate selves. So he drew himself up, when, he was sluthering over the brim of the ointment pot into the balm of humanity once more. Oh, Lord, I nearly did it again, he thought, as he clambered out with a sick heart. I shall do it once too often. The bulk of mankind haven't got any central selves, haven't got any. They're all bits. Nothing but his fright would have struck the truth out of him. So he crouched still, like a fly, very tired with crawling out of the ointment, to think about it. The bulk of people haven't got any central selves. They're all bits. He knew it was true, and he felt rather sick of the sweet odor of the balm of human beatitudes, in which he had been so nearly lost. It takes how many thousand facets to make the eye of a fly or a spider, he asked himself, being rather hazy scientifically. Well, all these people are just facets, just bits, that fitted together make a whole. But you can fit the bits together time after time, yet it won't bring the bug to life. The people of this terrestrial sphere are all bits. Isolate one of them, and he is still only a bit. Isolate your man in the street, and he's just a rudimentary fragment. Supposing you have the misfortune to have your little toe cut off. That little toe won't at once rear on its hind legs and begin to announce, I'm an isolated individual with an immortal soul. It won't. But your man in the street will, and he's a liar. He's only a bit, and he's only got a minute share of the collective soul. Soul on his own he has none, and never will have. Just a share in the collective soul. No more, never a thing by himself. Damn the man in the street, said Richard to himself. Damn the collective soul. It's a dead rat in a hole. Let humanity scratch its own lice. Now I'll sound my muezzin again, the man by himself. Allah Bismillah. God is God and man is man, and has a soul of his own. Each man to himself. Each man back to his own soul. Alone, alone with his own soul alone. God is God and man is man, and the man in the street is a louse. Whatever your relativity, that's the starting point and the finishing point. A man alone with his own soul, and the dark God beyond him. A man by himself. Begin then. Let the men in the street, ugh, horrid millions, crawl the face of the earth like lice or ants or some other ignominy. The man by himself. That was one of the names of Erasmus of Rotterdam. The man by himself. That is the beginning and end, the Alpha and the Omega, the one absolute. The man alone by himself, alone with his own soul, alone with his eyes on the darkness, which is the dark god of life. Alone like a pythoness on her tripod, like the oracle alone above the fissure into the unknown. The oracle, the fissure down into the unknown, the strange exhalations from the dark, the strange words that the oracle must utter. Strange, cruel, pregnant words, the new term of consciousness. This is the innermost symbol of man, alone in the darkness of the cavern of himself, listening to soundlessness of inflowing fate. Inflowing fate, inflowing doom, what does it matter? The man by himself, that is the absolute. Listening, that is the relativity, for the influx of his fate, or doom. The man by himself, the listener. But most men can't listen any more. The fissure is closed up. There is no soundless voice. They are deaf and dumb, ants scurrying ants. That is their doom. It is a new kind of absolute, like riffraff which has fallen out of living relativity, onto the teeming absolute of the dust heap, or the ant heap. Sometimes the dust heap becomes huge, 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 and covers nearly all the world. Then it turns into a volcano, and all starts again. It has nothing to do with me, said Richard to himself. I hope, dear reader, you like plenty of conversation in a novel. It makes it so much lighter and brisker. It has nothing to do with me, said Richard to himself. They do as they like. But since, after all, I am a kind-hearted dear creature, I will just climb the minaret of myself and sound my muezzin. So, behold the poor dear on his pinnacle, lifting his hands. God is God, and man is man, and every man by himself alone with his own soul. Alone as if he were dead, dead to himself. He is dead and alone. He is dead, alone. His soul is alone. Alone with God, with the dark God. God is God. But he likes to shout muezzins instead of hawking fried fish or newspapers or lottery tickets. Let him. Poor dear, it was rather an anomalous call. Listen to me and be alone. Yet he felt called upon to call it. To be alone, and to rest on the unknown God alone. The God must be unknown. Once you have defined him or described him, he is the most chummy of pals, as you'll know if you listen to preachers. And once you've chummed up with your God, you'll never be alone again, poor you, for that's the end of you. You and your God chumming it through time and eternity. Poor Richard saw himself in funny situations. My dear young lady, let me entreat you, be alone, only be alone. Oh, Mr. Somers, I should love to, if you'd hold my hand. There is a gulf, growing sterner, surrounds each solitary soul. A gulf surrounds you, a gulf surrounds me. I'm falling, shrieks and flings her arms around his neck. Or Kangaroo. Why am I so beastly to Kangaroo? Said Richard to himself. For beastly I am. I am a detestable little brat to them all round. A detestable little brat he felt. But Kangaroo wanted to be queen bee of another hive, with all the other bees clustering on him like some huge mulberry. Sickening! Why couldn't he be alone? At least for once. For once, withdraw entirely. And a queen bee buzzing with beatitudes, beatitudes, beatitudes. Bee attitudes. Or any other attitudes. It made Richard feel tired. More benevolence, more nauseating benevolence. Charity suffereth long. Yet, one cannot live a life of entire loneliness, like a monkey on a stick, up and down one's own obstacle. There's got to be a meeting, even communion. Well then, let us have the other communion. This is thy body, from which I take thee and eat, as the priest, also the God, says in the ritual of blood sacrifice. The ritual of supreme responsibility and offering. Sacrifice to the dark god, and to the men of whom the dark god is manifest. Sacrifice to the strong, not to the weak, in awe, not in dribbling love, the communion in power, the assumption into glory, la gloire. End of chapter 14, part 2.
Chapter 15 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Courtney Miller. Chapter 15. Jack Slaps Back. Chapter follows chapter and nothing doing. But man is a thought adventurer, and his falls into the Charybdis of ointment, and his shipwrecks on the rocks of ages, and his kisses across chasms, and his silhouette on a minaret. Surely these are as thrilling as most things. To be brief, there was a Harriet, a Kangaroo, a Jack, and a Jazz, and a Vicky, let alone a number of mere Australians. But you know as well as I do that Harriet is quite happy rubbing her hair with hair-wash, and brushing it over her forehead in the sun, and looking at the threads of gold and gunmetal, and the few threads, alas, of silver and tin, with admiration. And Kangaroo has just got a very serious brief, with thousands and thousands of pounds at stake in it. Of course he is fully occupied keeping them at stake, till some of them wander into his pocket. And Jack and Vicky have gone down to her father's for the weekend, and he's out fishing, and has already landed a rock-cod, a leather jacket, a large snapper, a rainbow fish, 7 blackfish, and a cuttlefish. So what's wrong with him? While she is trotting over on a pony to have a look at an old sweetheart who is much too young to be neglected, and Jazz is arguing with a man about the freight rates, and all the scattered Australians are just having a bet on something or other. So what's wrong with Richard's climbing a mental minaret, or 2 in the interim? Of course there isn't any interim, but you know that Harriet is brushing her hair in the sun, and Kangaroo looking at huge sums of money on paper, and Jack fishing, and Vicky flirting, and Jazz bargaining. So what more do you want to know? We can't be at a stretch of tension all the time, like the E string on a fiddle. If you don't like the novel, don't read it. If the pudding doesn't please you, leave it, leave it. I don't mind your saucy plate. I know too well that you can bring an ass to water, etc. As for gods, thought Richard, there are gods of vengeance. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God. So true. A jealous God and a vengeful, visiting the sins of the fathers upon the children, unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me. Of course, the fathers get off. You don't begin to pay the penalty till the 2nd or 3rd generation. That is something for us to put in our pipes and smoke. Because we are the 2nd generation, and it was our fathers who had a nice rosy time among the flesh pots, cooking themselves the titbits of this newly gutted globe of ours. They cooked the titbits, we are left with the carrion. The Lord thy God am a jealous God. So he is. The Lord thy God is the invisible stranger at the gate in the night, knocking. He is the mysterious life suggestion, tapping for admission. And the wondrous Victorian age managed to fasten the door so tight, and light up the compound so brilliantly with electric light, that really there was no outside. It was all in. The unknown became a joke, is still a joke. Yet there it is, outside the gate, getting angry. Behold, I stand at the gate and knock. Knock away, said complacent, benevolent humanity, which had just discovered its own monkey origin to account for its own monkey tricks. Knock away, nobody will hinder you from knocking. And Holman Hunt paints a pretty picture of a man with a stars and stripes lantern, and a red beard knocking. But whoever it is that's knocking had been knocking for 3 generations now, and he's got sick of it. He'll be kicking the door in just now. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God. It is not that he is jealous of Thor or Zeus or Bacchus or Venus. The great dark God outside the gate is all these gods. You open the gate, and sometimes in rushes Thor, and gives you a bane on the head with a hammer. Or Bacchus comes mysteriously through, and your mind goes dark, and your knees and thighs begin to glow. Or it is Venus, and you close your eyes and open your nostrils to her perfume like a bull. All the gods. When they come through the gate, they are personified, but outside the gate it is one dark God, the unknown. And the unknown is a terribly jealous God, and vengeful, a fearfully vengeful God. Malak, Astarte, Ashtoreth, and Baal. That is why we dare not open now. It would be a hell god, and we know it. We are the second generation. Our children are the third, and our children's children are the fourth. Eheu, eheu, who knocks? Jack trotted over to Cooey on the Sunday afternoon, when he was staying with his wife's people. He knew Richard and Harriet would most probably be at home. They didn't like going out on Sundays, when all the world and his wife, in their exceedingly Sunday clothes, swarmed on the face of the earth. Yes, they were at home, sitting on the veranda, a bit of rain spitting from the gray sky, and the sea gone colorless and small. Suddenly there stood Jack. He had come round the corner onto the grass. Somers started as if an enemy were upon him. Jack looked very tall and wiry in an old gray suit. He hesitated before coming forward, as if measuring the pair of unsuspecting turtle-doves on the loggia, and on his face was a faint grin. His eyes were dark and grinning too, as he hung back there. Somers watched him quickly. Harriet looked over her shoulder. "Oh, Mr. Calcutt, why, how do you do?" And she got up, startled, and went across the loggia, holding out her hand to shake hands. So Jack had to come forward. Richard, very silent, shook hands also, and went indoors to fetch a chair and a cup and a plate, while Jack made his explanation to Harriet. He was quite friendly with her. "Such a long time since we saw you," she was saying. "Why didn't Mrs. Calcutt come? I should have liked so much to see her." "Ah, you see, I came over on the pony. Doesn't look very promising weather," and he looked away, across the sea, averting his face. "No, and the terrible cold winds. I'm so glad if it will rain. I simply love the smell of rain in the air, especially here in Australia. It makes the air seem so much kinder, not so dry and savage." "Ah, yes, it does," he said vaguely, still averting his face from her. He seemed strange to her, and his face looked different, as if he had been drinking or as if he had indigestion. The two men were aloof like strange tomcats. "Were you disgusted with Lovat when he didn't turn up the other Saturday?" said Harriet. "I do hope you weren't sitting waiting for him." "Well, yes, we did wait up a while for him." "Oh, but what a shame! But you know by now he's the most undependable creature on earth. I wish you'd be angry with him. It's no good what I say." "No," said he, the peculiar slow Cockney no. "I'm not angry with him." "But you should be," cried Harriet. "It would be good for him." "Would it?" smiled Jack. His eyes were dark and inchoate, and there seemed a devil in his long, wiry body. He did not look at Somers. "You know, of course, what happened?" said Harriet. When?" "When Lovat went to see Mr. Cooley." No." Again that peculiar Australian no, like a scorpion that stings with its tail. "Didn't Mr. Cooley tell you?" cried Harriet. "No." There was indescribable malice in the monosyllable. "Didn't he?" cried Harriet, and she hesitated. "You be quiet," said Lovat crossly to her. "Of course you'd have to rush in." "You think angels would fear to tread in such a delicate mess?" said Harriet, with a flash of mocking wit that sent a faint smile up Jack's face, like a red flame. His nose, his mouth were curiously reddened. He liked Harriet's attacks. He looked at her with dark, attentive eyes. Then he turned vaguely to Somers. "What was it?" he asked. "Nothing at all new," said Somers. "You know he and I start to quarrel the moment we set eyes on one another." "They might be man and wife," mocked Harriet, and again Jack turned to her a look of black, smiling, malicious recognition. "Another quarrel," he said quietly. But Somers was almost sure he knew all about it, and had only come like a spy to take soundings. "Another quarrel," he replied, smiling, fencing, and once more shown the door. "I should think," said Harriet, "you'd soon know that door when you see it." "Oh, yes," said Richard. He had not told her the worst of the encounter. He never told her the worst, nor her, nor anybody. Jack was looking from one to the other to see how much each knew. "Was it a specially bad blow-up?" he said in his quiet voice that had a lurking tone of watchfulness in it. "Oh, yes, final," laughed Richard. "I am even going to leave Australia." "When?" "I think in 6 weeks." There was a silence for some moments. "You've not booked your berths yet?" asked Jack. "No, I must go up to Sydney." Again Jack waited before he spoke. Then he said, "What's made you settle on going?" "I don't know. I feel it's my fate to go now." "Ha! Your fate," said Harriet. It's always your fate with you. If it was me, it would be my foolish restlessness." Jack looked at her with another quick smile, and a curious glance of dark recognition in his eyes, almost like a caress. Strangely apart, too, as if he and she were in an inner dark circle, and Somers was away outside. "Don't you want to go, Mrs. Somers?" he asked. "Of course I don't. I love Australia," she protested. "Then don't you go," said Jack. "You stop behind." When he lowered his voice, it took on a faint, indescribable huskiness. It made Harriet a little uneasy. She watched Lovat. She did not like Jack's new turn of husky intimacy. She wanted Richard to rescue her. "Ha!" she said. "He'd never be able to get through the world without me." "Does it matter?" said Jack, grinning faintly at her and keeping the husky note in his voice. "He knows his own mind, or his fate. You stop here. We'll look after you." But she watched Richard. He was hardly listening. He was thinking again that Jack was feeling malevolent towards him, wanting to destroy him, as in those early days when they used to play chess together. "No," said Harriet, watching Lovat's face. "I suppose I shall have to trail myself along, poor woman, till I see the end of him." "He'll lead you many a dance before that happens," grinned Richard. He rather enjoyed Jack's malevolence this time. "Ha, you've led me all your dances that you know," she retorted. "I know there'll be nothing new, unfortunately." "Why don't you stay in Australia?" Jack said to her, with the same quiet husky note of intimacy, insistency, and the reddish light on his face. She was somehow startled and offended. Wasn't the man sober, or what? "Oh, he wouldn't give me any money, and I haven't a sou of my own," she said lightly, laughing it off. "You wouldn't be short of money," said Jack. "Plenty of money." "You see, I couldn't just live on charity, could I?" she replied delicately. "It wouldn't be charity. What then?" There was a very awkward pause. Then a wicked redness came into Jack's face, and a flicker into his voice. "Appreciation. You'd be appreciated." He seemed to speak with muted lips. There was a cold silence. Harriet was offended now. "I'll just clear the table," she said, rising briskly. Jack sat rather slack in his chair, his long, malevolent body half sunk, and his chin dropped. "What boat do you think you'll catch?" he asked. "The Maunganui." "Why?" But Jack did not speak. He sat there with his head sunk on his chin, his body half turgid, as if he were really not quite sober. "You won't be honoring Australia along with your presence," he said ironically. "Nor dishonoring it," said Richard. He was like a creature that is going to escape. Some of the fear he had felt for Kangaroo he now felt for Jack. Jack was really very malevolent. There was hell in his reddened face, and in his black, inchoate eyes, and in his long pent-up body, but he kept an air of quiescence, of resignation, as if he were still really benevolent. "Oh, I don't say that," he remarked in answer to Richard's last, but in a tone which said no plainly what he felt, an insulting tone. Said Richard to himself, "I wouldn't like to fall into your clutches, my friend, altogether, or to give your benevolence a chance to condemn me." Aloud he said to Jack, "If I can't join in with what you're doing here, heart and soul, I'd better take myself off, hadn't I? You've all been good to me, and in a measure trusted me. I shall always owe you a debt of gratitude and keep your trust inviolable. You know that, but I am one of those who must stand and wait, though I don't pretend that by so doing I also serve." "You take no risks," said Jack quietly. Another home thrust. "Why, I would take risks, if only I felt it was any good." "What does it matter about its being any good? You can't tell what good a thing will be or won't be. All you can do is take a bet on it. You see, it isn't my nature to bet." "Not a sporting nature, you mean?" "No, not a sporting nature. Like a woman, you like to feel safe all round," said Jack, slowly raising his dark eyes to Somers in a faint smile of contempt and malevolence. And Richard had to acknowledge to himself that he was cutting a poor figure, nosing in like a Mr. Nosy Parker, then drawing back quickly if he saw 2 sparks fly. "Do you think I've let you down? I never pledged myself," he said coldly. "Oh, no, you never pledged yourself," said Jack laconically. "You see, I don't believe in these things," said Somers, flushing. "What's that you don't believe in?" And Jack watched him with 2 black, round eyes, with a spark dancing slowly in each, in a slow gaze putting forth all his power. But Somers now looked back into the 2 dark, malevolent pools. "In revolutions, and public love and benevolence and feeling righteous," he said. "What love? What benevolence and righteousness?" asked Jack, vaguely, still watching with those black sardonic eyes. I never said anything about them. You know you want to be the saviors of Australia, said Richard. I didn't know. But what's wrong with it? I'm no good at saving. We don't pretend to be saviors. We want to do our best for Australia, it being our own country. And the Pommies come out from England to try to upset us. But they won't. They may as well stop in their dead and rotten old country. I'm sorry it looks to you like that, said Richard. Oh, don't apologize, said Jack, with a faint but even more malevolent smile. It's pretty well always the same. You come out from the old countries very cocksure, with a lot of criticism to you. But when it comes to doing anything, you sort of fade out. You're nowhere. We're used to it. We don't mind. There was a silence of hate. No, we don't mind, Jack continued. It's quite right. You haven't let us down because we haven't given you a chance. That's all. Insofar as you've had any chance to, you've let us down, and we know it. Richard was silent. Perhaps it was true, and he hated such a truth. All right, he said. I've let you down. I suppose I shall have to admit it. I'm sorry, but I can't help myself. Jack took not the slightest notice of this admission, sat as if he had not heard it. I'm sorry I've sort of fizzled out so quickly, said Richard. But you wouldn't have me pretend, would you? I'd better be honest at the beginning. Jack looked at him slowly, with slow, inchoate eyes, and a look of contempt on his face. The contempt on Jack's face, the contempt of the confident he-man for the shifty she-man, made Richard flush with anger, and drove him back on his deeper self once more. What do you call honest? Said Jack, sneering. Richard became very silent, very still. He realized that Jack would like to give him a thrashing. The thought was horrible to Richard Lovat, who can never bear to be touched physically, and the other man sitting there as if he were drunk was very repugnant to him. It was a bad moment. Why, he replied in answer to the question, while Jack's eyes fixed him with a sort of jeering malevolence, I can't honestly say I feel at one with you, you and Kangaroo, so I say so, and stand aside. You found out all you wanted to know, I suppose, said Jack. I didn't want to know anything. I didn't come asking or seeking. It was you who chose to tell me. You didn't try drawing us out in your own way? Why, no, I don't think so. Again, Jack looked up at him with a faint contemptuous smile of derision. I should have said myself you did. And you got what you wanted, and now are clearing out with it. Exactly like a spy, in my opinion. Richard opened wide eyes and went pale. A spy? He exclaimed. But it's just absurd. Jack did not vouchsafe any answer, but sat there as if he had come for some definite purpose, something menacing, and was going to have it out with the other man. Kangaroo doesn't think I came spying, does he? Asked Richard, aghast. It's too impossible. I don't know what he thinks, said Jack, but it isn't too impossible at all. It looks as if it had happened. Richard was now dumb. He realized the depths of the other man's malevolence, and was aghast, just aghast. Some fear, too, and a certain horror, as if human beings had suddenly become horrible to him. Another gulf opened in front of him. Then what do you want of me now? He asked, very coldly. Some sort of security, I suppose, said Jack, looking away at the sea. Richard was silent with rage and cold disgust, and a sort of police fear. Pray, what sort of security? He replied coldly. That's for you to say, maybe. But we want some sort of security that you'll keep quiet, before we let you leave Australia. Richard's heart blazed in him with anger and disgust. You need not be afraid, he said. You've made it all too repulsive to me now, for me ever to want to open my mouth about it all. You can be quite assured nothing will ever come out through me. Jack looked up with a faint, sneering smile. And you think we shall be satisfied with your bare word, he said uglily. But now Richard looked him square in the eyes. Either that or nothing, he replied. And unconscious of what he was doing, he sat looking direct down into the dark, shifting malice of Jack's eyes, till Jack turned aside. Richard was now so angry and insulted he felt only pure indignation. We'll see, said Jack. Somers did not even heed him. He was too indignant to think of him any more. He only retreated into his own soul and turned aside, invoking his own soul. O dark god, smite him over the mouth for insulting me. Be with me, gods of the other world, and strike down these liars. Harriet came out onto the veranda. What are you two men talking about? She said. I hear two very cross and snarling voices, though I can't tell what they say. I was just saying Mr. Somers can't expect to have it all his own way, said Jack in his low, intense, slightly husky voice that was now jeering viciously. He'll try his best to, said Harriet. But whatever have you both got so furious about? Just look at Lovat, green with fury. It's really shameful. Men are like impish children. You daren't leave them together for a minute. It was about time you came to throw cold water over us, smiled Jack sardonically. Ah, how sardonic he could be. Deep, deep and devilish. He, too, must have a very big devil in his soul. But he never let it out. Or did he? Harriet looked at him and shuddered slightly. He scared her. She had a revulsion from him. He was a bit repulsive to her, and she knew he had always been so. Ah, well, said Jack. Cheerio. We aren't such fools as we seem. The milk's spilt. We won't sulk over it. No, don't, cried Harriet. I hate sulky people. So do I, Mrs. Somers. Worse than water in my beer, said Jack genially. You and me, we're not going to fall out, are we? No, said Harriet. I don't fall out with people, and I don't let them fall out with me. Quite right. Don't give 'em a chance, eh? You're right of it. You and me are pals, aren't we? Yes, said Harriet easily, as if she were talking to some child she must soothe. We're pals. But why didn't you bring your wife? I'm so fond of her. Oh, Vicky's all right. She's A1 stuff. She thinks the world of you, you know. By golly, she does. She thinks the world of you. Then why didn't you bring her to see me? Eh? Why didn't I? Oh, well, let me see. Why, she got her married sister and so forth come to see her, so she couldn't leave them. But she sent her love, and all that sort of sweet nothing, you know. I told her I should never have the face to repeat it, you know. I was to give you heaps of love to Mrs. Somers. Damn it, I said, how do I know she wants me dumping down heaps of love on her? But that was the message. Heaps of love to Mrs. Somers. And don't you forget it. I'm not likely to forget it, by gee. There aren't two Mrs. Somers in the universe. I'm ready to bet all I've got on that. Aye, and a bit over. Now, look here, Mrs. Somers, between you and me and the bedpost. Do you mean Lovat is the bedpost? Put in Harriet. He's silent enough for one. Jack glanced at Somers and also relapsed into silence. End of chapter 15. Jack slaps back.
Chapter 16, Part 1 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Murphy, Richmond, Virginia. Chapter 16, A Row in Town, Part 1. The thing that Kangaroo had to reckon with, and would not reckon with, was the mass spirit. A collection of men does not necessarily mean a mob. A collection of men, an accidental gathering, may be just a gathering drawn by a moment's curiosity, or it may be an audience drawn to hear something. Or it may be a congregation gathered together in some spirit of earnest desire. Or it may be just a crowd inspired by no one motive. The mass spirit is complex. At its lowest is a mob. And what is a mob? To put it as briefly as possible, it's a collection of all the weak souls, sickeningly conscious of their weakness, into a heavy mob that lusts to glut itself with blind destructive power. Not even vengeance. The spirit of vengeance belongs to a mass which is higher than a mob. The study of collective psychology today is absurd in its inadequacy. Man is supposed to be an automaton working in certain automatic ways when you touch certain springs. These springs are all labeled. They form a keyboard to the human psyche, according to modern psychology. And the chief labels are herd instinct, collective interest, hunger, fear, collective prestige, and so on. But the only way to make any study of collective psychology is to study the isolated individual. Upon your conception of the single individual, all your descriptions will be based, all your science established. For this reason, the human sciences, philosophy, ethics, psychology, politics, economics can never be sciences at all. There can never be an exact science dealing with individual life. L'anatomia presuppone il cadavere. Anatomy presupposes a corpse, says D'Annunzio. You can establish an exact science on a corpse, supposing you start with the corpse, and don't try to derive it from a living creature. but upon life itself, or any instance of life, you cannot establish a science. Because even science must start from definition or from precise description, and you can never define or precisely describe any living creature. Iron must remain iron or cease to exist, but a rabbit might evolve into something which is still rabbit, and yet different from that which a rabbit now is. So, how can you define or precisely describe a rabbit? There is always the unstable creative element present in life, and this science can never tackle. Science is cause and effect. Before we can begin any of the so-called humane sciences, we must take on trust purely unscientific fact, namely, that every living creature has an individual soul, however trivial or rudimentary, which connects it individually with the source of all life, as man, in the religious terminology, is connected with God, and inseparable from God. So is every creature, even an ant or a louse, individually in contact with the great life urge which we call God. To call this connection the will to live is not quite sufficient. It is more than a will to persist. It is a will to live in the further sense, a will to change, a will to evolve, a will towards further creation of the self. The urge toward evolution, if you like. But it is more than evolution. There is no simple cause and effect sequence. The change from caterpillar to butterfly is not cause and effect. It is a new gesture in creation. Science can wriggle as hard as it likes, but the change from caterpillar to butterfly is utterly unscientific, illogical, and unnatural if we take science's definition of nature. It is an answer to the strange creative urge, the God whisper, which is the one and only everlasting motive for everything. So then, man. He is said to be a creature of cause and effect, or a creature of free will. The two are the same. Free will means acting according to reasoned choice, which is the purest instance of cause and effect. Logic is the quintessence of cause and effect. And idealism, the ruling of life by the instrumentality of the idea, is precisely the mechanical, even automatic cause and effect process. The idea, or ideal, becomes a fixed principle, and life, like any other force, is driven into mechanical repetition of given motions, millions of times over and over again, according to the fixed ideal. So the Christian democratic world prescribes certain motions, and men proceed to repeat these motions, till they conceive that there are no other motions but these, and that is pure automatism. When scientists describe savages, or ancient Egyptians, or Aztecs, they assume that these far-off peoples acted, but in a crude, clumsy way, from the same motives which move us. Too much ego in his cosmos. Men have had strange, inconceivable motives and impulses, which were just as right as ours are. And our right motives will cease to activate, even as the lost motives of the Assyrians have ceased. Our right and our righteousness will go pop, and there will be another sort of right and righteousness. The mob, then. Now, the vast bulk of mankind has always been and always will be helpless, by which we mean helpless to interpret the new prompting of the God urge. The highest function of mind is its function of messenger. The curious throbs and pulses of the God urge in man would go on forever ignored, if it were not for some few exquisitely sensitive and fearless souls who struggle with all their might to make that strange translation of the low, dark throbbing into open act or speech. Like a wireless message, the new suggestion enters the soul, throb, 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 and it beats and beats for years before the mind, frightened of this new knocking in the dark, can be brought to listen and attend. For the mind is busy in a house of its own, which house it calls the universe. And how can there be anything outside the universe? There is, though. There is always something outside our universe, and it is always at the doors of the innermost sentient soul. And there, throb, 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 throb. It's like the almost inaudible beating of a wireless machine. 999 men out of 1,000 hear nothing at all, absolutely nothing, They racket away in their nice, complete, homely universe, running their trains and making their wars and saving the world for democracy. They hear not a thing. A tiny minority of sensitive souls feels the throb and are frightened and cry for more virtue, more goodness, more righteousness a la mode. But all the righteousness and goodness in all the world won't answer the throb or interpret the faint but painful thresh of the message. There is no Morse code. There never will be. Every new code supersedes the current code. Nowadays, when we feel the throb, vaguely, we cry, more love, more peace, more charity, more freedom, more self-sacrifice. Which makes matters all the worse, because the new throb, interpreted mechanically, according to the old code, breeds madness and insanity. It may be that there is an insufficient activity of the thyroid glands, or the adrenaline cortex isn't making its secretions, or the pituitary or the pineal body is not working adequately. But this is result, not cause, of our neurasthenia and complexes. The neurasthenia comes from the inattention to the suggestion, or from a false interpretation. The best souls in the world make some of the worst interpretations, like President Wilson, and this is the bitterest tragedy of righteousness. The heroic effort to carry out the old righteousness becomes at last sheer wrongness. Men in the past have chosen to be martyred for an unborn truth. But life itself inflicts something worse than martyrdom on them if they persist too long in the old truth. Alas, there is no Morse code for interpreting the new life prompting, the new God urge, and there never will be. It needs a new term of speech invented each time, a whole new concept of the universe gradually born, shedding the old concept. Well now, there is the dark God knocking afresh at the door. The vast mass hear nothing but say, "We know all about the universe. Our job is to make a real smart place of it." So, they make more aeroplanes and old age pensions, and are furious when Kaiser William interrupts them. The more sensitive hear something, feel a new urge, and are uneasy. They cry, "We are not pure in heart, we are too selfish. Let us educate the poor. Let us remove the slums. Let us save the children. Let us spend all we have on the noble work of education." So they spend a bit more than before, but by no means all they have, with the result that now everybody reads the newspapers and discusses world politics and feels himself most one-sidedly a bit of the great Godhead of the sacred people. And still the knocking goes on, till some soul that dares as well as can listens and struggles to interpret. Every new word is anathema, bound to be, jargon, rant, mystical tosh, and so on, evil and anti-civilization. Naturally, for the machine of the human psyche, once wound up to a certain ideal, doesn't want to stop. And still, all the time, even in the vulgar uneducated, perhaps more in them than in the hardy money-makers of the lower middle classes, throb, throb, throb goes the God urge deep in their souls, driving them almost mad. They are quite stone-deaf to any new meaning. They would jeer an attempt at a new interpretation, jeer it to death. So, there they are, between the rocky Scylla of the fixed, established ideal, and the whirling Charybdis of the conservative opposition to this ideal. Between these two perils they must pass, for behind them drives the unknown current of the God urge, on, through the straits. They will never get through the straits. They do not know that there is any getting through. Scylla must beat Charybdis, and Charybdis must beat Scylla. So the monster of humanity, with a Scylla of an ideal of equality for the head, and a Charybdis of industrialism and possessive conservatism for the tail, howls with frenzy and lashes the straits till every boat goes down that tries to make a passage. Well, Scylla must have it out with Charybdis, that's all, and we must wait outside the straits till the storm is over. It won't be over yet, though. Now, this is the state of the mass. It is driven, goaded, mad at length by the pricking of the God urge, which it cannot attend to or interpret. It is so goaded that it is mad with its own wrongs. It is wronged, so wronged that it is mad. And what is the wrong, pray? The mass doesn't know. There is no connection at all between the burning, throbbing, unconscious soul and the clear as daylight conscious mind. The whole of labor today sees the situation clear as daylight. So does the whole of capital. And yet the whole of the daylight situation has really nothing to do with it. It is the God urge which drives them mad, the unacknowledged, unadmitted, non-existent God urge. They may become a mob. A mob is like a mass of bullocks driven to frenzy by some botfly and charging frantically against the tents of some herdsman, imagining that all the evil comes out of these tents. There is a gulf between the quivering hurt in the unconscious soul and the round, flat world of the visible existence. A sense of weakness and injury. At last, an intolerable sense of wrong, turning to a fiendish madness. A mad necessity to wreck something, cost what it may, for only the flat, round, visible world exists. And yet it is the botfly of the Holy Ghost, unlistened to, that is the real cause of everything. But the mob has no direction, even in its destructive lust. The vengeful masses have direction, and it is no good trying to reason with them. The mass does not act by reason. A mass is not even formed by reason. The more intense or extended the collective consciousness, the more does the truly reasonable individual consciousness sink into abeyance. The herd instinct, for example, is of many sorts. It has two main divisions, the fear instinct and the aggressive instinct. But the vengeance instinct is not part of the herd instinct. But consider the mode of communication of herd instinct. The communication between the individuals in a herd is not through the mind. It is not through anything said or known. It is submental. It is telepathic. Why does a flock of birds rise suddenly from the treetops all at once in one spring and swirl round in one cloud towards the water? There was no visible sign of communication given. It was a telepathic communication. They sat and waited, and let the individual mind merge into a kind of collective trance. Then click, the unison was complete. The knowledge or suggestion was one suggestion all through. The action was one action. This so-called telepathy is the clue to all herd instinct. It is not instinct. It is a veritable telegraphy, like radio telegraphy. It is a complex interplay of vibrations from the big nerve centers of the vertebral system in all the individuals of the flock, till, click, there is unanimity. They have one mind. And this one-mindedness of the many in one will last while ever the peculiar pitch of vertebral nerve vibration continues unbroken through them all. As the vibration slacks off, the flock falls apart. This vertebral telepathy is the true means of communication between animals. It is perhaps most highly developed where the brain, the mental consciousness, is smallest. Indeed, the two forms of consciousness, mental and vertebral, are mutually exclusive. The highest form of vertebral telepathy seems to exist in the great sperm whales. Communication between these herds of roving monsters is marvelous rapidity and perfection. They are lounging, feeding lazily, individually in mid-ocean, with no cohesion. Suddenly, a quick thought wave from the leader bull, and as quick as answering thoughts the cows and young bulls are ranged, the herd is taking its direction with a precision little short of miraculous. Perhaps water acts as a most perfect transmitter of vertebral telepathy. This is the famous wisdom of the serpent, this vertebral consciousness and telepathy. This is what makes the magic of a leader like Napoleon, his powers of sending out intense vibration, messages to his men, without the exact intermediation of mental correspondence. It is not brain power. In fact, it is, in some ways, the very reverse of brain power. It might be called the acme of stupidity. It is the stupendous wits of brainless intelligence, a marvelous reversion to the pre-mental form of consciousness. This pre-mental form of consciousness seems most perfect in the great whales, more even in them than in the flocks of migrating birds. After the whales, the herds of wolves and deer and buffaloes. But it is most absolute in the cold fishes and serpents, reptiles. The fishes have no other correspondence save this cold vertebral vibration. And this is, as it were, blind. The fish is absolutely stone-walled limited in its consciousness to itself. It knows none other. Stony, abstract, cold, alone, the fish still has the power of radio communication. It is a form of telepathy, like a radium effluence, vibrating fear principally. Fear is the first of the actuating gods. Then come the reptiles. They have sex, and dimly, darkly, discern the bulk of the answerer. They are drawn to contact. It is the new motive. The fishes are never drawn to contact, only food and fear. So, in the reptiles, the second telepathic vibration, the sympathetic, is set up. The primary consciousness is cold. The wisdom is isolated, cold, moonlight, knowing none other. The self alone in knowledge, utterly subtle. But then sex comes upon them and the isolation is broken. Another flow sets up. They must seek the answerer. It is love. So, telepathy, communication in the vertebrates. Ants and bees, too, have a one-conscious vibration. Even they have perfect ganglia communication. But it is enough to consider the vertebrates. In the sperm whale, intense is the passion of amorous love. Intense is the cold exultance and power, isolate kingship. With the most intense enveloping vibration of possessive and protective love, the great bull encloses his herd into a oneness. And, with the intensest vibration of power, he keeps it subdued in awe, in fear. These are the two great telepathic vibrations which rule all the vertebrates, men as well as beast. Man, whether in a savage tribe or in a complex modern society, is held in unison by these two great vibrations emitted unconsciously from the leader, the leaders, the governing classes, the authorities. First, the great influence of shadow of power, causing trust, fear, and obedience. Second, the great influence of protective love, causing productivity and the sense of safety. Those two powerful influences are emitted by men like Gladstone or Abraham Lincoln against their knowledge, but nonetheless emitted. Only Gladstone and Lincoln justify themselves in speech, and both insist on the single influence of love and denounce the influence of fear. A mob occurs when men turn upon all leadership. For true living activity, the mental and the vertebral consciousness should be in harmony. In Caesar and Napoleon, the vertebral influence of power prevailed, and there was a break of balance and a fall. In Lincoln and President Wilson, the vertebral influence of love got out of balance, and there was a fall. There was no balance between the two modes of influence. The mind ran on, as it were, without a break, towards absurdity. So it ran to absurdity in Napoleon. Break the balance of the two great controlling influences, and you get not a simple preponderance of the one influence, but a third state, the mob state. This is the state when the society tribe or herd degenerates into a mob. In man, the mind runs on with a sort of terrible automatism which has no true connection with the vertebral consciousness. The vertebral intercommunication gradually gathers force apart from all mental expression. Its vibration steadily increases till there comes a sudden click, and then you have the strange phenomenon of revolution, like the Russian and the French revolutions. It is a great disruptive outburst. It is a great eruption against the classes in authority. And it is, finally, a passionate, mindless vengeance taken by the collective vertebral psyche upon the authority of orthodox mind. In the Russian Revolution, it was the educated classes that were the enemy, really, the deepest inspiration, the hatred of the conscious classes. But revolution is not a mob movement. Revolution has direction, and leadership, however temporary. There is point to its destructive frenzy. In the end, it is a question with us today whether the masses will degenerate into mobs or whether they will still keep a spark of direction. All great mass uprisings are really acts of vengeance against the dominant consciousness of the day. It is the dynamic, vertebral consciousness in man bursting up and smashing through the fixed, superimposed mental consciousness of mankind, which mental consciousness has degenerated and become automatic. End of Chapter 16, Part 1. Chapter 16, Part 2 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Murphy, Richmond, Virginia. Chapter 16, A Row in Town, Part 2. The masses are always strictly non-mental. Their consciousness is preponderantly vertebral. And from time to time, as some great life idea cools down and sets upon them like a cold crust of lava, the vertebral powers will work below the crust, apart from the mental consciousness, till they have come to such a heat of unison and unanimity, such a pitch of vibration that men are reduced to a great non-mental oneness, as in hot-blooded whales. And then, like whales which suddenly charge upon the ship which tortures them, so they burst upon the vessel of civilization. Or, like whales that burst up through the ice that suffocates them, so they will burst up through the fixed consciousness, the congealed idea, which they can now only blindly react against. At the right moment, a certain cry, like a war cry, a catchword, suddenly sounds, and the movement begins. The purest lesson our era has taught is that man, at his highest, is an individual, single, isolate, alone, indirect soul communication with the unknown God, which prompts within him. This lesson, however, puts us in danger of conceit, especially spiritual conceit. In his supreme being, man is alone, isolate, nakedly himself, in contact only with the unknown God. This is our way of expressing nirvana. But just as a tree is only perfect in blossom because it has groping roots, so is man only perfected in his individual being by his groping, pulsing unison with mankind. The unknown God is within, at the quick, but this quick must send down roots into the great flesh of mankind. In short, the spirit has got a lesson to learn, the lesson of its own limitation. This is for the individual, and the infinite, which is man writ large, or humanity, has a still bitterer lesson to learn. It is the individual alone who can save humanity alive. But the greatest of great individuals must have deep, throbbing roots down in the dark red soil of the living flesh of humanity, which is the bitter pill which Buddhists and all advocates of pure spirit must swallow. In short, man, even the greatest man, does not live only by his spirit and his pure contact with the Godhead, for example, nirvana. Blessed are the pure in heart, blessed are the poor in spirit. He is forced to live in vivid rapport with the mass of men. If he denies this, he cuts his roots. He intermingles as the roots of a tree interpenetrate the fat, rock-ribbed earth. How? In this same vertebral correspondence. The mystic may stare at his own navel and try to abstract himself forever towards nirvana. It is half at least illusion. There is all the time a powerful unconscious interplay going on between the vertebral centers of consciousness in all men, a deep, mindless current flashing and quivering through the family, the community, the nation, the continent, and even the world. No man can really isolate himself, and this vertebral interplay is the root of our living, must always be so. And this vertebral interplay is subject to the laws of polarity, since it's an intercommunion of active, polarized conscious force. There is a dual polarity and a dual direction. There is the outward or downward pulse in the great motion of sympathy or love, the love that goes out to the weaker, to the poor, to the humble. The vast, prostrate mass now becomes the positive pole of attraction, woman, the working classes. The whole of the great current of vertebral consciousness in mankind is supposed, now, to run in this direction. But the whole movement is but a polarized circuit. Insist on one direction over much, derange the circuit, and you have a terrible debacle. Which brings us to another aspect of relativity. Relativity in dynamic living. When the flow is sympathetic, or love, then the weak, the woman, the masses, assume the positivity. But the balance even is only kept by stern authority, the unflinching obstinacy of the return force of power. When the flow is power, might, majesty, glory, then it is a culminating flow towards one individual, through circles of aristocracy towards one grand center. Emperor, pope, tyrant, king, whatever may be, it is the grand obeisance before a master. In the balance of these two flows lies the secret of human stability. In the absolute triumph of either flow lies the immediate surety of collapse. We have gone very far in the first direction. Democracy has almost triumphed. The only real master left is the boss in industry, and he is to be dethroned. Labor is to wear the absolute crown of the everyday hat. Even the top hat is doomed. Labor shall be its own boss and possess its own means and ends. The serpent shall swallow itself in a last gulp. Mastership is based on possessions. To kill mastership, you must have communal ownership. Then have it, for this superiority based on possession of money is worse than any of the pretensions of labor or Bolshevism strictly. Let the serpent swallow itself. Then we can have a new snake. The moment labor takes upon itself to be its own boss, the whole show is up, the end is begun. While ever the existing boss succeeds in hanging on to his money capital, we get the present conditions of nullity and nagging. We're between the devil and a deep sea. What Richard wanted was some sort of a new show, a new recognition of the life mystery, a departure from the dreariness of money-making, money-having, and money-spending. It meant a new recognition of difference, of highness and lowness, of one man meet for service and another man clean with glory, having majesty in himself, the innate majesty of the purest individual, not the strongest instrument, like Napoleon, not the tuppenny trick majesty of Kaisers, but the true majesty of the single soul, which has all its own weaknesses, but its strength in spite of them, its own lovableness, as well as its might and dread. The single soul that stands naked between the dark God and the dark-blooded masses of men. Now, Kangaroo, said Richard, is in a false position. He wants to save property for the property owners, and he wants to save labor from itself and from the capitalist and the politician and all. In fact, he wants to save everything as we have it, and it can't be done. You can't eat your cake and have it, and I prefer Willie Struthers. Bolshevism is at least not sentimental. It's a last step towards an end, a hopeless end. But better disaster than an equivocal nothingness like the present. Kangaroo wants to be God himself and save everybody, which is just irritating, at last. Kangaroo as God himself, with a kind marsupial belly, is worse than Struthers' absolute of the people. Though it's a choice of evils, and I choose neither. I choose the Lord Almighty. Having made up his mind so far, Richard came up to the big mass meeting of labor in the great Canberra Hall in Sydney. The labor leaders had lost much ground. Labor was slipping into disorganization. The property-owning conservatives and liberals were just beginning to rejoice again. The reduction of the basic wage had been brought about. A further reduction was announced. At the same time, the government was aiming a strong blow at the unions. It had pronounced the right of every man to work as he himself chose, and the right of employers to agree with non-union workers as to rate of wages. It had further announced its determination to protect the non-union worker by holding the union responsible for any attacks on non-union men. The leaders of a union were to be arrested and held responsible for attacks on non-workers. In case of bloodshed and death, they were to be tried for manslaughter or for murder. The first to be arrested should be the chief of the union concerned. After him, his immediate subordinates. Now the sword was drawn and labor was up in arms. Meetings were held every day. A special meeting was announced at Canberra Hall, admission by ticket. Somers had asked Jazz if he could get him a ticket, and Jazz had succeeded. There were 2 meetings. One, a small gathering for discussion at 8:30 in the morning. The other, the mass meeting, at 7 at night. Richard got up in the dark to catch the 6 o'clock train to Sydney. It was a dark, cloudy morning, night still, and a few frogs still were rattling away in a hollow towards the sea, like a weird little factory of machines whirring and trilling and screeching in the dark. At the station, some miners were filling their tin bottles at the water tap, pale and extinguished-looking men. Dawn began to break over the sea, in a bluey-green rift between clouds. There seemed to be rain. The journey was endless. In Sydney it was raining, but Richard did not notice. He hurried to the hall to the meeting. It lasted only half an hour, but it was straightforward and sensible. When Richard heard the men among themselves, he realized how logical their position was in pure philosophy. He came out with Jazz, whom he had not seen for a long time. Jazz looked rather pale, and he was very silent, brooding. "Your sympathy is with labor, Jazz?" "My sympathy is with various people, Mr. Somers," replied Jazz, non-communicative. It was no use talking to him. He was too much immersed. The morning was very rainy, and Sydney, big city as it is, a real metropolis in Pitt Street and George Street, seemed again like a settlement in the wilderness, without any core. One of the great cities of the world, but without a core, unless, perhaps, Canberra Hall were its real center. Everybody very friendly and nice. The friendliest country in the world in some ways, the gentlest. But without a core. There was no heart in it at all. It seemed hollow. With midday came the sun and the clear sky. A wonderful clear sky and a hot, hot sun. Richard bought sandwiches and a piece of apple turnover, and went into the palace gardens to eat them, so that he need not sit in a restaurant. He loathed the promiscuity and publicity of even the good restaurants. The promiscuous feeding gave him a feeling of disgust. So he walked down the beautiful slope to the water again, and sat on a seat by himself, near a clump of strange palm trees that made a weird noise in the breeze. The water was blue and dancing, and again he felt as if the harbor were wild, lost and undiscovered, as it was in Captain Cook's time. The city wasn't real. In front of the small blue bay lay 2 little warships, pale gray, with the white flag having the Union Jack in one corner floating behind. And one boat had the Australian flag, with the 5 stars on a red field. They lay quite still, and seemed as lost as everything else, rusting into the water. Nothing seemed to keep its positive reality this morning in the strong sun after the rain. The 2 ships were like bits of palpable memory that persisted, but were only memory images. 2 tiny birds, one brown, one with a sky-blue patch on his head, like a dab of sky, fluttered and strutted, hoisting their long tails at an absurd angle. They were real, the absurd, sharp, unafraid creatures. They seemed to have no deep natural fear, as creatures in Europe have. Again and again, Somers had felt this in Australia. The creatures had no sense of fear as in Europe. There was no animal fear in the air, as there is so deeply in India. Only sometimes a gray, metaphysical dread. Perhaps, thought he to himself, this is really the country where men might live in a sort of harmless Eden, once they have settled the old Adam in themselves. He wandered the hot streets, walked round the circular quay, and saw the women going to the ferries. So many women, almost elegant. Yet their elegance, provincial, without pride, awful. So many almost beautiful women. When they were in repose, quite beautiful, with pure, wistful faces and some nobility in expression. Then, see them change countenance, and it seemed almost always a grimace of ugliness. hear them speak, and it was startling, so ugly. Once in motion, they were not beautiful. Still, when their features were immobile, they were lovely. Richard had noticed this in many cases, and they were like the birds, quite without fear, impudent, perky, with a strange spasmodic self-satisfaction. Almost every one of the younger women walked as if she thought she was sexually trailing every man in the street after her. And that was absurd, too, because the men seemed more often than not to hurry away and leave a blank space between them and these women. But it made no matter. Like mad women, the females, in their quasi-elegance, pranced with that prance of crazy triumph in their own sexual powers, which left little Richard flabbergasted. Hot, big, free and easy streets of Sydney, without any sense of imposition of control. No control, everybody going his own ways with alert harmlessness. On the pavement, the foot passengers walked in two divided streams, keeping to the left, and by their unanimity made it impossible for you to wander and look at the shops, if the shops happened to be on your right. The stream of foot passengers flowed over you. And so it was, far more regulated than London, yet all with a curious exhilaration of voluntariness that oppressed Richard like a madness. No control and no opposition to control. Policemen were ciphers, not noticeable. Every man his own policeman. The terrible lift of the harmless crowd, the strange relief from all superimposed control. One feels the police, for example, in London, in their civic majesty of authority. But in Sydney, no majesty of authority at all. Absolute freedom from all that. Great freedom in the air. Yet, if you got into the wrong stream on the pavement, you felt they'd tread you down, almost unseeing. You just mustn't get in the wrong stream. Liberty. Yes, the strange unanimity of harmlessness in the crowd had a half-paralyzing effect on Richard. Can it be, he said to himself, as he drifted in the strong sun-warmth of the world after rain, in the afternoon of this strange, antipodal city, can it be that there is any harm in these people at all? They were quick, and their manners were, in a free way, natural and kindly. They might say, "Right-ho, right you are." They did say it, even in the most handsome and palatial banks and shipping offices. But they were patient and unaffected in their response. That was the beauty of the men, their absolute lack of affectation, their naive simplicity, which was at the same time sensitive and gentle. The gentlest country in the world. Really, a high pitch of breeding. Good breeding at a very high pitch, innate and in its shirt sleeves. A strange country, a wonderful country. Who knows what future it may have? Can a great continent breed a people of this magic harmlessness without becoming a sacrifice of some other external power? The land that invites parasites now, where parasites breed like nightmares, what would happen if the power lust came that way? Richard bought himself a big, knobbly, green, soft-crusted apple at a Chinese shop, and a pretty mother-of-pearl spoon to eat it with. The queer Chinese, with their gabbling way of speaking, were they parasites too? A strange, strange world. He took himself off to the gardens to eat his custard apple, a pudding inside a knobbly green skin, and to relax into the magic ease of the afternoon. The warm sun, the big blue harbor with its hidden bays, the palm trees, the ferry steamer sliding flatly, the perky birds, the inevitable, shabby-looking, loafing sort of men strolling across the green slopes, past the red poinsettia bush, under the big flame tree, under the blue, blue sky. Australian Sydney, with a magic like sleep, like sweet, soft sleep. A vast, ending, sun-hot afternoon sleep, with the world a mirage. He could taste it all in the soft, sweet, creamy custard apple. A wonderful, sweet place to drift in. But surely a place that will some day wake terribly from this sleep. Yet why should it? Why should it not drift marvelously forever, with its sun and its marsupials? The meeting in the evening, none the less, was a wild one, and Richard could not believe there was any real vindictiveness. He couldn't believe that anybody really hated anybody. There was a touch of sardonic tolerance in it all. Oh, that sardonic tolerance! And at the same time, that overwhelming obstinacy and power of endurance. The strange Australian power of enduring suffering or opposition or difficulty, just blank enduring. In the long run, just endure. Richard sat next to Jazz. Jazz was very still indeed, seated with his hands in his lap. "Will there be many diggers here?" Lovat asked. "Oh, yes, there's quite a crowd over there with Jack." And Richard looked quickly and saw Jack. He knew Jack had seen him. But now he was looking the other way. And again, Richard felt afraid of something. It was a packed hall, tense. There was plenty of noise and interruption, plenty of home thrust at the speakers from the audience. But still, that sense of sardonic tolerance, endurance. What's the odds, boys? Willie Struthers gave the main speech on the solidarity of labor. He sketched the industrial situation and elaborated the change that labor was cutting its own throat by wrecking industry and commerce. "But will anything get us away from this fact, mate?" he said. "That there's never a shop shuts down because it can't pay the weekly wage bill. If a shop shuts down, it's because it can't pay a high enough dividend, and there you've got it." Australian labor has set out from the first on the principle that huge fortunes should not be made out of its efforts. We have had the obvious example of America before us, and we've been determined from the start that Australia should not fall into the hands of a small number of millionaires and a larger number of semi-millionaires. It's been our idea that a just proportion of all profits should circulate among the workers in the form of wages. Supposing the worker does get his pound a day. It's enormous, isn't it? It's preposterous. Of course it is. But it isn't preposterous for a small bunch of owners or shareholders to get their 10 pounds a day for doing nothing, Sundays included. That isn't preposterous, is it? They raise the plea that their fathers and their forefathers accumulated the capital by their labors. Well, haven't our fathers and forefathers labored? Haven't they? And what have they accumulated? The right to labor on and be paid for what the others like to give them. We don't want to wreck industry, but we say wages shall go up so that profits shall go down. Why should there be any profits after all? Forefathers. Why, we've all had forefathers, and I'm sure mine worked. Why should there be any profits at all, I should like to know? And if profits there must be, well then, the profit grabber isn't going to get 10 times as much as the wage earner just because he had a few screwing forefathers. We, who work for what we get, are going to see that the man who doesn't work shall not receive a large income for not working. If he's got to have an income for doing nothing, let him have no more than what we call wages. The laborer is worthy of his hire, and the hire is worthy of his laborer. But I cannot see that any man is worthy of an unearned income. Let there be no unearned incomes. So much for the basic wage. We know it is not the basic wage that wrecks industry, it is big profits. When the profits are not forthcoming, the directors would rather close down. A criminal proceeding. Because, after all, any big works is run, first, to supply the community with goods, and second, to give a certain proportion of the community a satisfactory occupation. Whatever net profits are made by cheating the worker and the consumer, filching a bit from every one of them, no matter how small a bit. And we will not see wages reduced 1 halfpenny to help to fill the pockets of shareholders. "What about your own shares in Nestle's milk, Willie?" asked a voice. "I'll throw them in the fire the minute they're out of date," said Willie promptly. "They're pretty well waste paper already." He went on to answer the charges of corruption and tammany with which the Labour Party in Australia had been accused. This led to the point of class hatred. "It is we who are supposed to foster class hatred," he said. "Now, I put it to you, does the so-called upper class hate us, or do we hate them more? If you'll let me answer, I tell you it's they who do the hating. We don't wear the flesh off our bones hating them. They aren't worth it. They're far beneath hatred. We do want one class only, not your various shades of upper and lower. We want the people, and the people means the worker. I don't mind what a man works at. He can be a doctor or a lawyer even. If men are such fools, they must have doctors and lawyers. But look here, mates, what do we all work for? For a living? Then why won't a working man's living wage do for a lawyer? Why not? Perhaps a lawyer makes an ideal of his job. Perhaps he's inspired in his efforts to right the wrongs of his client. Very well, virtue is its own reward. If he wants to be paid for it, it isn't virtue anymore. It's dirty trading in justice, or whatever the law means. Look at your upper classes, mates. Look at your lawyer charging you 2 guineas for half an hour's work. Look at your doctor scrambling for his guinea a visit. Look at your experts with their 5,000 a year. Call these upper classes? Upper in what? In the make-and-grab faculties, that's all. To hell with their upper. If a working man thinks he'll be in the running and demands, say, half of what these gentry get, then he's the assassin of his trade and country. It's his business to grovel before these upper gents, is it? No, mates, it's his business to rise up and give 'em a good kick in the seats of their pants, to remind them of their bedrock bottoms. You'd think, to hear all the fairy tales they let off, that their pants didn't have such a region of seats. Like the bloomin' little angels, all fluttery tops and no bottoms. Don't you be sucked in any more, mates. Look at 'em, and you'll see they've got good heavyweight sit-upons and big, deep trouser pockets next door. That's them. Upend 'em for once, and look at 'em upside down. Greedy fat arses, mates, if you'll pardon the vulgarity for once. Greedy fat arses. And that's what we've got to knuckle under to, is it? They're the upper classes? Them and a few derelict lords and cuttlefish capitalists? Upper classes? I'm damned if I see much upper about it, mates. Drop 'em in the sea and they'll float butt-end uppermost, you see if they don't. For that's where they keep their fat, like the camel his hump. Upper classes. But I wish them no special harm. A bit of a kick in the rear to remind them that they've got a rear, a largely kickable rear. And then let them pick themselves up and mingle with the rest. Give them a living wage, like any working man. But it's hell on earth to see them floating their fat bottoms through the upper regions, and just stooping low enough to lick the cream off things, as it were, and to squeal if a working man asks for more than a gill of the skilly. Work? What is one man's job more than another? Your Andrew Carnegies and your Rothschilds may be very smart at their jobs. All right, give 'em the maximum wage. Give 'em £1 a day. They won't starve on it. And what do they want with more? A job is nothing but a job when all's said and done. And if Mr. Hebrew Rothschild is smart on the finance job, so am I a smart sheep shearer, hold my own with any man. And what's the odds? Wherein is Mr. Hebrew or Lord Benjamin Israelite any better man than I am? Why does he want so damn much for his dirty financing, and begrudges me my bit for sharing 10 score a sheep? No, mates, we're not sucked in. It may be Mr. Steel Trust Carnegie. It may even be Mr. Very Clever Marconi. It may be Marquis Tribes von Israel. And it is certainly Willie Struthers. Now, mates, I, Willie Struthers, a big fortune I do not want. But I'm damned if I'm going to let a few other brainy vampires suck big fortunes out of me. Not I. I wouldn't be a man if I did. Upper classes? They've got more greedy brains in the seats of their pants than in their top stories. We're having no more of their classes and masses. We'll just put a hook in their trouser bottoms and hook 'em gently to earth. That's all. And put 'em on a basic wage like all the rest. One job, one wage. Isn't that fair? No man can do more than his best. And why should one poor devil get 10 bob for his level best, and another fat arse get 10,000 for some bloomin' trick? No, if a man's a sincere citizen, he does his best for the community he belongs to, and his simple wage is enough for him to live on. That's why we'll have a Soviet. Water finds its own level, and so shall money. It shall not be dammed up by a few sly fat arses much longer. I don't pretend it will be paradise, but there'll be fewer lies about it, and less fat-arsed hypocrisy, and less dirty injustice than there is now. If a man works, he shall not have less than the basic wage, be he even a lying lawyer. There shall be no politicians, thank God. But more than the basic wage also he shall not have. Let us bring things down to a rock bottom. Upper? Why, all their uppishness amounts to is extra special greedy guts, 10,000 a year minimum. Upper classes? Upper classes? Upper arses. We'll have a Soviet, mates, and then we shall feel better about it. We shall be getting nastily tempered if we put it off much longer. Let's know our own mind. We'll unite with the world's workers, which doesn't mean we'll take the hearts out of our chest to give it to Brother Brown to eat. No, Brother Brown and Brother Yellow had, on the whole, best stop at home and sweep their own streets, rather than come and sweep ours. But that doesn't mean we can't come to more or less of an understanding with them. We don't want to get too much mixed up with them or anybody. But a proper understanding we can have. I don't say, open the gates of Australia to all the waiting workers of India and China, let alone Japan. But, mates, you can be quite friendly with your neighbor over the fence without giving him the run of your house. And that is international labor. You have a genuine understanding with your neighbors down the street. You know they won't shy stones through your windows, or break into your house at night, or kill your children in a dark corner. Why not? Because they're your neighbors, and you all have a certain amount of trust in one another. And that is international labor. That is the world's workers. End of Chapter 16, Part 2. Chapter 16, Part 3 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Murphy, Richmond, Virginia. Chapter 16, A Row in Town, Part 3. After all, mates, the biggest part of our waking lives belongs to our work. And certainly the biggest part of our importance is our importance as workers. Mates we are, and we are bound to be, workers first and foremost. So were our fathers before us, so will our children be after us. Workers first. And as workers, mates, on this everything else depends. On our being workers depends our being husbands and fathers and playmates, nay, our being men. If we are not workers, we are not even men, for we can't exist. Workers we are, mates, workers we must be, and workers we will be, and there's the end of it. We take our stand on it. Workers first, and whatever soul we have, it must go first into our work. Workers, mates, we are workers. A man is a man because he works. He must work, and he does work. Call it a curse, call it a blessing, call it what you like. But the Garden of Eden is gone forever, and while the ages roll, we must work. Let us take our stand on that fact, mates, and trim our lives accordingly. While time lasts, whatever ages come or go, we must work, day in, day out, in, year out, so forever. Then, mates, let us abide by it. Let us abide by it and shape things to fit. No use shuffling, mates. Though you or I may make a little fortune, enough for the moment to keep us in idleness, yet, mates, as sure as ever the sun rises, as long as ever time lasts, the children of men must rise up to their daily toil. Is it a curse? Is it a blessing? I prefer to think it is a blessing, so long as, like everything else, it is in just proportion. My happiest days have been shearing sheep or away in the gold mines. What? Not talking on a platform? Asked a voice. No, not talking on a platform. Working along with my mates, in the bush, in the mines, wherever it was. That's where I put my manhood into my work. There I had my mates, my fellow workers. I've had playmates as well. Wife, children, friends, playmates, all of them. My fellow workers were my mates. So, since workers we are and shall be till the end of time, let us shape the world accordingly. The world is shaped now for the idlers and the play-babies, and we work to keep that going. No, mates, it won't do. Join hands with the workers of the world, just a fist grip as a token and a pledge. Take nobody to your bosom. A worker hasn't got a bosom. He's got a fist to work with, to hit with, and lastly, to give the tight grip of fellowship to his fellow workers and fellow mates, no matter what color or country he belonged to. The world's workers, and since they are the world, let them take their own, and not leave it all to a set of silly playboys and Hebrews who are not only silly but worse. The world's workers, we who are the world's millions, the world is our world. Let it be so then, and let us so arrange it. What's the scare about being mixed up with Brother Brown and Chinky and all the rest, the Indians in India, the niggers in the Transvaal, for instance? Aren't we tight mixed up with them as it is? Aren't we in one box with them in this empire business? Aren't we all children of the same noble empire, brown, black, white, green, or whatever color we may be? We may not, of course, be reposing on the bosom of Brother Brown and Brother Black, but we are pretty well chained at his side in a sort of slavery, slaving to keep this marvelous empire going, with its out-of-date lords and its fat-arsed hypocritical upper classes. I don't know whether you prefer working in the same imperial slave gang with Brother Brown of India, or whether you'd prefer to shake hands with him as a free worker, one of the world's workers, but one, came a loud, distinct voice, as if from nowhere, like a gun going off. But one or the other. Two, a solid block of men's voices, like a bell. One or the other, you'll. Three, the voice, like a tolling bell of men counting the speaker out. It was the diggers. A thrill went through the audience. The diggers sat mostly together in the middle of the hall around Jack. Their faces were lit up with a new light, and like a bell they told the numbers against the speaker, counting him out, by their moral unison annihilating him. Willie Struthers, his dark yellow face gone demonic, stood and faced them. His eyes, too, had suddenly leaped with a new look. Big, dark, glancing eyes, like an aboriginal's, glancing strangely. Was it fear? Was it a glancing, gulf-like menace? He stood there, a shabby figure of a man, with undignified legs facing the tolling enemy. 4! Came the sonorous, perfect rhythm. It was a strange sound, heavy, hypnotic, trance-like. Willie Struthers stood as if he were fascinated, glaring spellbound. 5! The sound was unbearable, a madness, tolling out a certain devilish cavern in the back of the men's unconscious mind, in terrible malignancy. The socialists began to leap to their feet in fury, turning back towards the block of diggers. But the lean, naked faces of the ex-soldiers gleamed with a smiling, demonish light, and from their narrow mouths simultaneously, 6. Struthers, looking as if he were crouching to spring, glared back at them from the platform. They did not even look at him. 7, in 2 syllables. 7. The sonorous gloating in the sound was unbearable. It was like hammer strokes on the back of the brain. Everybody had started up save the diggers. Even Somers was wildly on his feet, feeling as if he could fly, swoop like some enraged bird. But his feeling wavered. At one moment he gloated with the diggers against the black and devilish figure of the isolated man on the platform, who half crouched as if he were going to jump, his face black and satanic. And then, as the numbers came, unbearable in its ghastly striking. 8! Like some hammer stroke on the back of his brain, it sent him clean mad, and he jumped up into the air like a lunatic, at the same moment as Struthers sprang with a clear leap like a cat towards the group of static, grinning ex-soldiers. There was a crash, and the hall was like a bomb that has exploded. Somers tried to spring forward. In the blind moment he wanted to kill the soldiers. Jazz held him back, saying something. There was a most fearful roar, and a mad whirl of men, broken chairs, pieces of chairs brandished, men fighting madly with fists, claws, pieces of wood, any weapon they could lay hold of. The red flag suddenly flashing like blood, and bellowing rage at the sight of it. A Union Jack torn to fragments, stamped upon. A mob with many different centers, some fighting frenziedly round a red flag, some clutching fragments of the Union Jack, as if it were God incarnate. But the central heap, a mass struggling with the diggers in real blood-murder passion, a tense mass with long, naked faces gashed with blood, and hair all wild, and eyes demented, and collars bursted, and arms frantically waving over the dense bunch of horrific light, hands in the air with weapons, hands clawing to drag them down, wrists bleeding, hands bleeding, arms with the sleeves ripped back, white, naked arms with brownish hands, and thud as the white flesh was struck with a chair leg. The doors had been flung open. Many men had gone out, but more rushed in. The police in blue uniforms and in blue clothes wielding their batons. The whole place gone mad. Richard, small as he was, felt a great frenzy on him, a great longing to let go. But since he didn't really know whom he wanted to let go at, he was not quite carried away. And Jas, quiet, persistent, drew him gradually out into the street. Though not before he had lost his hat and had had his collar torn open, and had received a bang over the forehead that helped to bring him to his senses. Smash went the lights of the hall, somebody smashing the electric lamps. The place was almost in darkness. It was unthinkable. Jas drew Somers into the street, which was already a wide mass of a crowd, and mounted police urging their way to the door laying about them. The crowd, too, was waiting to catch fire. Almost beside himself, Richard struggled out of the crowd to get out of the crowd. Then there were shots in the night and a great howl from the crowd. Among the police on horseback he saw a white felt hat looped up at the side, and he seemed to hear the bellowing of a big husky voice. Surely that was Kangaroo. That was Kangaroo shouting. Then there was a loud explosion and a crash, a bomb of some sort. And Richard suddenly was faint. Jas was leading him by the arm, leading him away, in the city night that roared from the direction of the hall, while men and women were running thither madly, and running as madly away, and motor cars came rushing, and even the fire brigade, with bright brass helmets, a great rush towards the center of conflict, and a rush away, outwards. While hats, white hats, Somers, in his dazed condition, saw 3 or 4, and they occupied his consciousness as if they were thousands. "We must go back," he cried. "We must go back to them." "What for?" said Jas. "We're best away." And he led him sturdily down a side street, while Somers was conscious only of the scene he had left, and the sound of shots. They went to one of the smaller, more remote diggers' clubs. It consisted only of one large room, meeting room, and gymnastics hall in a turn, and a couple of small rooms, one belonging to the secretary and the head, and the other a sort of little kitchen with a sink and a stove. The one-armed caretaker was in attendance, but nobody else was there. Jas and Somers went into the secretary's room, and Jas made Richard lie down on the sofa. "Stay here," he said, "while I go and have a look round." Richard looked at him. He was feeling very sick, perhaps the bang over the head. Yet he wanted to go back into the town, into the melee. He felt he would even die if he did so. But then, why not die? Why stay outside the row? He had always been outside the world's affairs. "I'll come with you again," he said. "No, I don't want you," snapped Jas. "I have a few of my own things to attend to." "Then I'll go by myself," said Richard. "If I were you, I wouldn't," said Jas. And Richard sat back feeling very sick and confused. But such a pain in his stomach, as if something were torn there, and he could not keep still. He wanted to do something. Jas poured out a measure of whiskey for himself and one for Richard. Then he went out, saying, "You'd best stay here till I come back, Mr. Somers. I shan't be very long." Jas, too, was very pale, and his manner was furtive, like one full of suppressed excitement. Richard looked at him and felt very alien, far from him and everybody. He rose to his feet to rush out again. But the torn feeling at the pit of his stomach was so strong he sat down and shoved his fist in his abdomen, and there remained. It was a kind of grief, a bitter, agonized grief for his fellow men. He felt it was almost better to die than to see his fellow men go mad in this horror. He could hear Jas talking for some time to the one-armed caretaker, a young soldier who was lame, with a bad limp, as well as maimed. "I can't do anything. I can't be on either side. I've got to keep away from everything," murmured Richard to himself. "If only one might die and not have to wait and watch through all the human horror. They are my fellow men. They are my fellow men." So he lay down, and at length fell into a sort of semi-consciousness, still pressing his fist into his abdomen, and feeling as he imagined a woman might feel after her first child, as if something had been ripped out of him. He was vaguely aware of the rage and chaos in the dark city round him, the terror of the clashing chaos. But what was the good even of being afraid, even of grief? It was like a storm in which he could do nothing but lie still and endure and wait. They also serve who only stand and wait. Perhaps it is the bitterest part, to keep still through it all, and watch and wait. In a numb half-sleep, Richard lay and waited for heaven knows what. It seemed a long time. Then he heard voices. There was Jack and Jas and one or two others, loud voices. Presently Jack and Jas came into him. Jack had a big cut on the chin and was pale as death. There was blood on his coat, and he had a white pocket-handkerchief round his neck, having lost his collar. He looked with black eyes at Richard. "What time is it?" asked Richard. "Blowed if I know," answered Jack, like a drunken man. "11:30, said Jas quietly. Only an hour, or an hour and a half. Time must have stood still and waited. "What has happened?" asked Richard. "Naught," blurted Jack, still like a drunken man. "Naught happened. Bloody blasted nothing." "Kangaroo is shot," said Jas. "Dead?" "No," snarled Jack. "No, damn, you're not dead." Somers looked at Jas. "They've taken him home, shot in the belly," said Jas. "In his bloomin' kangaroo guts," said Jack. "Ain't much left of the ant that shot him, though, neither guts nor marrow." Richard stared at the two men. "Are you hurt?" he said to Jack. "Me? Oh, no, I just scratched myself shavin', darlin', makin' me toilet." There was silence for some time. Jas's plump, pale face was still impassive, inscrutable, and his clothing was in order. Jack poured himself a half-glass of neat whiskey, put in a little water, and drank it off. "And Willie Struthers and everybody?" asked Richard. "Gone home to his missus to have sausage for tea," said Jack. "Not hurt?" "Blowed if I know," replied Jack indifferently, "whether he's hurt or not." "And is the town quiet?" Somers turned to Jas. "Has everything blown over? What has happened?" "What has happened exactly, I couldn't tell you. I suppose everything is quiet. The police have everything in hand." "Police!" snarled Jack. "Bloody Johnny Hops! They couldn't hold a sucking pig in their hands unless somebody hung on to its tail for them. It's our boys who've got things in hand, and handed them over to the Hops." Somers knew that Johnny Hops was Australian for a policeman. Jack spoke in a suppressed frenzy. "Was anybody killed?" Somers asked. "I'm sure I hope so. If I haven't done one or two of 'em in, I'm sorry. Damn sorry, bloody sorry," said Jack. "I should be careful what I say," said Jas. "I know you'd be careful, you Cornish whisper. Careful Jimmy's your name and nation. But I hope I did one or two of 'em in. And I did one or two of 'em in. See the brains sputter out of that chap that shot Rue?" "And suppose they arrest you tonight and shove you in jail for manslaughter," said Jas. "I wouldn't advise anybody to lay as much as a leaf of maidenhair fern on me tonight, much less a finger. They might tomorrow. You be still and go home." Jack relapsed into a white silence. Jazz went into the common room again, where members dropped in from the town. Apparently, everything had gone quiet. It was determined that everybody should go home as quietly and quickly as possible. Richard found himself in the street with Jazz and Jack, both of whom were silent. They walked briskly through the streets. Groups of people were hurrying silently home. The town felt very dark, and as if something very terrible had happened. A few taxicabs were swiftly and furtively running. In George Street and Pitt Street, patrols of mounted police were stationed, and the ordinary police were drawn up on guard outside the most important places. But the military had not been called out. On the whole, the police took as little notice as possible of the foot passengers who were hurrying away home, but occasionally they held up a taxicab. Jazz, Jack, and Somers proceeded on foot, very quickly and in absolute silence. They were not much afraid of the city authorities, perhaps not so much afraid as were the authorities themselves, but they all instinctively felt it best to keep quiet and unnoticed. It was nearly 1 o'clock when they reached Wywork. Victoria had gone to bed. She called when she heard the men enter. Evidently she knew nothing of the row. "Only me and Jazz and Mr. Somers," called Jack. "Don't you stir." "Of course I must," she cried brightly. "Don't you move," thundered Jack, and she relapsed into silence. She knew, when he had one of his hell moods on him, it was best to leave him absolutely alone. The men drank a little whiskey, then sat silent for some time. At last Jazz had the energy to say they must go to bed. "Trot off, Jazzy," said Jack. "Go to be-bye, boys." "That's what I'm doing," said Jazz, as he retired. He was sleeping the night at Wywork, his own home being across the harbor. Somers still sat inert, with his unfinished glass of whiskey, though Jazz said to him pertinently, "Aren't you retiring, Mr. Somers?" "Yes," he answered, but didn't move. The two were left in silence, only the little clock ticking away. Everything quite still. Suddenly Jack rose and looked at his face in the mirror. "Nicked a bit out of my chin, seemingly. It was that little bomb that did that. Dirty little swine to throw a bomb, but it hadn't much kick in it." He turned round to Somers, and the strangest grin in the world was on his face. All the lines curved upwards. "Tell you what, boy," he said in a hoarse whisper, "I settled 3 of 'em. 3. There was an indescribable gloating joy in his tones, like a man telling of the good time he has had with a strange mistress. "Gar, but I was lucky. I got one of them iron bars from the windows, and I stirred the brains of a couple of 'em with it, and I broke the neck of a third. Why, it was as good as a sword to defend yourself with. See?" He reached his face towards Somers with weird, gruesome exultation, and continued in a hoarse, secret voice. "Cripes, there's nothing bucks you up something like killing a man. Nothing. You feel a perfect angel after it." Richard felt the same torn feeling in his abdomen, and his eyes watched the other man. "When it comes over you, you know, there's nothing else like it. I never knew it till the war, and I wouldn't believe it then, not for many a while. But it's there. Cripes, it's there right enough. Having a woman's something, isn't it? But it's a flea bite, nothing, compared to killing your man when your blood comes up." And his eyes glowed with exultant satisfaction. "And the best of it is," he said, "you feel a perfect angel after it. You don't feel you've done any harm. Feel as gentle as a lamb all round. I can go to Victoria now and be as gentle." He jerked his head in the direction of Victoria's room. "And you bet she'll like me." His eyes glowed with a sort of exaltation. "Killing is natural to a man, you know," he said. "It's just as natural as lying with a woman. Don't you think?" And still Richard did not answer. The next morning he left early for Mullumbimby. The newspaper gave a large space to the disturbance, but used the wisest language. "Brawl between communists and nationalists at Canberra Hall. Unknown anarchist throws a bomb. 3 persons killed and several injured. Ben Cooley, the well-known barrister, receives bullets in the abdomen but is expected to recover. Police, aided by diggers, soon restored order. This was the tone of all the newspapers. Most blamed the labor incendiaries with pious horror, but all declared that the bomb was thrown by some unknown criminal who had intruded himself into the crowd unknown to all parties. There was a mention of shots fired and a loud shout of accusation against the mounted police from the labor papers, declaring that these had fired on the crowd. Equally loud denials. A rigorous inquiry was to be instituted. 14 men were arrested. Jack was arrested as the leader of the men who had counted out Willie Struthers, but he was released on bail. Kangaroo was said to be progressing, as far as could be ascertained, favorably. And then the papers had a lovely lot of topics. They could discuss the character and persons of Struthers and Ben Cooley, all except the radical paper, The Sun, praising Ben for his laudable attempt to obtain order by the help of his loyal diggers. The Sun hinted at other things. Then the personal histories of all the men arrested. Jack, the well-known V.C., was cautiously praised. What was curious was that nobody brought criminal charges against anybody. Jack's iron bar, for instance, nobody mentioned. It was called a stick. Who fired the revolvers? Nobody chose to know. The bomb thrower was an unknown anarchist, probably a new immigrant from Europe. Each side vituperated and poured abuse on the other sides, but nobody made any precise criminal accusations. Most of the prisoners, including Jack, were bound over. 2 of them got a year's imprisonment, and 5 got 6 months. And the affair began to fizzle down. A great discussion started on the subject of counting out. Tales were told how the sick men in a hospital from their beds counted out an unsympathetic medical officer till the man dared not to show his face. It was said that the Aussies had once begun to count out the Prince of Wales. It was in Egypt. The prince had ridden up to review them, and he seemed to them, as they stood there in the sun, to be supercilious, superior. This is the greatest offense. So as he rode away like magic, they started to count him out. 1, 2, 3. No command would stop them. The prince, though he did not know what it meant, instantly felt the thing like a blow and rode back at once, holding up his hand to ask what was wrong. And then he was so human and simple that they said they had made a mistake, and they cheered him passionately. But they had begun to count him out. And once a man was counted out, he was done. He was dead. He was counted out. So, newspaper talk. And Somers, looking through the bulletin, though he could hardly read it now, as if he could not see it in its one level, as if he had gone deaf to its note, was struck by the end of a paragraph. This tendency may be noted in the Christianized Melanesian native, in whom an almost uncontrolled desire to kill sometimes arises without any provocation whatever. Fortunately for the would-be victim, the native often has a premonition of the impending nerve storm. It is not uncommon for a white man to be addressed thus by his model houseboy, walking behind him on a bush track. "More better, Tubada, master, you walk behind me. Me want make you kill." In 5 minutes, if the master has been wise enough to get out of the way, a smiling boy will indicate that his little trouble has been weathered. In these cases, Brother Brown is certainly a gentleman compared to the atavistic white. End of chapter 16, part 3.
Chapter 17, Part 1 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence, published in 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 17, Kangaroo is Killed, Part 1 of 2. Dear Lovat, also Mrs. Lovat, I don't think it is very nice of you that you don't even call with a tract or a tuberose when you know I am so smitten. Yours, Kangaroo. P.S. Bullets in my marsupial pouch. Of course, Richard went up at once, and Harriet sent a little box with all the different strange shells from the beach. They are curious and interesting for a sick man. Somers found Kangaroo in bed, very yellow and thin, almost lantern-jawed, with haunted, frightened eyes. The room had many flowers, and was perfumed with eau de cologne, but through the perfume came an unpleasant, discernible stench. The nurse had asked Richard please to be very quiet. Kangaroo put out a thin yellow hand. His black hair came wispily, pathetically over his forehead, but he said with a faint, husky briskness, "Hello, come at last," and he took Somers' hand in a damp clasp. "I didn't know whether you could see visitors," said Richard. "I can't. Sit down. Behave yourself." Somers sat down, only anxious to behave himself. "Harriet sent you such a silly present," he said. "Just shells we have picked up from the shore. She thought you might like to play with them on the counterpane." "Like that sloppy Coventry Patmore poem. Let me look." The sick man took a little Sorrento box with its inlaid design of sirens and peered in at the shells. "I can smell the sea in them," he said hoarsely, and very slowly he began to look at the shells one by one. There were black ones like buds of coal, and black ones with a white spiral thread, and funny, knobbly black and white ones, and tiny purple ones, and a bright sea-orange, semi-transparent clamp shell, and little pink ones with long, sharp points, and glass ones, and lovely pearly ones, and then those that Richard had put in, worn shells like sea ivory, marvelous substance, with all the structure showing. Spirals like fairy staircases, and long, pure, phallic pieces that were centers of big shells from which the whirl was all washed away. Also, curious, flat, oval discs with a lovely whorl traced on them, and an eye in the center. Richard liked these especially. Kangaroo looked at them briefly, one by one, as if they were bits of uninteresting printed paper. "Here, take them away," he said, pushing the box aside, and his face had a faint spot of pink in the cheeks. "They may amuse you sometime when you are alone," said Richard apologetically. "They make me know I have never been born," said Kangaroo huskily. Richard was startled, and he didn't know what to answer. So he sat still, and Kangaroo lay still, staring blankly in front of him. Somers could not detach his mind from the slight yet pervading sickening smell. "My sewers leak," said Kangaroo bitterly, as if divining the other's thought. "But they will get better," said Richard. The sick man did not answer, and Somers just sat still. "Have you forgiven me?" asked Kangaroo, looking at Somers. "There is nothing to forgive," said Richard, his face grave and still. "I knew you hadn't," said Kangaroo. Richard knitted his brows. He looked at the long yellow face. It was so strange and so frightening to him. "You bark at me as if I were Little Red Riding Hood," he said, smiling. Kangaroo turned dark, inscrutable eyes on him. "Help me," he said, almost in a whisper. "Help me." "Yes," said Richard. Kangaroo held out his hand, and Richard took it, but not without a slight sense of repugnance. Then he listened to the faint, far-off noises of the town, and looked at the beautiful flowers in the room. Violets, orchids, tuberoses, delicate yellow and red roses, Iceland poppies, orange like transmitted light, lilies. It was like a tomb, like a mortuary, all the flowers, and that other faint, sickening odor. "I'm not wrong, you know," said Kangaroo. "No one says you are," laughed Richard gently.
I am not wrong. Love is still the greatest. His voice sank in its huskiness to a low resonance. Richard's heart stood still. Kangaroo lay quite motionless, but with some of the changeless pride which had lent him beauty at times when he was himself. The Lamb of God, grown into a sheep, yes, the nobility. You heard Willie Struthers' speech? Said Kangaroo, his voice changing as he looked up at Somers. Yes? Well? It seemed to me logical, said Richard, not knowing how to answer. Logical. Even Kangaroo flickered with surprise. You and logic. You see, said Richard very gently, the educated world has preached the divinity of work at the lower classes. They broke them in like draft horses and put them all in the collar and set them all between the shafts. There they are, all broken in, workers. They are conscious of nothing save that they are workers. They accept the fact that nothing is divine but work, work being service, and service being love. The highest is work. Very well, then, accept the conclusion if you accept the premises. The working classes are the highest. It is for them to inherit the earth. You can't deny that if you assert the sacredness of work. He spoke quietly, gently, but he spoke because he felt it was kinder, even to the sick man, than to avoid discussion altogether. But I don't believe in the sacredness of work, Lovat, said Kangaroo. No, but they believe it themselves, and it follows from the sacredness of love. I want them to be men, not implements at a job. The voice was weak now and took queer, high notes. Yes, I know, but men inspired by love, and love has only service as its means of expression. How do you know? You never love, said Kangaroo in a faint, sharp voice. The joy of love is in being with a beloved, as near as you can get. And I, if I be lifted up, will draw all men unto me. For life's sake, Lovat, not for work. Lift them up that they may live. Richard was silent. He knew it was no good arguing. Do you think it can't be done? Asked Kangaroo, his voice growing fuller. I hope I may live to show you. The working men have not realized yet what love is, the perfect love that men may have for one another, passing the love of women. Oh, Lovat, they still have that to experience. Don't harden your heart. Don't stiffen your neck before your old Jewish Kangaroo. You know it is true. Perfect love casteth out fear, Lovat. Teach a man how to love his mate with a pure and fearless love. Oh, Lovat, think what can be done that way. Somers was very pale. His face set. Say you believe me. Say you believe me. And let us bring it to pass together. If I have you with me, I know we can do it. If you had been with me, this never would have happened to me. His face changed again, as if touched with acid at the thought. Somers sat still, remote. He was distressed, but it made him feel more remote. What class do you feel that you belong to, as far as you belong to any class? Asked Kangaroo, his eyes on Richard's face. I don't feel I belong to any class, but as far as I do belong, it is to the working classes. I know that. I can't change. Kangaroo watched him eagerly. I wish I did, he said eagerly. Then after a pause he added, They have never known the full beauty of love, the working classes. They have never admitted it. Work, bread, has always stood first, but we can take away that obstacle. Teach them the beauty of love between men, Richard. Teach them the highest, greater love than this hath no man. Teach them how to love their own mate, and you will solve the problem of work forever. Richard, this is true. You know it is true. How beautiful it would be. How beautiful it would be. It would complete the perfect circle. His voice faded down to a whisper, so that Somers seemed to hear it from far off, and it seemed like some far-off voice of annunciation. Yet Richard's face was hard and clear and sea-bitter as one of the worn shells he had brought. The faithful, fearless love of man for man, whispered Kangaroo, as he lay with his dark eyes on Richard's face and the wisp of hair on his forehead. Beautiful. He was beautiful again, like a transfiguration. We've got to save the people. We've got to do it. And when shall we begin, friend? When shall we begin, you and I? He repeated in a sudden full voice. Only when we dare to lead them, Lovat, he added in a murmur. The love of man for wife and children, the love of man for man, so that each would lay down his life for the other, then the love of man for beauty, for truth, for the right. Isn't that so? Destroy no love. Only open the field for further love. He lay still for some moments after this speech that ended in a whisper almost. Then he looked with a wonderful smile at Somers without saying a word, only smiling from his eyes, strangely, wonderfully. But Richard was scared. Isn't that all honest Injun, Lovat? He whispered playfully. I believe it is, said Richard, though with unchanging face. His eyes, however, were perplexed and tormented. Of course you do. Of course you do, said Kangaroo softly. But you are the most obstinate little devil and child that ever opposed a wise man like me. For example, don't you love me in your heart of hearts, only you daren't admit it? I know you do. I know you do. But admit it, man, admit it, and the world will be a bigger place to you. You are afraid of love. Richard was more and more tormented in himself. In a way, I love you, Kangaroo, he said. Our souls are alike somewhere, but it is true I don't want to love you. And he looked in distress at the other man. Kangaroo gave a real little laugh. Was ever woman so coy and hard to please? He said in a warm, soft voice. Why don't you want to love me, you stiff-necked and uncircumcised Philistine? Don't you want to love Harriet, for example? No, I don't want to love anybody. Truly. It simply makes me frantic and murderous to have to feel loving any more. Then why did you come to me this morning? Well, the question was pertinent. Richard was baffled. In a way, he said vaguely, because I love you, but love makes me feel I should die. It is your willful refusal of it, said Kangaroo a little wearily. Put your hand on my throat. It aches a little. He took Richard's hand and laid it over his warm, damp, slick throat. There the pulse beat so heavy and sick, and the Adam's apple stood out hard. You must be still now, said Lovat, gentle like a physician. Don't let me die, murmured Kangaroo, almost inaudible, looking into Richard's muted face. The white, silent face did not change, only the blue-gray eyes were abstract with thought. He did not answer, and even Kangaroo dared not ask for an answer. At last he let go Richard's hand from his throat. Richard withdrew it and wanted to wipe it on his handkerchief, but he refrained, knowing the sick man would notice. He pressed it very secretly, quietly under his thigh to wipe it on his trousers. You are tired now, he said softly. Yes. I will tell the nurse to come. Yes. Goodbye. Be better, said Richard sadly, touching the man's cheek with his fingertips slightly. Kangaroo opened his eyes with a smile that was dark as death. Come again, he whispered, closing his eyes once more. Richard went blindly to the door. The nurse was there waiting. Poor Richard! He went away almost blinded with stress and grief and bewilderment. Was it true what Kangaroo had said? Was it true? Did he, Richard, love Kangaroo? Did he love Kangaroo and deny it? And was the denial just a piece of fear? Was it just fear that made him hold back from admitting his love for the other man? Fear? Yes, it was fear. But then did he not believe also in the God of fear? There is not only one God. There was not only one God of love. To insist that there is only one God, and that God the source of love, is perhaps as fatal as the complete denial of God and all mystery. He believed in the God of fear, of darkness, of passion, and of silence, the God that made a man realize his own sacred aloneness. If Kangaroo could have realized that too, then Richard felt he would have loved him in a dark, separate, other way of love, but never this all-in-all thing. As for politics, there is so little to choose, and choice meant nothing. Kangaroo and Struthers were both right, both of them. Lords or doctors or Jewish financiers should not have more money than a simple working man just because they were lords and doctors and financiers. If service was the all-in-all, it was absolutely wrong, and Willie Struthers was right. The same with Kangaroo. If love was the all-in-all, then the great range of love was complete, as he put it. A man's love for wife and children, his sheer, confessed love for his friend, his mate, and his love for beauty and truth. Whether love was all-in-all or not, this was the great, wonderful range of love, and love was not complete short of the whole. But something else was true at the same time. Man's isolation was always a supreme truth and fact not to be forsworn, and the mystery of apartness, and the greater mystery of the dark God beyond a man, the God that gives a man passion, and the dark, unexplained blood tenderness that is deeper than love, but so much more obscure, impersonal, and the brave silent blood pride knowing its own separateness and the sword strength of his derivation from the dark God. This dark, passionate religiousness, an inward sense of an indwelling magnificence, direct flow from the unknowable God, this filled Richard's heart first, and human love seemed such a fighting for candlelight when the dark is so much better. To meet another dark worshipper, that would be the best of human meetings. But strain himself into a feeling of absolute human love, he just couldn't do it. Man's ultimate love for man? Yes, but only in the separate darkness of man's love for the present unknowable God. Human love as a God act, very well. Human love as a ritual offering to the God who is out of the light, well and good. But human love as an all-in-all? No. The strain and the unreality of it were too great. He thought of Jack and the strange, unforgettable, up-tilted grin on Jack's face as he spoke of the satisfaction of killing. This was true, too, as true as love and loving. Nay, Jack was a killer in the name of love. That also has come to pass again. It is the collapse of the love ideal, said Richard to himself. I suppose it means chaos and anarchy. Then there will have to be chaos and anarchy in the name of love and equality. The only thing one can stick to is one's own isolate being, and the God in whom it is rooted. And the only thing to look to is the God who fulfills one from the dark. And the only thing to wait for is for men to find their aloneness and their God in the darkness. Then one can meet his worshippers in a sacred contact in the dark. Which being so, he proceeded as ever to try to disentangle himself from the white octopus of love. Not that even now he dared quite deny love. Love is perhaps an eternal part of life, but it is only a part. And when it is treated as if it were a whole, it becomes a disease, a vast white strangling octopus. All things are relative and have their sacredness in their own true relation to all other beings. And he felt the light of love dying out in his eyes, in his heart, in his soul, and a great healing darkness taking its place with a sweetness of everlasting aloneness, and a stirring of dark blood tenderness, and a strange soft iron of ruthlessness. He fled away to be by himself as much as he could. His great relief was the shore. Sometimes the dull exploding of the waves was too much for him, like hammer strokes on the head. He tried to flee inland, but the shore was his solace for all that. The huge white rollers of the Pacific breaking in a soft, snow-rushing wall, while the thin spume flew back to the sea like a combed mane, combed back by the strong, cold land wind. The thud, the pulse of the waves, that was his nearest throb of emotion. The other emotions seemed to abandon him. So suddenly and so completely to abandon him. So it was when he got back from Sydney, and, in the night of moonlight, went down to the low cliff to the sand. Immediately the great rhythm and ringing of the breakers obliterated every other feeling in his breast, and his soul was a moonlit hollow with the waves striding home. Nothing else. And in the morning, the yellow sea faintly crinkled by the inrushing wind from the land, and long straight lines on lacquered meadow, long straight lines that reared at last in green glass, then broke in snow and slushed softly up the sand. Sometimes the black skulking fin of a shark. The water was very clear, very green, like bright green glass. Another fish with a humpy sort of fins sticking up, and horror in the great green water, a big red mouth wide open. One day the fins of dolphins near, it seemed almost over the sea edge, and then suddenly, oh wonder, they were caught up in the green wall of the rising water, and there for a second they hung in the watery, bright green pane of the wave, big dark dolphins, a little crowd with their sharp fins and blunt heads, a little sea crowd in the thin, upreared sea. They flashed with a sharp black motion as the great wave curled to break. They flashed in sea, flashed from the foamy horror of the land, and there they were, black little school, away in the lacquered water, panting, Richard imagined, with the excitement of the escape. Then one of the bold bucks came back to try again, and he jumped clean out of the water above a wave, and kicked his heels as he dived in again. The seabirds were always wheeling, big, dark-backed birds like mollyhawks and albatrosses, with a great spread of wings, and the white, gleaming gannets, silvery as fish in the air. In they went, suddenly like bombs into the wave, spitting back the water. Then they slipped out again, slipped out of the ocean with a sort of sly exultance. And ships walked on the wall crest of the sea, shedding black smoke. A vast, hard, high sea with tiny clouds like mirage islets away far, far back beyond the edge. So Richard knew it as he sat and worked on the veranda or sat at table in the room and watched through the open door. But it was usually in the afternoons he went down. It was his afternoon occupation to go down to the sea's edge and wander slowly on the firm sand just at the foam edge. Sometimes the great waves were turning like mill wheels, white, all down the shore. Sometimes they were smaller, more confused, as the current shifted. Sometimes his eyes would be on the sand, watching the wrack, the big bladderweed thrown up, the little sponges like short clubs rolling in the wind, and once only those fairy blue windbags like bags of rainbow with long blue strings. He knew all the places where the different shells were found, the white shells and the black and the red, the big rainbow scoops and the innumerable little black snails that lived on the flat rocks in the little pools. Flat rocks ran out near the coral jetty, and between them little creeks of black, round, crunchy coal pebbles. Sea coal. Sometimes there would be a couple of lazy, beach-combing men picking the biggest pebbles and putting them into sacks. On the flat rocks were pools of clear water that many a time he stepped into because it was invisible. The colored pebbles shone, the red anemones pursed themselves up, there were hideous, stumpy little fish that darted swift as lightning, gray with dark stripes. An urchin said they were called toads. "You can't eat 'em. Kill yer if you do. You can't eat blackfish. See me catch one of those toads." All this in a high, shrill voice above the waves. Richard admired the elfish self-possession of the urchin, alone on the great shore all day, like a little wild creature himself. But so the boys were, such wonderful little self-possessed creatures. It was as if nobody was responsible for them, so they learned to be responsible for themselves, like young elf creatures as soon as they were hatched. They liked Richard and patronized him in a friendly, half-shy way. But it was they who were the responsible party. The grown-up they treated with a gentle, slightly off-handed indulgence. It always amused friend Richard to see these Australian children bearing the responsibility of their parents. "He's only a poor old dad, you know. Young fellow like me's got to keep an eye on him, see he's all right." That seemed to be the tone of the urchins of 10 and 11. They were charming, much nicer than the older youths or the men. The jetty straddled its huge gray timbers like a great bridge across the sands and the flat rocks. Under the bridge it was rather dark between the great trunk timbers, but here Richard found the best of the flat, oval disc shells with the whorl and the black eye. By the bank hung curtains of yellowish creeper, and a big crimson peak convolvulus flowered in odd tones. An aloe sent up its tall spike and died at its base. A little bare grassy headland came out, and the flat rocks ran out dark to the sea, where the white waves prowled on 3 sides. Richard would drift out this way, right into the sea on a Sunday afternoon. On the flat rocks, all pocketed with limpid pools, the seabirds would sit with their backs to him, oblivious. Only an uneasy blackbird with a long neck, squatting among the gulls, would wriggle his neck as the man approached. The gulls ran a few steps and forgot him. They were mostly real gulls, big and pure as gray pearl, suave and still, with a matte gleam like eggs of the foam in the sun on the rocks. Slowly Richard strayed nearer. There were little browner birds huddled, and further, one big dark-backed bird. There they all remained like opalescent whitish bubbles on the dark, flat, ragged, wet rock in the sun, in the sea-sleep. The blackbird rose like a duck, flying with its neck outstretched, more timid than the rest, but it came back. Richard drew nearer and nearer, within 6 yards of the sea things, beyond the everlasting low white wall of foam, rustling to the flat rock. Only the sea. The black creature rose again, showing the white at his side and flying with a stretched-out neck, frightened-looking like a duck. His mate rose too, and then all the gulls flying low in a sort of protest over the foam tips. Richard had it all to himself, the ever unfurling water, the ragged, flat, square-holed rocks, the fawned sands inland, the soft sandbank, the sere flat grass where ponies wandered, the low red-painted bungalows squatting under coral trees, the ridge of tall, wire-thin trees holding their plumes in tufts at the tip, the stalky cabbage palms beyond in the hollow, clustering low whitish zinc roofs of bungalows at the edge of the dark trees, then the trees in darkness swooping up to the wall of the tors that ran a waving skyline sagging southward, scattered low frail-looking bungalows with whitish roofs, and scattered dark trees among. A plume of smoke beyond, out of the scarp front of trees. Near the sky, dark old aboriginal rocks. Then again, on the yellowish forefront of the sea, yellow bare grass, the homestead with leafless coral trees, the ponies above the sands, the pale fawn foreshore, the sea, the floor of wet rock. He had it all to himself, and there, with his hands in his pockets, he drifted into indifference. The far-off, far-off, far-off indifference. The world revolved and disappeared like a stone that has fallen into the sea. His old life, the old meaning, fell and rippled, and there was vacancy with the sea and the Australian shore in it. Far off, as if he had landed on another planet, as a man might land after death, leaving behind the body of care, even the body of desire. Shed all that had meant so much to him, shed all the old world and self of care, the beautiful care as well as the weary care, shed like a dead body. The landscape? He cared not a thing about the landscape. Love? He was absolved from love as if by a great pardon. Humanity? There was none. Thought? Fallen like a stone into the sea. The great glamorous past? Worn thin, frail, like a frail translucent film of shell thrown up on the shore. To be alone, mindless and memoryless between the sea under the sombre wall front of Australia. To be alone with a long, wide shore and land, heartless, soulless. As alone and as absent and as present as an aboriginal dark on the sands in the sun. The strange falling away of everything. The cabbage palms and the sea wind were sere like old mops. The jetty straddled motionless from the shore. A pony walked on the sand, snuffling the seaweed. End of chapter 17, Kangaroo is Killed, part 1 of 2. Chapter 17, part 2 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence, published in 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 17, Kangaroo is Killed, part 2 of 2. The past all gone so frail and thin. What have I cared about? What have I cared for? There is nothing to care about. Absolved from it all, the soft blue, humanless sky of Australia, the pale white unwritten atmosphere of Australia, tabula rasa, the world a new leaf, and on the new leaf, nothing. The clarity of the Australian fragile atmosphere, without a mark, without a record. Why have I cared? I don't care. How strange it is here to be soulless and alone. That was the perpetual refrain at the back of his mind, to be soulless and alone by the Southern Ocean in Australia. Why do I wrestle with my soul? I have no soul. Clear as the air about him, this truth possessed him. Why do I talk of the soul? My soul is shed like a sheath. I am soulless and alone, soulless and alone. That which is soulless is perforce alone. The sun was curving to the crest of the dark ridge. As soon as the sun went behind the ridge, shadow fell on the shore, and cold wind came. He would go home. But he wanted the sun not to sink. He wanted the sun to stand still, for fear it might turn back to the soulful world where love is and the burden of bothering. He saw something clutch in a pool. Crouching, he saw a horror, a dark gray, brown-striped octopus thing with two smallish white beaks or eyes living in a cranny of a rock in a pool. It stirred the denser, viscous pool of itself and unfurled a long, dark arm through the water, an arm studded with bright orange-red studs or suckers. Then it curled the arm in again, cuddling close. Perhaps a sort of dark shore octopus, starfish-colored amid its darkness. It was watching him as he crouched. He dropped a snail shell near it. It huddled closer, and one of the beak-like white things disappeared. Or were they eyes? Heaven knows. It eased out again, and from its dense jelly mass another thick dark arm swayed out, studded with the sea orange studs. And he crowed and watched while the white water hissed nearer to drive him away. Creatures of the sea! Creatures of the sea! The sea water was round his boots. He rose with his hands in his pockets to wander away. The sun went behind the cold dark hill, though the waves still glowed white gold, and the sea was dark blue. But the shore had gone into shadow, and a cold wind came at once, like a creature that was lying in wait. The upper air seethed, seemed to hiss with light, but here was a shadow, cold like the arm of the dark octopus, and the moon already in the sky. Home again. But what was home? The fish has the vast ocean for home, and man has timelessness and nowhere. I won't delude myself with the fallacy of home, he said to himself. The four walls are a blanket I wrap around in timelessness and nowhere to go to sleep. Back to Harriet, to tea? Harriet, another bird like himself, if only she wouldn't speak, talk, and feel. The weary habit of talking and having feelings. When a man has no soul, he has no feelings to talk about. He wants to be still. And meaning is the most meaningless of illusions, an outworn garment. Harriet and he, it was time they both agreed that nothing has any meaning. Meaning is a dead letter where a man has no soul, and speech is like a volley of dead leaves and dust stifling the air. Human beings should learn to make weird, wordless cries like animals, and cast off the clutter of words. old dust and dirt of corpses, words and feelings. The decomposed body of the past whirling and choking us, language, love, and meaning. When a man loses his soul, he knows what a small, weary bit of clockwork it was. Who dares to be soulless finds the new dimensions of life. Home to tea. The clicking of the clock. Tick-tack, tick-tack. The clock. Home to tea, just for clockwork's sake. No home, no tea. Insouciant soullessness. Eternal indifference. Perhaps it is only the great pause between carings, but it is only in this pause that one finds the meaninglessness of meanings, like old husks which speak dust. Only in this pause that one finds the meaninglessness of meanings and the other dimensions, the reality of timelessness and nowhere. Home to tea. Do you hear the clock tick? And yet there is timelessness and nowhere, and the clock means nothing with its ticking, and nothing is so meaningless as meanings. Yet Richard meandered home to tea. For the sun had set, the sea of evening light was going pale blue, fair as the evening, faintly glazed with yellow. The eastern sky was a glow of rose and smoke blue, a band beyond the sea, while from the dark land ridge under the western sky an electric fierceness still rushed up past a small but vehement evening star. Somewhere among it all the moon was lying. He received another summons to go to Kangaroo. He didn't want to go. He didn't want any more emotional stress of any sort. He was sick of having a soul that suffered or responded. He didn't want to respond anymore or to suffer anymore. Saunter blindly and obstinately through the days. But he set off. The wattle bloom, the whitish mealy ones, were aflower in the bush, and at the top of huge poles of stems, big blackish crimson buds and flowers of some sort, shot up out of a clump of spear leaves. The bush was in flower. The sky above was a tender virgin blue. The air was pale with clarity. The sun moved strong, yet with a soft and cat-like motion through the heavens. It was spring. But still the bush kept its somberness along all the pellucid ether. The eternal, unlighted bush. What was the good of caring? What was the point of caring? As he looked at the silent morning bush, gray still in the translucency of the day, a voice spoke quite aloud in him. What was the good of caring, of straining or stressing? Not the slightest good. The vast lapse of time here, and white men thrown in like snow into dusky wine to melt away and disappear, but to cool the fever of the dry continent. Afterwards, in the far off afterwards, a different sort of men might rise to a different sort of care. But as for now, like snow in aboriginal wine, one could float and deliciously melt down to nothingness, having no choice. He knew the Kangaroo was worse, but he was startled to find him looking a dead man. A long, cadaverous, yellow face, exactly the face of a dead man, but with an animal's dark eyes. He did not move, but he watched Richard come forward from the door. He did not give him his hand. "How are you?" said Richard gently. "Dying," the one word from the discolored lips. Somers was silent, because he knew it was only too true. Kangaroo's dark eyebrows above his motionless dark eyes were exactly like an animal that sulks itself to death. His brow was just sulking to death like an animal. Kangaroo glanced up at Somers with a rapid turn of his eyes. His body was perfectly motionless. "Did you know I was dying?" he asked. "I was afraid." "Afraid? You weren't afraid. You were glad. They're all glad." The voice was weak, hissing in its sound. He seemed to speak to himself. "Nay, don't say that." Kangaroo took no notice of the expostulation. He lay silent. "They don't want me," he said. "But why bother?" "I'm dying! I'm dying! I'm dying!" suddenly shouted Kangaroo with a breaking and bellowing voice that nearly startled Richard out of his skin. The nurse came running in, followed by Jack. "Mr. Cooley, whatever it is," said the nurse. He looked at her with long, slow, dark looks. "Statement of fact," he said in his faint, husky voice. "Don't excite yourself," pleaded the nurse. "You know it hurt you. Don't think about it. Don't. Hadn't you perhaps best be left alone?" "Yes, I'd better go," said Richard, rising. "I want to say good-bye to you," said Kangaroo faintly, looking up at him with strange, beseeching eyes. Richard, very pale at the gills, sat down again in the chair, Jack watching them both, scowling. "Go out, nurse," whispered Kangaroo, touching her hand with his fingers in a loving kind of motion. "I'm all right." "Oh, Mr. Cooley, don't fret. Don't," she pleaded. He watched her with dark, subtle, equivocal eyes, then glanced at the door. She went, obedient, and Jack followed her. "Good-bye, Lovat," said Kangaroo in a whisper, turning his face to Somers and reaching out his hand. Richard took the clammy, feeble hand. He did not speak. His lips were closed firmly, his face pale and proud-looking. He looked back into Kangaroo's eyes, unconscious of what he saw. He was only isolated again in endurance. Grief, torture, shame seethed low down in him, but his breast and shoulders and face were hard, as if turned to rock. He had no choice. "You've killed me! You've killed me, Lovat!" whispered Kangaroo. "Say good-bye to me. Say you love me now you've done it, and I won't hate you for it." The voice was weak and tense. "But I haven't killed you, Kangaroo. I wouldn't be here holding your hand if I had. I'm only so sorry some other villain did such a thing." Richard spoke very gently, like a woman. "Yes, you've killed me," whispered Kangaroo hoarsely. Richard's face went colder, and he tried to disengage his hand, but the dying man clasped him with suddenly strong fingers. "No, no," he said fiercely. "Don't leave me now. You must stay with me. I shan't be long, and I need you to be there." There ensued a long silence. The corpse, for such it seemed, lay immobile and obstinate, yet it did not relax into death, and Richard could not go, for it held him. He sat with his wrist clasped by the clammy thin fingers, and he could not go. Then again the dark, mysterious animal eyes turned up to his face. "Say you love me, Lovat," came the hoarse, penetrating whisper, seeming even more audible than a loud sound. And again Lovat's face tightened with torture. "I don't understand what you mean," he said with his lips. "Say you love me." The pleading, penetrating whisper seemed to sound inside Somers' brain. He opened his mouth to say it. The sound "I" came out. Then he turned his face aside and remained open-mouthed, blank. Kangaroo's fingers were clutching at his wrist. The corpse face was eagerly upturned to his. Somers was brought to by a sudden convulsive gripping of the fingers around his wrist. He looked down, and when he saw the eager, alert face, yellow, long, Jewish, and somehow ghoulish, he knew he could not say it. he didn't love Kangaroo. "No," he said, "I can't say it." The sharpened face that seemed to be leaping up to him or leaping up at him like some snake striking now seemed to sink back and go indistinct. Only the eyes smoldered low down out of the vague yellow mass of his face. The fingers slackened, and Richard managed to withdraw his wrist. There was an eternity of gray silence, and for a long time Kangaroo's yellow face seemed sunk half visible under a shadow, as a dusky cuttlefish under a pool deep down. Then slowly it came to the surface again, and Richard braced his nerves. "You are a little man, to have come and killed me," came the terrible, pathetic whisper. But Richard was afraid of the face, so he turned aside. He thought in his mind, "I haven't killed him at all." "What shall you do next?" came the whisper, and slowly, like a dying snake rearing itself, the face reared itself from the bed to look at Somers, who sat with his face averted. "I am going away. I am leaving Australia." "When?" "Next month." "Where are you going?" "To San Francisco." "America, America," came the hissing whisper. "They'll kill you in America." And the head sank back on the pillow. There was a long silence. "Going to America, after he's killed me here," came the whispered moan. "No, I haven't killed you. I'm only awfully sorry." You have, shouted Kangaroo in the loud, bellowing voice that frightened Richard nearly out of the window. "Don't lie, you have." The door opened swiftly, and Jack, very stern-faced, entered. He looked at Somers in anger and contempt, then went to the bedside. The nurse hovered in the doorway with an anxious face. "What is it, Roo?" said Jack in a voice of infinite tenderness that made Somers shiver inside his skin. "What's wrong, Chief? What's wrong, my dear old man?" Kangaroo turned his face and looked at Somers vindictively. "That man's killed me," he said in a distinct voice. "No, I think you're wrong there, old man," said Jack. "Mr. Somers has never done anything like that. Let me give you a morphia injection to ease you, won't you?" "Leave me alone." Then in a fretful, vague voice, "I wanted him to love me." "I'm sure he loves you, Roo. Sure he does." "Ask him." Jack looked at Richard and made him a sharp, angry sign with his brows as if bidding him to comply. "You love our one and only Kangaroo all right, don't you, Mr. Somers?" he said in a manly, take-it-for-granted voice. "I have an immense regard for him," muttered Richard. "Regard? I should think so. We've got more than regard. I love the man. Love him I do. Don't I, Roo?" But Kangaroo had sunk down, and his face had gone small. He was oblivious again. "I want nurse," he whispered. "Yes, all right," said Jack, rising from bending over the sick man. Somers had already gone to the door. The nurse entered, and the two men found themselves in the dark passage. "I shall have to be coming along, Mr. Somers, if you'll wait a minute," said Jack. "I'll wait outside," said Somers, and he went out and down to the street into the sun where people were moving about. They were like pasteboard figures shifting on a flat light. After a few minutes, Jack joined him. "Poor Roo, it's a question of days now," said Jack. "Hard lines, you know, when a man's in his prime and just ready to enter into his own. Bitter, hard lines." "Yes. That's why I think you were a bit hard on him. I do love him myself, so I can say so without exaggerating the fact. But if I hated the poor man like hell and saw him lying there in that state, why, I'd swear on a red-hot iron that I loved him, I would. A man like that, a big, grand man, as great a hero as ever lived. If a man can't speak 2 words out of pity for a man in his state, why, I think there's something wrong with that man. Sorry to have to say it, but if old Harry himself had lain there like that and asked me to say I loved him, I'd have done it. Heartbreaking it was, but I suppose some folks is stingy about sixpence, and others is stingy about saying 2 words that would have give another poor devil his peace of mind. Richard walked on in angry silence. He hated being condemned in this free and easy, rough and ready fashion. But I suppose chaps from the old country are more careful of what they say. Might give themselves away or something of that. We're different over here. Kick yourself over the cliff like an old can if a mate's in trouble and needs a helping hand or a bit of sympathy. That's us. But I suppose being brought up in the old country where everybody's frightened that somebody else is going to take advantage of him makes you more careful. So you're leaving Australia, are you? Mrs. Somers want to go? I think so. Not very emphatically, perhaps. Wouldn't want to if you didn't, so to speak? Oh, Mrs. Somers is all right. She's a fine woman, she is. I suppose I ought to say lady, but I prefer a woman, myself, to a lady any day, and Mrs. Somers is a woman all over, she is that. I'm sorry for my own sake and Vicky's sake that she's going. I'm sorry for Australia's sake. A woman like that ought to stop in a new country like this and breed sons for us. That's what we want. I suppose if she wanted to stop and breed sons, she would, said Richard coldly. They'd have to be your sons. That's the trouble, old man. And how's she going to manage that if you're giving us the go-by? Richard spent the afternoon going round to the customs house and to the American consulate with his passport and visiting the shipping office to get a plan of the boat. He went swiftly from place to place. There were no difficulties. Only both the custom houses and the consulate wanted photographs and Harriet's own signature. She would have to come up personally. He wanted to go now. He wanted to go quickly, but it was no good. He could not get off for another month. So he must preserve his soul in patience. No, said Richard to himself, thinking of Kangaroo. I don't love him. I detest him. He can die. I'm glad he is dying. And I don't like Jack either, not a bit. In fact, I like nobody. I love nobody and I like nobody, and there's the end of it as far as I'm concerned. And if I go around loving anybody else or even liking them, I deserve a kick in the guts like Kangaroo. And yet when he went over to the zoo on the other side of the harbor, and the warm sun shone on the rocks and the mimosa bloom, and he saw the animals, the tenderness came back. A girl he had met, a steamer acquaintance, had given him a packet of little white, extra-strong peppermint sweets. The animals liked them. The grizzly bear caught them and ate them with excitement, panting after the hotness of the strong peppermint, and opening his mouth wide, wide for more. And one golden-brown old man kangaroo, with his great earth-cleaving tail and his little hanging hands, hopped up to the fence and lifted his sensitive nose, quivering, and gently nibbled the sweet between Richard's fingers. So gently, so determinedly nibbled the sweet, but never hurting the fingers that held it. And looking up with the big, dark, prominent Australian eyes, so aged in consciousness, with the fathomless, dark, fern-aged gentleness and gloom. The female wouldn't come near to eat. She only sat up and watched, and her little one hung its tiny fawn head and one long ear and one foreleg out of her pouch in the middle of her soft, big gray belly. Such a married couple, 2 kangaroos, and the blood in Richard's veins all gone dark with a sort of sad tenderness. The gentle kangaroos, with their weight in heavy blood on the ground, in their great tail. It wasn't the love he felt for them, but a dark animal tenderness, and another sort of consciousness deeper than human. It was a time of full moon. The moon rose about 8. She was so strong, so exciting, that Richard went out at 9 o'clock down to the shore. The night was full of moonlight as a mother of pearl. He imagined it had the warmth in it toward the moon, a moon heat. The light on the waves was like liquid radium swinging and slipping. Like radium, the mystic virtue of vivid decomposition, liquid gushing lucidity. The sea, too, was very full. It was nearly high tide. The waves were rolling very tall, with light like a menace on the nape of their necks as they bent. So brilliant. Then, when they fell, the four-flush rushed in a great soft swing with incredible speed up to the shore, on the darkness soft-lighted with moon, like a rush of white serpents, then slipping back with a hiss that fell into silence for a second, leaving the sand of granulated silver. It was the huge rocking of this flat, hollow four-flush moon, dim in its hollow, that was the night to Richard. This is the night and the moon, he said to himself. Incredibly swift and far, the flat rush flew at him, with foam like the hissing open mouth of snakes. In the nearness, a wave broke white and high. Then, ugh! Across the intervening gulf, the great lurch and swish as the snakes rushed forward in a hollow frost hissing at his boots. Then failed to bite, fall back hissing softly, leaving the belly of the sands granulated silver. A huge but cold passion swinging back and forth, great waves of radium swooping with a down curve and rushing up the shore, then calling themselves back again, retreating to the mass, then rushing with venomous radium-burning speed into the body of the land, then recoiling with a low swish, leaving the flushed sand naked. That was the night, rocking with cold, radium-burning passion, swinging and flinging itself with venomous desire. That was Richard, too, a bit of human wispiness in thin overcoat and thick boots. The shore was deserted all the way. Only when he came past the creek on the sands, rough wild ponies looking at him, dark figures in the moonlight lifting their heads from the invisible grass of the sand and waiting for him to come near. When he came and talked to them, they were reassured and put their noses down to the grass to eat a bit more in the moon dusk, glad a man was there. Richard, rocking with the radium urgent passion of the night, the huge desirous swing, the call clamor, the low hiss of retreat, the call, and the answerer. Where was his answerer? There was no living answerer, no dark-bodied, warm-bodied answerer. He knew that when he had spoken a word to the night half-hidden ponies with their fluffy legs, no animate answer this time. The radium-rocking, wave-knocking night, his call and his answer both. This God without feet or knees or face, this sluicing, knocking, urging night, heaving like a woman with unspeakable desire, but no woman, no thighs or breast, no body. The moon, the concave mother of pearl of night, the great radium swinging, and his little self. The call and the answer without intermediary. Non-human gods, non-human human being. End of chapter 17, part 2. Kangaroo is killed.
Chapter 18, Part 1 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, Adieu, Australia, Part 1. Kangaroo died and had a great funeral, but Richard did not go up. He had fixed his berths on the Manganui and would sail away in 20 days to America, the United States, a country that did not attract him at all, but which seemed to lie next in his line of destiny. Meanwhile, he wandered round in the Australian spring. Already he loved it. He loved the country he had railed at so loudly a few months ago. While he cared, he had to rail at it, but the care once broken inside him, it had a deep mystery for him, and a dusky, far-off call that he knew would go on calling for long ages before it got any adequate response in human beings. From far off, from down long fern-dark avenues, there seemed to be the voice of Australia, calling low. He loved to wander in the bush at evening, when night fell so delicately, yet with such soft mystery. Then the sky behind the trees was all soft, rose-pink, and the great gum trees ran up their white limbs into the air like quicksilver, plumed at the tips with dark tufts. Like rivulets, the white boughs ran up from the white trunk, or like great nerves, with nerve-like articulations, branching into the dusk. Then he would stand under a tall fern tree, and look up through the whirl of lace above his head, listening to the birds calling in the evening stillness, the parrots making a chinking noise. Sitting at the edge of the bush, he looked at the settlement and the sea beyond. He had quite forgotten how he used to grumble at the haphazard throwing of bungalows here and there and anywhere, how he used to hate the tin roofs and the untidiness. It recalled to him the young Australian captain. Oh, how I liked the rain on the tin roofs of the huts at the war. It reminded me of Australia. And now, thought Richard to himself, tin roofs and scattered shanties will always remind me of Australia. They seem to be beautiful, though it's a fact they have nothing to do with beauty. But oh, the deep mystery of joy it was to him to sit at the edge of the bush as twilight fell, and look down on the township. The bungalows were built mostly on the sides of the slopes. They had no foundations, but stood on brickwork props which brought them up to the level. There they stood on the hillsides on their short legs with darkness under their floors, the little bungalows, looking as if they weighed nothing, looking flimsy, made of wood with corrugated zinc roofs. Some of them were painted dark red, roofs and all. Some were painted gray. Some were wooden simply. Many had the white-gray zinc roofs, pale and delicate. At the back was always one big water-butt of corrugated iron, a big round tank painted dark red, the corrugation ribs running round, and a jerky red-painted pipe coming down from the eaves. Sometimes there were two of these tanks, and a thin, not very tidy woman in a big straw hat stooping to the tap at the bottom of the tank. The roof came down low, making a long shade over the wooden verandas, nearly always a little loggia at the back, from which the house door opened, and this little veranda was the woman's kitchen. There she had a little table with her dirty dishes, which she was going to wash up, and a cat would be trotting around, as if it had not an enemy in the world, while from the veranda a parrot called. The bungalows near the bush edge had odd bits of garden nipped out of the paddocks and carefully railed in, then another little enclosure for the calf. At the back the earth was scratched. There was a rubbish heap of ashes and tins slipping into the brambles, and very white fowls clustering for bedtime. In front of the house, in another bit of garden with wooden palings, the two camellia trees full of flowers, one white and one red, like artificial things, but a bit seared by the wind. And at the gate the branching coral trees, still flowering flame from their dark, strong-thrusting, up-curving buds. So with evening falling, there were green roads laid out in the wild, with but one lost bungalow to justify them, and a lost horse wildly galloping round the corner of this blind road to quiet down and look around. A belated collier galloping stiffly on his pony out of the township, and a woman in a white blouse and black skirt with two little girls behind her, driving a ramshackle little buggy with a quick-legged little pony, homewards through the trees. Lights were beginning to glint out. The township was deciding it was night. The bungalows scattered far and wide on the lower levels. There was a network of wide roads, or beginnings of roads. The heart of the township was one tiny bit of street 100 yards long. Main Street. You knew where it was as you looked down on the reddish earth and grass and bush by the rather big roof of pale zinc and a sandy-colored round gable of the hotel, the biggest building in the place. For the rest, it looked from above like an inch of street with tin roofs on either side, fizzling out at once into a wide grass road with a few bungalows and then the bush. But there was the dark railway and the little station, and then again the big paddocks rising to the sea with a ridge of coral trees and a farm place. Richard could see Kuwi with its long red roof right on the sea, behind it the rail fences of the paddocks, and the open grass and the streets cut out and going nowhere, with an odd bungalow here and there. So it was all round, a far and wide scattering of pale-roofed bungalows at random among grassy cut-out streets all along the levels above the sea, but keeping back from the sea, as if there were no sea, ignoring the great Pacific. There were knolls and pieces of blue creek hollow, blue of fresh water and lagoons on the yellow sands. Up the knolls perched more bungalows on very long front legs and no back legs, caves of dark underneath, and on the skyline a ridge of wiry trees with dark plume tufts at the end of the wires, and these little loose crystals of different colored, sharp-angled bungalows cropping out beneath, all in a pale, clear air, clear and yet far off, as if it were visionary. So the land swooped in grassy swoops, past the railway, steep up to the bush, here and there thick-headed palm trees left behind by the flood of time and the flood of civilization both, bungalows with flame trees, bare bungalows like packing cases, an occasional wind fan for raising water, a round well pool, perfectly round, then the bush, and a little colliery, steaming among the trees. And so the great tree-covered swoop upwards of the Tor, to the red fume of clouds, red like the flame flowers of sunset, in the darkness of trees the strange birds clinking and trilling, the tree ferns with their knobby scaly trunks spreading their marvelous circle of lace overhead against the glow, the gum trees like white, naked nerves running up their limbs, and the inevitable dead gum trees poking stark grey limbs into the air, and the thick aboriginal dusk settling down. Richard wandered through the village, homewards. Horses stood motionless in the middle of the road like ghosts, listening, or a cow stood as if asleep on the dark footpath. Then she too wandered off. At night time always these creatures roaming the dark and semi-dark roads, eating the wayside grass. The motor cars rushing up the coast road must watch for them, but the night-straying cattle were not troubled. They dragged slowly out of the way. The night in the township was full of the sound of frogs, rattling, screeching, whirring, raving like a whole fairy factory going at full speed in the marshy creek bottom. A great grey bird, a crane, came down on wide soft wings softly in the marshy place. A cream-colored pony with a snake-like head stretched out came cropping up the road, cropping unmoved, though Richard's feet passed within a few yards of his nose. Richard thought of the snaky Praxiteles horses outside the Quiroline in Rome. Very, very nearly those old snaky horses were born again here in Australia, or the same vision come back. People mattered so little. People hardly mattered at all. They were there, they were friendly, but they never entered inside one. It is said that man is the chief environment of man. That for Richard was not true in Australia. Man was there, but unnoticeable. You said a few words to a neighbor or an acquaintance, but it was merely for the sake of making a sort of sound. Just a sound. There was nothing really to be said. The vast continent is really void of speech. Only man makes noises to man, from habit. Richard found he never wanted to talk to anybody, never wanted to be with anybody. He had fallen apart out of the human association. And the rest of the people either were the same or they herded together in a promiscuous fashion. But this speechless, aimless solitariness was in the air. It was natural to the country. The people left you alone. They didn't follow you with their curiosity and their inquisitiveness and their human fellowship. You passed and they forgot you. You came again and they hardly saw you. You spoke and they were friendly, but they never asked any questions and they never encroached. They didn't care. The profound Australian indifference, which still is not really apathy, the disintegration of the social mankind back to its elements, rudimentary individuals with no desire of communication, speeches, just noises, a herding together like dumb cattle, a promiscuity like slovenly animals, yet the basic indifference under everything. And with it all, toiling on with civilization, but it felt like a clock that was running down. It had been wound up in Europe, and was running down, running right down, here in Australia. Men were mining, farming, making roads, shouting politics, but all with that basic indifference, which dare not acknowledge how indifferent it is, lest it should drop everything and lapse into a blank. But a basic indifference, with a spurt of excitement over a horse race and an occasional joy in a row. It seemed strange to Somers that Labour should be so insistent in Australia, or that Kangaroo should have been so burning. But then he realized that these men were all the time yoked to some work. They were all the time in the collar, and the work kept them going a good deal more than they kept the work going. Nothing but the absolute drive of the world's work kept them going. Without it, they would have lapsed into the old bush-ranging recklessness, lapsed into the profound indifference which was basic in them. But still, they were men, they were healthy, they were full of energy, even if they were indifferent to the aim in front. So they embraced one aim or another, out of need to be going somewhere, doing something more than just backing a horse, something more than a mere day's work and a gamble, some smack at the old established institution of life that came from Europe. There it is, laid all over the world, the heavy established European way of life, like their huge ponderous cathedrals and factories and cities, enormous encumbrances of stone and steel and brick, weighing on the surface of the earth. They say Australia is free, and it is, even the flimsy, foundationless bungalows. Richard railed at the scrappy amorphousness, till 2 nights he dreamed he was in Paris, and a 3rd night it was in some other city, of Italy or France. Here he was staying in a big palazzo of a house, and he struggled to get out, and found himself in a high old provincial street with old gable houses and dark shadow, and himself in the gulf between, and at the end of the street a huge pale grey bulk of a cathedral, an old Gothic cathedral, huge and massive and grey and beautiful. But suddenly the mass of it made him sick, and the beauty was nauseous to him, so strong a feeling that he woke up, and since that day he had been thankful for the amorphous, scrappy scattering of foundationless shacks and bungalows. Since then he had loved the Australian landscape, with the remote gum trees running their white nerves into the air, the random streets of flimsy bungalows, all loose from one another, and temporary seeming, the bungalows perched precariously on the knolls, like Japanese paper houses, below the ridge of wire and tufted trees. He had now a horror of vast superincumbent buildings. They were a nightmare, even the cathedrals, huge, huge bulks that are called beauty. Beauty seemed to him like some turgid tumour. Never again, he felt, did he want to look at London, the horrible weight of it, or at Rome with all the pressure on the hills, horrible, inert, man-moulded weight, heavy as death. No, the flimsy hills of Australia were like the New World, and the frail inconspicuousness of the landscape that was still so clear and clean of all fogginess or confusion. But the frail, aloof, inconspicuous clarity of the landscape was like a sort of heaven, bungalows, shacks, corrugated iron, and all. No wonder Australians love Australia. It is the land that as yet has made no great mistake, humanly. The horrible human mistakes of Europe, and probably the even worse human mistakes of America. Then why am I going? He asked himself. Wait, he answered himself. You have got to go through the mistakes. You've got to go all round the world and then halfway round again, till you get back. Go on. The world is round, and it will bring you back. Draw your ring round the world, the ring of your consciousness. Draw it round until it is complete. So he prepared with a quiet heart to depart. The only person that called at Cooey was Jazz. "You're leaving us, then?" he said. "Yes," rather suddenly at the end. "Perhaps, but it's just as well I should go soon if I am going." "You think so? Taken against the place, have you?" "No, the contrary. If I stay much longer, I shall stay altogether." "Come quite to like it?" Jazz smiled slowly. "Yes, I love it, Jazz. I don't love people, but this place, it goes into my marrow. It makes me feel drunk. I love Australia." "That's why you leave it, eh?" Yes, I'm frightened. What I want to do is go a bit further back into the bush, near some little township, have a horse and a cow of my own, and damn everything." "I can quite understand the damn everything part of it," laughed Jazz. "You won't do it, though. I never was so tempted in my life. Talk about Eve tempting man to a fall. Australia tempts me. Retro me." Jazz was silent for a few moments. "You'd repent it, though," he said quietly. "I'll probably repent whatever I do," replied Somers. "So what's the odds? I'll probably repent bitterly going to America, going back to the world, when I want Australia. I want Australia as a man wants a woman. I fairly tremble with wanting it. Australia. Yes." Jazz looked at Somers with his curious light gray eyes. "Then why not stop?" he said seductively. "Not now, not now. Some cussedness inside me. I don't want to give in, you see. Not yet. I don't want to give in to the place. It's too strong. It would lure me quite away from myself. It would be too easy. It's too tempting. It's too big a stride, Jazz." Jazz laughed, looking back at Richard's intense eyes. "What a man you are, Mr. Somers," he said. "Come and live in Sydney, and you won't find it such a big jump from anywhere else." "No, I wouldn't want to live in Sydney. I'd want to go back in the bush near one of the little townships. It's like wanting a woman, Jazz. I want it." "Then why not do it?" "I won't give in, not yet. It's like giving in to a woman. I won't give in yet. I'll come back later." Jazz suddenly looked at Richard and smiled maliciously. "You won't give in, Mr. Somers, will you? You won't give in to the woman. And Australia's like a woman to you. You wouldn't give in to Kangaroo, and he's dead now. You won't give in to labor or socialism. Well, now, what will you do? Will you give in to America, do you think?" "Heaven preserve me if I'm to speak beforehand." "Why, Mr. Somers," laughed Jazz, "seems to me you just go round the world looking for things you're not going to give in to. You're as bad as we folk." "Maybe," said Richard, "but I'll give in to the Lord Almighty, which is more than you'll do." "Oh, well, now, we'd give in to him if we saw him," said Jazz, smiling with an odd winsomeness he sometimes had. "All right. Well, I prefer not to see, and yet to give in," said Richard. Jazz glanced up at him suspiciously from under his brows. "And another thing," said Richard, "I won't give up the flag of our real civilized consciousness. I'll give up the ideals, but not the aware, self-responsible, deep consciousness that we've gained. I won't go back on that, Jazz, though Kangaroo did say I was the enemy of civilization." "You don't consider you are, then?" asked Jazz, pertinently. "The enemy of civilization? Well, I'm the enemy of this machine civilization and this ideal civilization, but I'm not the enemy of the deep, self-responsible consciousness in man, which is what I mean by civilization. In that sense of civilization, I'd fight forever for the flag, and try to carry it on into deeper, dark places. It's an adventure, Jazz, like any other, and when you realize what you're doing, it's perhaps the best adventure. End of Chapter 18, Adieu, Australia, Part 1. Chapter 18, Part 2, of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence, published in 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, Adieu, Australia, Part 2. Harriet brought the tea tray onto the veranda. "It's quite nice that somebody has come to see us," she said to Jazz. "There seems such a gap now Kangaroo is gone, and all he stood for." "You feel a gap, do you?" asked Jazz. "Awful, as if the earth had opened. As for Lovat, he's absolutely broken-hearted, and such a trial to live with." Jazz looked quickly and inquiringly at Somers. "Sort of metaphysical heart," Richard said, smiling wryly. Jazz only looked puzzled. "Metaphysical," said Harriet. "You'd think to hear him he was nothing but a teapot brewing metaphysical tea. As a matter of fact, Kangaroo went awfully deep with him, and now he's heartbroken, and that's why he's rushing to America. He's always breaking his heart over something. Anything except me. To me, he's a nether millstone." "Is that so?" said Jazz. "But one feels awful, you know. Kangaroo dying like that. Lovat likes to show off and be so beastly high and mighty about things, but I know how miserable he is." They were silent for some time, and the talk drifted. In the newspapers, Somers read of a big cyclone off the coast of China, which had engulfed thousands of Chinese. The cyclone was now traveling south, lashing its tail over the New Hebrides, and swooping its paws down the thousands of miles of eastern coast of Australia. The monster was expected to have spent itself by the time it reached Sydney, but it hadn't, not quite. Down it came, in a great darkness. The sea began to have a strange yelling sound in its breakers. The black cloud came up like a wall from the sea. Everywhere was dark, and the wind broke in volleys from the sea, and the rain poured as if the cyclone were a great bucket of water pouring itself endlessly down. Richard and Harriet sat in the dark room at Cooee, with a big fire and darkness raging in waters around. It was like the end of the world. The roaring snarl of the sea was of such volume, the volleying roar of the wind so great as to create almost a sense of silence in the room. The house was like a small cave under the water. Rain poured down in waves over the dark room, and with a heaviness of spume. Though the roof came down so far and deep over the verandas, yet the water swept in and gurgled under the doors and in at the windows. Tiles were ripped off the veranda roof with a crash, and water splashed more heavily. For the first day there was nothing to do but to sit by the fire, and occasionally mop up the water at the seaward door. Through the long, low windows you saw only a yellow, livid fume, and over all the boom you heard the snarl of water. They were quite cut off this day, alone, dark, and the devastation of water. The rain had an iciness, too, which seemed to make a shell round the house. The two beings, Harriet and Lovat, kept alone and silent in the shell of a house, as in a submarine. They were black inside as out. Harriet particularly was full of a storm of black chagrin. She had expected so much of Australia. It had been as if all her life she had been waiting to come to Australia, to a new country, to a new unspoiled country. Oh, she hated the old world so much. London, Paris, Berlin, Rome, they all seemed to her so old, so ponderous with ancient authority and ancient dirt. Ponderous, ancient authority especially. Oh, how she hated it. Freed once, she wanted a new freedom, silvery and paradisical in the atmosphere, a land with a new atmosphere, untainted by authority, silvery, untouched freedom. And in the first month she had found this in Australia, in the silent, silvery blue days, and the unbreathed air, the strange remote forms of tree and creature. She had felt herself free, free, free for the first time in her life. In the silvery, pure air of this undominated continent, she could swim like a fish that is just born, alone in a crystal ocean. Woman that she was, she exulted, she delighted. She had loved Cooee, and she just could not understand that Richard was so tense, so resistant. Then gradually, through the silver glisten of the new freedom, came a dull, sinister vibration. Sometimes from the interior came a wind that seemed to her evil. Out of the silver paradisical freedom, untamed evil winds could come, cold, like a stone hatchet murdering you. The freedom, like everything else, had two sides to it. Sometimes a heavy reptile hostility came off the sombre land, something gruesome and infinitely repulsive. It frightened her as a reptile would frighten her, as if it wound its cold foils around her. For the past month now, Australia had been giving her these horrors. It was as if the silvery freedom suddenly turned and showed the scaly back of a reptile and the horrible paws. Out of all her bird-like elation at this new-found freedom for her, the female, suddenly, without warning, dark revulsion struck her, it would seem, in her deepest female self, almost in her womb. These revulsions sent her into a frenzy. She had sudden, mad loathings of Australia, and these made her all the more frenzy because of her former great radiant hopes and her silvery realizations. What? Must it all be taken back from her? All this glisten of paradise? This glisten of paradise, this silvery freedom like protoplasm of life, was it to be revoked? There was Richard, that hellbird, preaching at her. Don't trust it. You can't have this absolved sort of freedom. It's an illusion. You can't have this freedom absolved from control. It can't be done. There is no stability. There will come a reaction and a devastation, inevitable. You must have deep control from within. You must have a deep dark weight of authority in your own soul. You must be most carefully, sternly controlled from within. You must be under the hand of the Lord. You can't escape the dark hand of the Lord, not even in free Australia. You'll get the devils lurking on you if you try too much freedom. It can't be done. Too much freedom means you absolve yourself from the hand of the Lord. And once you're really absolved, you fall a prey to devils. Devils! You'll see. All you white females raging for further freedom. Wait till you've got it, and see how the devils will bite you with unclean, reptile sort of mouths. Wait, you who love Australia and its freedom, only let me leave you to the freedom, till it bites you with a sort of sewer mouth, like all these rats. Only let me abandon you to this freedom. Only let me. So he had preached at her, like a dog barking senselessly, and oh, how it had annoyed her. Yet gradually, quite apart from him, it had begun to happen to her, these hateful revulsions, when Australia had turned, as it were, unclean to her, with an unclean sort of malevolence, and her revulsions had possessed her. Then the death of Kangaroo, and now this blackness, this slough of water, this noise of hellish elements. To Richard it was like being caged in with a sick tiger, to be shut up with Harriet in this watery cave of gloom. Like a sullen, sick tiger, she could hardly get herself to move. The weight of her revulsion was so deep upon her. She loathed Australia with wet, dark revulsion. She was black, sick with chagrin, and she hated that barking white dog of a Richard, with his yapping about control and authority and the hand of the Lord. She had left Europe with her teeth set in hatred of Europe's ancient encumbrance of authority, and of the withered, repulsive weight of the hand of the Lord, that old Jew, upon it. Undying hostility to old Europe, undying hope for the new free lands, especially this far Australia. And now, was the freedom all going to turn into dirty water? All the uncontrolled gentleness and uncontaminated freedom of Australia, was it going to turn and bite her like the ghastly bite of some unclean-mouthed reptile, an iguana, a great newt? Had it already bitten her? She was sick with revulsion. She wanted to get out, away to America, which is not so sloppy and lovey, but hard and greedy and domineering perhaps, but not mushy lovey. These 3 days of dark wetness, slough, and wind finished her. On the second morning there was an abatement, and Richard rushed to the post. The boys, barefoot, bare-legged in the icy water, were running to school under mackintosh capes. Down came the rain and a wind suddenly like a great hose-pipe, and Richard got home a running, streaming pillar of water, home into the dark room and the sulky tiger of Harriet. The storm went on, black, all day, all night, and the next day the same, inside the house as well as out. Harriet sulked the more, like a frenzied, sick tigress. The afternoon of the third day another abatement into light rain, so Richard pulled on thick boots and went out to the shore. His grass was a thin surface stream, and down the low cliffs one cascade stream. The sea was enormous, wave after wave in immediate succession, raving yellow and crashing dull into the land. The yeast spume was piled in hills against the cliffs, among the big rocks, and in swung the raving yellow water, in great dull blows under the land, hoarsely surging out of the dim yellow blank of the sea. Harriet looked at it for a few moments, shuddering and peering down like a sick tigress in a flood. Then she turned tail and rushed indoors. Richard tried to walk under the cliffs, but the whole shore was ruined, changed, a whole mass of new rocks, a chaos of heaped boulders, a gurgle of rushing clayey water and heaps of collapsed earth. On the fourth day the wind had sunk. The rain was only thin, the dark sky was breaking. Gradually the storm of the sky went down, but not the sea. Its great yellow fore-fringe was a snarl of wave after wave, unceasing, and the shore was a ruin. The beach seemed to have sunk or been swept away. The shore was a catastrophe of rocks and boulders. Richard scrambled along through the dark wetness to a bit of sand, where seaweed was piled like bushes, and he could more or less walk. But soon he came to a new obstacle. The creek, which formerly had sunk at the edge of the beach in a long pool, and left the sloping sand all free and beautiful, had now broken through, leveled the sand, and swept it in a kind of snarling river to the snarling waves across the cut-out sand. The fresh water met the waves with a snarl, and sometimes pushed on into the sea, sometimes was pushed back and heaped up with a rattle of angry protest, waters against waters. The beach never recovered. During the summer's stay, the river never subsided into the sand. The sandy foreshore never came back. It was a rocky, boulder-heaped ruin with that stream for an impasse. Harriet would not go down to the sea any more. The waves still raved very high. They would not go back, and they lashed with a venomness to the cliffs, to cut a man off. Richard would wander cold and alone on this inhospitable shore, looking for shells out of the storm, and all the time the waves would lash up, and he would scramble out. It seemed to him female and vindictive. Beastly water, rolling up so high. Beastly water, rolling up so high, breaking all the shells just where they lie. He crooned to himself, crooning a kind of war croon, malevolent against the malevolence of this ocean. Yet it was August, and spring was come. It was Wattle Day in Sydney, the city full of yellow bloom of mimosa. Richard and Harriet went up to the United States Consul, to the shipping office. Everything was easy. But he could not bear to be in Sydney any more. He could hear Kangaroo all the time. It was August and spring, and a hot, hot sun in a blue sky. Only the sea was not or could not return to its old beauties. Richard preferred to go inland. The wattle trees and the camellia trees were full in bloom in the bungalow gardens. Birds flew quickly about in the sun. The morning was quick with spring, the afternoon already hot and drowsy with summer. Harriet, in her soul, had now left Australia for America, so she could look at this land with new, relieved eyes again. She never more passionately identified herself with it as at first. Richard hired a little two-wheeled trap, called in Australia a sulky, with a little pony, to drive into the bush. Sometimes they had gone in a motor car, but they both much preferred the little comfortable sulky. There sat Harriet, full and beaming, and the thin Richard beside her, like any Australian couple in a shabby sulky behind a shabby pony, trotting lazily under the gum trees of the high road and up the steep, steep jungle-dense climb of the mountain to the pass. Nothing is lovelier than to drive into the Australian bush in spring, on a clear day, and most days are clear and hot. Up the steep climb the tree ferns and the cabbage palms stood dark and unlighted as ever among the great gums. But once at the top, away from the high road and the sea face, trotting along the yellow-brown sandy trail through the sunny, thinly scattered trees of the untouched bush, it was heaven. They splashed through a clear, clear stream and walked up a bank into the nowhere, the pony peacefully marching. The bush was in bloom. The wattles were out. Wattle, or mimosa, is the national flower of Australia. There are said to be 32 species. Richard found only 7 as they wandered along. The little pale sulphur wattle, with a reddish stem, sends its lovely sprays so aerial out of the sand of the trail, only a foot or 2 high, but such a delicate, spring-like thing. The thorny wattle, with its fuzzy pale balls, tangles on the banks. Then beautiful heath plants with small bells like white heather stand in tall, straight tufts, and above them the gold sprays of the intensely gold bush mimosa, with here and there on long, thin stalks, like hairs almost, beautiful blue flowers with gold grains, 3-petaled like reed flowers, and blue with a touch of Australian darkness. Then comes a hollow, desolate, bare patch with empty greyness, and a few dead, charred gum trees, where there had been a bushfire, and at the side of this bare place great flowers, 10 feet high, like sticky dark lilies in bulb bud. At the top of the shaft, dark blood red. Then over another stream and scattered bush once more, and the last queer gold-red bushes of the bottle-brush tree, like soft, bristly, golden bottle-brushes standing stiffly up, and the queer blackboys on one leg with a tuft of dark green spears, sending up the high stick of a seed stalk much taller than a man, and here and there the gold bushes of wattle with their narrow dark leaves. Richard turned, and they plunged into the wild grass in strange bushes, following the stream. By the stream the mimosa was all gold, great gold bushes, full of spring fire rising above your head, and the scent of the Australian spring, and the most ethereal of all golden bloom, the plummy, many-balled wattle, and the utter loneliness, the manlessness, the untouched blue sky overhead, the gaunt, lightless gum trees rearing a little way off, and sound of strange birds, vivid ones of strange, brilliant birds that flit round. Save for that, and for some weird frog-like sound, indescribable, the age-unbroken silence of the Australian bush. But it is wonderful, out of the somberness of gum trees that seem the same, hoary forever, and that are said to begin to wither from the center the moment they are mature, out of the hollow bush of gum trees in silent heats, all at once in spring, the most delicate feathery yellow of plumes and plumes and plumes and trees and bushes of wattle, as if angels had flown right down out of the softest gold regions of heaven to settle here in the Australian bush, and the perfume in all the air that might be heaven, and the unutterable stillness, save for strange bright birds and flocks of parrots, and the motionlessness, save for a stream and butterflies and some small brown bees, yet a stillness and a manlessness and an elation, the bush flowering at the gates of heaven. Somers and Harriet left the pony and clambered along the stream, past trees of the gray, feathery-leaved wattle, most sumptuous of all in soft gold in the sky, and bushes of the gray, hard, queer-leaved wattle, onto the thick green of strange trees narrowing into the water slithered, rushing over steep rocks. The two scrambled down, and along after the water, to an abrupt edge. There the water fell in a great roar down a solid rock, and broke and rushed into a round, dark pool, dark, still, fathomless, low down in a gruesome dark cup in the bush, with rocks coming up to the trees. In this tarn the stream disappeared. There was no outlet. Rock and bush shut it in. The river just dived into the ground. It was a dark, frightening place, famous for snakes. Richard hoped the snakes were still sleeping, but there was a horror of them in the air, rising from the tangled undergrowth, from under the fallen trees, the gum trees that crashed down into the great ferns, eaten out by white ants. In this place already the Christmas bells were blooming, like some great heath with hanging bright red bells tipped with white, other more single bellflowers, a little bit like foxgloves, but stiff and sharp, all the flowers stiff, sharp, like crystals of color come opaque out of the somber, stiff, bristly bush plants. Harriet had armfuls of bloom, gold plumage of many branches of different wattles, and the white heather, the scarlet bells, with the deep blue reed blobs. The sulky with all the bloom looked like a corner of paradise, and as they trotted home through the bush, evening was coming, the gold sun slanting, but Richard kept jumping out from among the flowers to plunge into the brake for a new flower, and the little pony looked round watching him impatiently and displeased. But it was a gentle, tolerant, Australian little beast, with untold patience, only Harriet was frightened of the coming dusk. So at length they were slipping down the steep slopes again, between the dense creeper-tangled jungle and tree ferns, dark, chilly. They passed a family moving from nowhere to nowhere, 2 colts trotting beside the wagon, and they came out at last at the bottom, to the lost, flickering little township at nightfall. At home, with all the houses full of blossom, but fluffy gold wattle bloom, they sat at tea in the pleasant room, the bright fire burning, eating boiled eggs and toast, and they looked at one another, and Richard uttered the unspoken thought, "Do you wish you were staying?" I stammered Harriet. "If I had 3 lives, I'd wish to stay. It's the loveliest thing I've ever known." "I know," he answered, laughing, "if one could live 100 years, but since one only has a short time." They were both silent. The flowers there in the room were like angel presences, something out of heaven. The bush, the wonderful Australia. Yet the day came to go, to give up the keys and leave the lonely bare cooee to the next comers. Even the sea had gone flowery again at last, and everybody was so simple, so kindly at the departure. Harriet felt she would leave behind her forever something of herself in that cooee home, and he knew that one of his souls would stand forever out on those rocks beyond the jetty. Towards Bully, advanced into the sea, with the dark magic of the Tor standing just inland. The journey to Sydney was so spring-warm and beautiful in the fresh morning. The bush now and then glowed gold, and there were almond and apricot trees near the little wooden bungalows, and by the railway unknown flowers, magenta and yellow and white, among the rocks, the frail, wonderful Australian spring coming out of all the gummy hardness and somberness of the bush. Sydney and the warm harbour, They crossed over once more in the blue afternoon. Kangaroo dead, Sydney lying on its many-lobed blue harbour in the Australian spring. The many people, all seeming dissolved in the blue air. Revolution, nothingness. Nothing could ever matter. On the last morning, Victoria and Jazz's wife came to see the Somers off. The ship sailed at 10. The sky was all sun. The boat reared her green paint and red funnel to the sun. Down below in the dark shadow of the wharf stood all those who were to be left behind, saying goodbye, standing down in the shadow under the ship and the wharf, their faces turned up to the passengers who hung over the rail. A whole crowd of people down on the wharf, with white uplifted faces, and one little group of quiet Chinese. Everybody had brought streamers, rolls of colored paper ribbon, and now the passengers, leaning over the rail of the lower and middle decks, tossed the unwinding rolls to their friends below. So this was the last tie, this ribbon of colored paper. Somers had a yellow and a red one. Victoria held the end of the red streamer, Jazz's wife the end of the yellow. Harriet had blue and green streamers, and from the side of the ship a whole glittering tangle of these colors connecting the departing with the remaining, a crisscross of brilliant color that seemed to glitter like a rainbow in the beams of the sun, as it rose higher, shining in between the ship and the wharf shed, touching the faces of the many people below. The gangway was hoisted. The steamer gave long hoots. Only the criss-crossing web of brilliant streamers went from the hands of the departing to the hands of those who would be left behind. There was a sort of silence. The calling seemed to die out, and already before the cables were cast loose, the gulf seemed to come. Richard held fast to the two streamers and looked down at the faces of the two women who held the other ends of his paper threads. He felt a deep pang in his heart, leaving Australia, that strange country that a man might love so hopelessly. He felt another heartstring going to break like the streamers, leaving Australia, leaving his own British connection. The darkness that comes over the heart at moments of departure darkens the eyes too, and the last scene is remote, detached inside a darkness. So now, when the cables were cast loose and the ship slowly left the side of the wharf and drew gradually toward the easier waters of the harbor, there was a little gulf of water between the ship and the wharf. The streamers lengthened out. They glittered and twinkled across the space, almost like music, so many-colored. And then the engines were going, and the crowd on the wooden quay began to follow slowly, holding the frail streamers carefully, like the ends of a cloud, following slowly down the quay as the ship melted from shadow to the sun beyond. One by one the streamers broke and fluttered loose and fell bright and dead on the water. The slow crowd, slow as a funeral, was at the end, the far end of the quay, holding the last streamers, but the ship inexorably drifted out, and every colored strip was broken. The crowd stood alone at the end of the wharf. The side of the vessel was fluttering with bright, broken ends. So it was time to take out handkerchiefs and wave across space. Few people wept. Somers waved and waved his orange silk kerchief in the blue air. Farewell, farewell. Farewell, Victoria and Jazz's wife. Farewell, Australia. Farewell, Britain and the great empire. Farewell, farewell. The last streamers blowing away like broken attachments, broken heartstrings. The crowd on the wharf gone tiny in the sun and melting away as the ship turned. Richard watched the observatory go by, then the circular quay with all its ferry wharves, and a Nippon steamer lying at her berth, and a well-known big buff and black P&O boat at the P&O wharf, looking so like India. Then that was gone too, and the governor's palace, and the castellated conservatorium of music on its hill, where Richard had first seen Jack, the palace gardens, and the blue inlet where the Australian fleet lay, comfortably rusting. Then they drifted across harbor, nearer to the wild-seeming slope, like bush, where the zoo is, and then they began to wait, to hang round. There ahead was the open gate of the harbor, the low heads with the south lighthouse, and the Pacific beyond breaking white. On the left was Manly, where Harriet had lost her yellow scarf, and then the tram going to Narrabeen, where they had first seen Jazz. Behind was the great lobed harbor, so blue, and Sydney rather inconspicuous on the south hills, with its 1 or 2 skyscrapers, and already the blue water all round, and a thing of the past. It was midday before they got out of the heads, out of the harbor into the open sea. The sun was hot, the wind cold. There was not very many passengers in the first class, and nobody looked possible to the Somers pair. Richard sat in the sun watching the dark coast of Australia, so somber, receding. Harriet watched the 2 seamen casting rubbish overboard. Such a funny assortment of rubbish. The iron sank in the deep, dark water. The wood and straw and cardboard drearily floated. The low Sydney heads were not far off. Lovat watched till he could see the dark of the mountain, far away, behind Cooee. He was almost sure of the shape. He thought of the empty house, the sunny grass in front, the sunny foreshore with its new rocks, the township behind, the dark tor, the bush, the Australian spring. The sea seemed dark and cold and inhospitable. It was only 4 days to New Zealand, over a cold, dark, inhospitable sea. End of Chapter 18, Adieu, Australia, Part 2. End of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence, published in 1923.